I vote for Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. Oh yeah, for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. Oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump.
I don't believe in fake news. All I need is the truth. Because we love our country. We love it just like you. The economy.
For Trump.
Life is good.
For Trump.
Because we love our country. We love it just like you.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Everybody, come on. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. I know my daughter.
If you feel proud to be American,
Oh yeah.
raise your hand. God bless America. If you feel proud to be American, raise your hand. God bless America.
More time. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Let's go. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
I will vote for Donald Trump. I love my freedom.
I will vote for Donald Trump.
Everybody to the right. I already chose my side.
I will vote for Donald Trump. Let's go. Land of the free, home of the brave. I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. Put your hands together. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. It's Monday, News Day, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Okay, I'm not going to do that again. God damn, I want to do it again, though. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and oh my God, I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God. One day out from the election, ladies and gentlemen, and a lot is going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And for those of you who are tuning in just now, and maybe you are shocked because you're like, what? An election is happening? What the fuck is that about? This is where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world, my world, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Okay? And let me tell you, folks, a lot has happened in the world. A lot has happened in the universe. You look like a club promoter with fashion taste. Put some respect on it. We're Yoji'd out. I'm Yoji'd out till my Yamamoto. I don't know. Shio on my G till I Yamamoto type fit is what's going on right now. Anyway, cheers. God bless America. Will you be wearing a suit tomorrow? Hell yeah, I'll be wearing a suit tomorrow. I got the fucking fitties planned out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, let's talk about it. Let's talk about what's going on in the world. last night I ended the broadcast. It was like an 8-hour nonstop talking about the news session. And like, I will admit that like I am definitely not as vibrant nor as young as I once was. Okay? Because I looked through my analytics last year, and I looked through like what I was doing last election cycle, not last year, in 2020 specifically, and I was 4 years younger than I am now. You look burned out as fuck, not gonna lie. I mean, I'm in a great mood overall, in spite of everything that's going on, you know. And I just, you know, I'm having fun with it. I'm having fun, and I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling happy, regardless of all the dumb shit and the drama and the media cycle and all of this stuff that's going on. I am still very much, you know, happier than I have been in quite a long time. However, I think the overall energy that I have has kind of gone away in comparison to the years prior. And what I mean by that is, what's that website? Is a Twitch tracker that usually shows you, it shows you your streams. Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. Like, I was looking through a Twitch tracker yesterday just to see like this is my lifetime hours watched, right? And it shows you the duration of the streams. And if you look back at like 2020, okay, if you look back at 2020, yeah, my max viewership after the election skyrocketed, obviously. But leading up to the election, my max viewership was at like 27K, with the average viewership being at like 21K. And then it grew and grew and grew. But one thing that I noticed is that I was putting in 10 hours every fucking day, dude. 11 hours, 9.4 hours, 9.9 hours. November 2nd, 11.3 hours. Max viewership at 53K. Average viewers at 28K. 11 hours. And if you look at it now, if you look at it like right now, you know, yes, my overall community has grown. My max viewership has grown. My average viewership has grown. But the duration is just like at 8, I just tap out. Why does it say 5 hours on this? Oh, 5 plus 3 from the next day. Were you working out back then? Might make a difference in how you were able to do that. No, it was during the peak of like COVID lockdowns and things like that. And also, yeah, I was absolutely, yeah. 2020 was the year that I streamed 42% of the entire year. My point is, back then I was definitely way more. I was way more insane. Let's just say, back then I was in a different world. I was bummed out, depressed, grinding my freaking ass cheeks off, and I still am. But what I'm trying to say is I'm in a much healthier mental space now, in spite of the fact that, you know, there's probably a lot worse shit that I'm covering and a lot more naysayers and psychotic weirdos out there. Lamau back then, I mean, it's 4 years ago. That's like a long time. The highest viewer count I've ever had, I believe the highest viewer count I've ever had is probably January 6th. The greatest day on the Hasanabi broadcast, as always, as you guys know. My late father told me about you in 2012, and I wish I had come over sooner. 2012? I was in fucking college in 2012. I think you mean 2022. I was not a media person. Yeah. The pacing difference is crazy. Oh, did the new episode come out already? Anyway, I still rewatch that stream to this day. Do you guys ever go back and rewatch my old streams to see if like my shit is just like identical? don't do it too much because you're going to realize that I just like repeat the same shit over and over again. And you're going to be like, damn, this dude has like just been endlessly repeating himself in perpetuity for decades, dude. Peak on November 3rd was 226,974. That's like in the lead up, I guess. I thought January 6th was the highest. Anyway, so that was election day of 2020. Yeah, election day, election night. The immediate tank to 10K with Cyberpunk. I loved it though. Yeah. Zyn nicotine pouches have become the new symbol of American masculinity and a potent for political lightning rod. Yeah, dude, I am an unapologetic Zinfidel. I don't give a shit what people are saying about Zins in general. But yeah, anyway, last night, ended the broadcast. What did I do? Absolutely nothing. It's just time for me to chill, you know? I am desperately trying to do my very best to just like be a normal human being, have a normal life, and just like not go crazy, right? So I just spend all my time in a time chamber, basically not doing shit. Okay, absolutely not doing anything. I try not to, but outside of that, I woke up early this morning. I went to lift. You already know what it is. We're back in the gym. Sock Clip, are you watching What is a Woman? It was hilarious. Are you gonna watch Am I Racist? Please say yes. Maybe after the election if we have some time, unless there's like a tremendous amount of unrest. But yeah, here it is. I am looking maybe a little too skinny, maybe a little too weak. I'm not gonna lie. Look at this shit. Look. We gotta hit a bulk. We gotta hit a bulk for the winter, I think. I mean, it's like I told you look better, bigger, you too skinny. Dude, I am 225 pounds when I'm like fasted and 229 pounds when I eat food. Okay. Calling me skinny is so funny. Like, I am a massive dude still. I think people forget that. 185 kilograms? No, pounds, dude. Are you kidding me? 220 is not a lot for being 6'4". You're crazy. You're crazy. What is this? Oh, the voter guide, LA voters, LA ballot guide, the move left LA voter guide, including Rex with explainers for every city council, LA USD, LACCD. Yeah. Agent Chatter said you kick like a lib. No, bulk. You work too hard to get down to this weight. This was your peak on January 6th. Oh my God. I will vote. Wait, what the fuck? Why did I move my camera on accident? What is happening right now? Brother, if you're 6'4", if you were any lighter, you'd be a fucking bone. Yeah, I know. As a 6'4", 280 dude trying to look like how you are right now, I think you look good where you're at right now. I agree. Anyway, still got to pack on some muscle. What's the purpose of a bulk? Put on more muscle. It's very difficult to, unless you're doing recomp, it's very difficult to pack on muscle mass without packing on some fat along the way. And I've been on a perma deficit for quite some time now. But I so easily put that shit on, like weight-wise, both muscle and also fat. So, you know, the moment that I unleash that, main gaining is very difficult. Maintenance weight while also still like putting on muscle mass is very, very difficult. I keep having dreams about you. Okay, nice. Isn't it harder to cut? For me, it is, yes. For others, it's not. Anyway, so that's what steroids are for. I agree. So that's it. I got my workout in this morning. Look at my, I almost died on the 10th one though. There it is. Still got it. My mom had a dream about you. That's crazy. Look at those titties though. Like I got a straight up shelf on here. I have some info for you for a DC resident. They haven't shared this on the news yet, but they've shut down many streets running near the White House and Capitol. Many roads have been closed since yesterday. They plan on shutting most outlets coming into DC tomorrow for the election, keeping a few roads open to keep people off track probably. That's not surprising. I've heard that National Guard is ready to go as well in some of the states. And there's a good reason for that. I think we all know what that reason is, don't we? I don't think they're worried about liberals fucking rising up. So yeah. That kind of stuff they do all the time, but I think there's extra security this time around. Like as far as different states, like if I'm a governor of any swing state, I'm thinking like we might have to deploy the National Guard. We might have to deploy the National Guard to like polling stations to protect people doing, vote counting. Because people think that like January 6th is going to happen again, but that's not what's going to happen. At least not right now. What's most likely going to happen, in my opinion, what's most likely going to happen is not a January 6th style situation, but instead a Brooks Brothers riot style situation. That's what I'm fearful about. Anyway, let's blast off and let's do it. The election eve is upon us. Filling my ballot. And covering all the madness. What to look out for tomorrow. Get in now. Anyway. He's so washed. Oh yeah, I saw that. I live in PA. I have demo neighbors buying ammo just in case. That's fucking insane. Anyway. Auto modding Jubilee. Yes. We'll talk about the Brooks Brothers riot as well. What is this video? Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys are fucking annoying for this. All right. I almost saw Trump. I was just going to try to go to the Macon Mall and he had a rally. I was just wanted to go shopping, bro. Don't even fucking lie. You didn't want to just go shopping. You wanted to see him because of this song. Oh my god. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. For people asking what are my splits or whatever, that's irrelevant. But what's actually relevant is that I do take creatine. Creatine is very good. Why do we look like Matt Walsh here? Man, shut the fuck up. Matt Walsh has never looked this hot in his entire fucking life. God damn it. Don't say that! Ah! Creatine is very bad. You're so dumb. You are so wrong. Creatine is like the only scientifically proven good thing, okay? It is more impactful. It is at the same level as like protein shakes. Like it is at the same level as like whey. Okay? You're out of your dang mind. Creatine is unironically goated. It is incredible. You will never hear any like exercise science person or any dietitian or anyone really anyone at all that would tell you that creatine is bad. Just you have to stay hydrated, but you know, you should stay hydrated anyway. It might accelerate balding though. That's the only thing I've heard. Kaya! You dropped your bone. Anyway, Hasan, do you feel finasteride has affected you strength wise? I mean, I take like half a milligram, so she's so cute. I need to get back on creatine, but to be honest, it gave me the shits when I used to take it. I'm a dietitian and creatine is very bad for you. Shut up. You're wrong. Which one do you use though? It is one of the most researched products that you can fucking use in the fitness space. Like it's not bro science. It's very good. Creatine is also no different than whey in the sense that creatine is no different than whey in the sense that it is a naturally existing thing that you can get if you consume red meat. It's just that if you were to get that level of creatine, you would have to consume a shit ton of red meat, and you most likely would not be healthy if you consumed that much red meat. That's it. Do you started watching any Mike Israetel? I know you've spoken of him, but are you a fan? Yes, I'm a massive fan of Dr. Mike Israetel. Not only am I a massive fan of him, I will also be hanging out with him in a couple weeks. So I'm very excited to do that as well. But yeah. Registered nurse and nutritionist here. In too large doses, creatine can cause some men to develop masses, usually under your arms. You mean fucking get brolic? Is that what you're saying? You mean get absolutely yacked out of your goddamn mind? Yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong. Yeah, it puts extra muscles on top of your muscles, baby. Anyway, one of the final high quality polls we've seen, Maris's national poll, shows Harris up 51% to 47. Their prior polls for NPR had Harris up 50 to 47 a month ago and up 49-48 2 months ago. They had a non-NPR poll mid-October with Harris up 52 to 47. Now, this is a national poll. Okay? Maris was off in 2020 like everyone, but it will forever be able to hold on to this moment of glory. Yeah, listen. Of note, Maris shows the national race tied among registered voters, 49-49, so a turnout edge for Harris. Dr. Israetel thinks robots are going to solve all our problems, Lamau. Listen, I don't have to agree with every single fucking thing that he says, okay? Calm the fuck down. Do you have a creatine brand that you recommend? Not necessarily. I just take the normal one. I don't know. I take it in pill form. Do with that information what you will. Anyway, no world today. Respect the picket line. We are on ULP strike. The New York Times Tech Guild is on strike. The needle is down, folks. The needle is down. The New York Times Tech Guild is on strike. We gave New York Times management months of notice for a strike deadline. We made ourselves available around the clock, but the companies decided that our members aren't worth enough to agree to a fair contract and stop committing unfair labor practices. Have we talked about the squirrel shit? I briefly covered it yesterday. Anyway. Trump talks about his bi-curiosity. What the fuck is this? Live AI generated. Ah, stop. Stop it. You got to cover John Oliver today. He's a certified Hasanabi head. Don't worry. Yes, chatters have already fucking leaked it. I saw. I used to write you off when you said that there are one or more John Oliver writers in here, but after watching his latest election episode and he played I Will Vote for Donald Trump, I can no longer deny how likely it is. I know, it's just like whack that they haven't revealed themselves or we have not collaborated. You know what I mean? That's what's whack about it. Like, I don't give a shit if there's a Hasanabi head writer in the writer's room or multiple ones, okay? It's just that, like, I would like to link up. Also, this is the fit for the day. Fit of the day. Yoji down to my socks. Are you tuning into the Philadelphia rally today? I mean, it's gonna be boring. We have heard the same shit nonstop from both of these guys, okay? I saw this the other day. I saw this like earlier. I thought this was quite funny. Source: tonight I spoke with a senior Republican strategist known for accurate polling in Iowa who shared private data showing President Trump at a +5 in the state. I trust this source. Now, what I find really funny about this is that +5 in Iowa is bad. That means that Kamala Harris has made gains in Iowa over Donald Trump in comparison to 2020. So an internal poll showing Donald Trump +5 in Iowa is disastrous. People were expecting the fucking Seltzer poll to look like a +5 poll for Donald Trump. So if that's an internal Republican poll, this shit is collapsing. Okay? This shit is like completely fucking collapsing. We got Edinger Mentum coming on tomorrow as my khaki Kernaki, obviously. Edinger Mentum is going to be my khaki Kernaki. And you know, we'll be doing that. I think I'm supposed to be linking up with like CBC, Canadian Broadcasting, linking up with Ryan Grimm, linking up with a bunch of other people. That you know, the usual suspects will be around. We'll have some people on today as well. Potentially Osita Noanewu. And that's it. Also, Austin will not be in the building. Austin will not be in the building, even though I thought he would be in the building. He is not in the building. So shouts out to Austin. He just straight up is not coming. He's not showing up. That's what he said. So that's where we're at. He's going to be tuning in from Discord, which is really fucked up, I think. I told him, like, you have to come here in person. And I also told him that out of pure spite, I might not even have him on if he doesn't show up in person, even though he is my, you know, my pollster, my poll guy. So we'll see. The Tim Pool treatment, yeah. People are still asking me about fucking OMAD being effective in losing weight. It's like, bro, stop. All right, we're doing Pole Watch. We're doing Hog Watch. We're doing it all. This was pretty funny, by the way. Classified leaks by detained Netanyahu aide may have undermined hostage operations. So just wanted to briefly dial in on this really quickly. Just deeply unserious people over there on the Israeli government side. So yeah, that we'll get to that in a little bit. But yeah, this is it. Election Eve is here. Bro, your blast off hasn't even reached 1K likes. Tell chat to like and retweet. It has. What are you talking about? It already is at 1K likes. And it will keep growing. Is he slandering me? I'm not. I'm just being fucking correct and truthful about your allegiances and how you have dropped us. You have dropped this community. You have dropped the ball. And that's fine. You know, you just don't like us anymore. So it is what it is. Kamala Harris secret vote ads.
Come on, boys. Let's make America great again. It's your turn, buddy.
Before you cast your vote in this election, think about how it'll impact the people you care about the most.
Daddy!
Remember, you can vote any way you want, and no one will ever know.
Do your patriotic duty.
You bet I did, brother.
What happens in the booth stays in the booth. Vote Harris Walls.
My dad, a lifelong Republican, is voting for Kamala. That makes sense. MAGA World is preparing to undermine the election if Harris wins. We're going to be talking, yes, about Donny O'Sullivan's new reporting, obviously, because it's pretty fucking nutty, okay? Now, I am not going to say with 100% accuracy what I know will happen or whatever. I have maintained this position since the swap out happened. Like, if you want to know where I'm at, well, it's okay to break up with your boyfriend just because he's voting for Trump. He's a rapist, and understandably, that's not going to sit right. Another take as bad as your music reviews. I love when Fantano pops off. My goat. Anyway, so here's the situation. Okay, for those of you who are wondering, like Hasan, let me catch you up because a lot of you haven't really been following closely. A lot of people are just tuning in because the election is tomorrow, and many people want to know what the fuck is up. Now, something that I've found out is that on my TikTok, the people are fucking crazy. I usually agree with you, but I think she's had a great campaign. She's had a great campaign. This is the TikTok we posted about my like broader analysis on my on what I think is happening with Kamala's campaign and what I think is going to happen come November 5th or maybe November 6th. So originally, when this was a matchup between Joe Biden and Donald Trump pre-debate, I was saying, looking at 2022 performance, looking at the normal white theory, looking at vibes overall, I said that Joe Biden still had a likelihood of winning the election, albeit marginally. Then the debate happened, and everyone recognized that Joe Biden was old. He was so old that his brain was fucking leaking out of his ear. And then, of course, once everyone else recognized the thing that we have known for years and years and years, then it became impossible. After that, my analysis was it's over. Then Trump got shot. On top of that, I was like, it's done. Even if Trump, especially if Trump hits the unity line, regardless, if he goes up against Joe Biden, he is going to win. And that was an absolute certainty. I gave you my lock. I said Donald Trump was going to win the election against Joe Biden. Okay? Then the RNC happened. Donald Trump did not go the unity route. Donald Trump chose J.D. Vance. That was a massive fucking flub, massive mistake for him. That was a base pick because he was still gearing up for running against Joe Biden, which he thought would be a cakewalk for a W. Okay? It would have been a cakewalk for him if he was going against Joe Biden, which now everyone was grossed out by, thought he was incredibly fucking old, and thought he was basically on the verge of death and was very frustrated about. They didn't like his policies either, didn't like the economy, but they also thought, well, he's old. Like, he's clearly incapable of running this country. And then the unthinkable happened. The Democratic Party responded to public pressure. Public pressure and donor pressure aligned in this beautiful moment, and establishment Democrats actually swapped out Joseph Robinette Brandon for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris then picked Tim Walz. Kamala Harris, in that short period of time, basically went from a relatively lesser-known generic Democrat to the person that was running for president. There was no electoral process that took place, which some people were frustrated by, and I totally understand why they were upset by it. But Kamala Harris assumed that role, and in perhaps like a week-long period, Kamala Harris went from a lesser-known generic Democrat who was the vice president that people didn't really think about, people didn't know that well, to a person that had made up 10 points in the opposite direction and it caught back up to Donald Trump. It went from Joe Biden is definitely losing to Donald Trump to, oh my God, Kamala Harris has a pretty good chance of winning. Now, that paired up with the fact that high propensity voters were coming out and had come out already. Had come out already for Kamala Harris, come out already for Joe Biden and the Democratic Party, and the down ballot races outperforming Joe Biden at the time and even outperforming Kamala Harris at the time by like 6, sometimes 7 points in these key races in swing states made me understand that there is a lot of momentum and a lot of energy in the Democratic Party's direction. They just need a competent leadership. However, after the DNC, I kept repeating over and over again that the Kamala Harris campaign and the direction the Democratic Party was taking was basically running towards Joe Biden, who was seen as a old curmudgeon who was basically very unpopular, so unpopular that he had to do something unceremonious. He had to do something unique. He had to drop out of the race and, be swapped out for his vice president. All of that aside, Kamala Harris still had the fundamentals. Okay? She still did. I kept maintaining the position that if she builds upon the momentum and actually has a bold policy agenda, talking and communicating how she's going to be different than the existing administration, that she would have a tremendous time in the polls. She would have a much better standing in the polls, that people would be openly, defending her. Some of the issues was immigration. Another issue was on the economy front. I think that her policies were definitely, there was some good there, but there was a lot that was just lackluster. Okay, and the tacking to the center, tacking to the right, and the consistent hugging and kissing Republicans. Okay, all of that, in my opinion, was bad campaigning for the most part. Okay. But as I said, time and time again throughout this process, the liberals who would come at me and say, Hasan, what the fuck? You just don't want Kamala Harris to win because of Gaza, blah, blah, blah. I kept repeating, that's not the only issue I have with the campaign, although that is definitely an issue I have with the campaign, that she would still most likely win. Now, the last month or so was a little bit different because I think that Kamala Harris became more prominent in the last month, a lot more media opportunities. She put herself out there and she started pumping hundreds or tens of millions of dollars worth of ads with the campaign messages that they had aligned. And in that process, it seemingly backfired on the Harris camp, and instead, Republicans started gaining more momentum. Republicans started gaining momentum in down ballot races, but more importantly, Donald Trump started gaining momentum. I still, however, maintain the position until this day, and I still maintain this position that Kamala Harris will most likely win the election come tomorrow. And this is not just me looking at the polls, even though, of course, I have looked at the polls this entire time, but also looking at the vibes. I don't just do poll analysis, I do polls plus vibes. Why do I do this? Well, the reason why I do polls plus vibes is because polls alone are not going to be enough, okay? I have, however, learned something that's a little bit scary today, this morning. I've told you guys already, I have like a bunch of people that I talk to, normies in general. I have some high propensity voters, mid propensity voters, and low propensity voters in a place like California. And I look to who they vote for and how they vote as well, because I just want to kind of see like, a focus group basically. And my low propensity voter did vote for Donald Trump, which was shocking. And I don't know if it's because I basically kept asking him over and over again if he was going to go out and vote or not. But my low propensity conspiracy theory guy who loves RFK did actually end up voting. And that kind of shocked me a little bit. That kind of worried me a little bit because this is fucking California. It doesn't mean California's going to flip, obviously. Chat, this does not mean California's going to flip red. That's fucking idiotic. I'm not making that argument at all. But what it means is even in a place where someone who is not likely to go out and vote at all, where his vote is not even going to fucking matter at all, he found time out of his day to go out and vote. Even though he has never gone out and voted before. That to me is a little troublesome. I haven't really seen this anywhere else in the data, but that still scares me regardless. Okay? So, having said that, however, I think that the fundamentals are on Kamala Harris's side still. Okay? I think that I have no faith that low propensity voters won't vote for Trump is bizarre, but he is rallying the RFK supporters. Well, now that I've talked about the Kamala Harris side of things and what I consider to be like not great campaigning, for example, I think that she focused far too much on trying to win over the white suburban mothers, and you can win them over. No one is saying don't try to win them over. But the way to win them over is supposed to be a delicate balance where you're not hemorrhaging your base of support, because you cannot let the urban pop fall apart. Okay? You cannot let the urban population, black voters, brown voters, young voters in general, voters in college, students and the like, not come out and vote for you because they are just like too bored and too grossed out by or too depressed to go out and vote because they just constantly hear you hugging and kissing the likes of Liz Cheney or saying you're going to have a Republican in your cabinet. It's not good. Okay? It is not good. She needs white women. I understand that. I'm not against that. But there's a way to do that while simultaneously still communicating objectively popular policies to the low and mid propensity voters on the Democratic Party side, but they haven't done that at all. They've hyper-focused on high propensity voters in general. They're banking on a low turnout election. That's not good. Anyway, having said that, other aspects of the campaign that I took issue with, of course, was the fact that her addressing the economic harm that people were experiencing, even though she was given a massive gift where voters did not actually hold her responsible for the problems of the Biden administration and its impact on the economy and the inflation and the negative real wage growth that they experienced under Biden for a brief moment. That kind of stuff is unforgettable for a lot of voters, but they actually originally did not say Kamala Harris was responsible for that. Now that's good. That's a fucking massive gift for Kamala Harris. What did she do with that gift? Not much. The price gouging stuff was great. Fantastic messaging, fantastic policy, fully on board with that, right? But they didn't go forward with that too aggressively. And instead, they kind of back-pocketed that. And I personally consider that a flub. Okay? I was expecting a 2008 Obama style run, but instead we basically got a 2012 Obama run. And that's not good. Or worse, dare I say, a 2020 Joe Biden run. Actually worse than that because it was more conservative than 2020. Anyway, so there's some good policies there like combating price gouging. Fantastic. Okay. Good defenses there. Saying that Donald Trump's tariffs, which is the only economic policy that he's put forward, is actually a mass sales tax. Fantastic. Expert. 10 chef's kisses. Okay. 5 booms on that. Those are both great. Okay. Expanding Medicaid to at-home care. Fantastic. It's not enough. It's actually very marginal. And it's very frustrating that that's the only thing that the Democrats are pushing for. You should at least expand it down to 55. Like you should lower the age. You should lower the age eligibility for Medicare to 55. That is literally the entry. That is like that's stepping in. Dental and vision as well. That's also important. They didn't really push that too much, but they realized that was actually popular messaging. So that definitely helped out. So on that front, that's great. Obviously, no separation from Biden on Gaza is a massive flub. That was a huge gimme. Donald Trump was beating Biden by like 30 points on the issue of Israel-Palestine. Donald Trump is now beating Kamala by the same percentage points on Israel-Palestine. And that's not a good idea. Overall, immigration, right-wing communication on immigration is not a good idea either, but that's a much larger, much more consequential conversation that we're not going to have right now. And I will just say that them dropping the Republicans are weird strategy was also a bad idea. But having said all of that, why do I still think Kamala Harris is going to win? Because a lot of people will say, Hasan, you've said this already. You've ripped into Kamala Harris left and right. It's because you hate a black woman. You don't want her to succeed. Is that the reason? No. These are very real considerations. These are very real criticisms that I think are perfectly fucking valid. I have time and time again showcased evidence, empirical evidence, messaging polls and whatnot to prove to you that what I'm saying is correct. And you can also go and watch those older videos as well. Okay? Now, I will, however, turn around and explain something very important to you. Okay? The person that was running an even worse campaign with also worse metrics overall, with a worse ceiling overall, was Donald Trump. Okay? That's it. While Kamala Harris made, in my opinion, a lot of communication mistakes, none were as bad as the routine garbanzo that you saw from Donald Trump throughout this entire process. Donald Trump's negatives are that he's too narcissistic and too chaotic and says a whole bunch of unhinged things. So much so that people who are in support of Donald Trump's ideology and ideals sometimes find themselves at odds with Donald Trump. Not to the same degree as like the MSNBC Never Trump Republicans, but certainly enough that they're like, I don't know if I'm going to go out and vote. Or in the finite amount of time that you have to make a convincing argument to not only have people be your supporters, but also go out and vote for you, Donald Trump fucked up big time. Nonstop, as a matter of fact. He had strong issues where he could have talked specifically about the economy, but there was no good policy on that front. He just kept saying, remember how good things were when I was president. Trying to, hold on to the nostalgia factor and the reality that Americans have short-term memory. Okay? He just kept saying, remember how good shit was when I was president. But even then, he didn't even hit that point hard enough because he was entirely too predisposed with the anti-immigrant screeds. His economic policy was tariffs, which is a really stupid idea that absolutely zero people agree with, especially because Donald Trump never communicated what he was going to put tariffs on. He just said across the board on all goods, specifically coming from China, which again is idiotic because it would destroy his number one industry of his supporters, Trump merchandise, right? That was a huge issue. And also, like I said, Kamala Harris's campaign did good counter messaging on that issue. So they are capable of doing that when they want to do it by effectively showing everyone that tariffs are just a mass sales tax and that China's not fucking paying for it. It's actually American companies that are purchasing the Chinese manufactured goods that are paying for the tariff, and that cost will be offset. That will transfer over to the consumers. Okay? So that was a massive mistake. Another indication that Trump's campaign has lost the juice and the sauce, and also its capability of reading the room, or rather maybe reading the wrong room a little too much, was the anti-trans ads. Now, I've talked to people who work for campaigns. Okay? I talk to them all the time. Off the record, off camera. And there are people who would shock you that also agreed that the Trump campaign, the anti-trans campaign, was actually a banger. I was shocked personally when I heard that, okay, from people. I was like, what? Are you serious? And I had to sit there and explain to them why this is not a banger at all. A lot of people in the DC bubble are lost in the sauce a little bit, okay? They're lost in the sauce a little bit. And it is a sober reminder for me that those people are also on Twitter. Okay? Yeah. The Beltway demons are also on Twitter all the fucking time. And their understanding of the world is also motivated by things that they see online. Okay? You're straight up wrong. Anti-trans rhetoric plays great to the base, and they're winning more and more anti-trans legislation every year, man. Yeah, that's right. It's so popular that they always have to package anti-trans legislation that literally fails usually if they try to actually do it through a democratic process, like the North Carolina trans bathroom bill. They had to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to tie it to something that people do care about, which is sports. A meritocratic approach to sports is something that Americans still believe. And that's the only one that has actually penetrated public consciousness in a country where 64% of the population still say trans people are disproportionately targeted and it's unfair. People might be transphobic themselves. We heard the Trump supporter that Owen Jones was talking to. Look at the situation and basically say, I don't want my child to be trans. And then Owen Jones was like, okay, what if your child was like friends with a trans person? And the guy said, yeah, I wouldn't stop them. I'm not transphobic. There's a reason why even Jake Paul, who is incredibly transphobic, still feels the need to say that he does not hate anyone, including trans people, because at the end of the day, everyone's a fucking liberal in this goddamn country. And that's something that you need to remember. Okay? What this means is that while most people think trans people are weird, most people are definitely slanted towards transphobia, given how rigid the gender binaries are in the way that it's been taught and how deeply personal our gender is in the way that we understand it, even though it's outdated. Okay? Even though it is completely outdated, people still do not vote for anti-trans legislation. So if you have a finite amount of time to make a convincing argument, if you need to get people to come out and fucking vote for you in the polls, you cannot run on an anti-trans panic narrative. Okay? You can't. You just simply cannot do that. And there is already a fantastic example, fantastic proof for this not working, and that is the 2022 midterms. People think it's weird to constantly and consistently shit on trans people. When it comes down to the election, most people are like, I just want food on my table, man. I care about the kitchen table shit, okay? And trans issues are not kitchen table shit. This is something that I have consistently talked about and consistently defended. Okay? That is a big mistake for the Trump campaign. The constant hyper focus, hyper fixation comes across as weird to the normal whites. Okay? It does. It comes across as weird unless you're hyper online and you watch Matt Walsh and you mainline the anti-trans stuff and you're participating in like the fucking firebombing campaigns of like sending bomb threats to the children's hospital or whatever, which is a tiny, minuscule percentage of the Republican base. Most of the rest of the Republican Party are not that motivated. And all of the anti-trans legislation that has passed in this country has passed in the state legislature. That's it. And state legislatures are inherently undemocratic because of the way that redistricting works, because of the way that districts are drawn. That's it. That's it. You can tell me all day, every day. You can tell me all day, every day that transphobia and trans panic is a fucking really resilient, really good message, really good narrative. It's not. There is no evidence to suggest this. There is actually only evidence to show, to prove that it has been an outward, unsuccessful way to campaign. That's it. A lot of people, even in the Republican base of support, view the anti-trans weirdos in the same exact way that they view the anti-abortion weirdos. You start looking like the type of dude who's really sweaty and really gross, parked outside of a fucking Planned Parenthood, yelling at a 14-year-old trying to get fucking birth control. Normal whites in the suburbs do not like that. They don't want to be associated with that. They find it weird. They might be transphobic themselves, but they still find it weird. This goes back to my theory of permissible bigotry. Very important theory. I know there's a lot of normies in here right now. They've probably never heard me talk about this shit. Okay, so I'm going to go through it really quickly. Due to social conditioning in a country like the United States of America, built on the foundation of white supremacy, indigenous genocide, and the continuation of chattel slavery, and an endless defense for capitalism. America is the perfect proto-capitalist nation, even before capitalism was codified and identified. There is a level of permissible bigotry that most people are on board with. I'll give you an example. It's called dog whistles, right? The Leet Atwater quote comes to mind. I'm going to run it really quickly so you understand exactly what I mean. Okay? This is a perfect example of permissible bigotry. Okay? This is Lee Atwater's famous 1981 interview on the Southern Strategy. There's going to be a warning. He's going to say the N-word a lot. Okay? Just letting you know. In 1981, the legendary brutal campaign consultant Lee Atwater was working in Ronald Reagan's White House when he was interviewed by Alexander Lemise. This is what he had to say. In this audio made public for the first time ever, Atwater lays out how Republicans can win the vote of races without sounding racist themselves.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all aren't quoting me on this. All right, I won't hear it. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like force busing, states' rights and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing.
Yeah. By 2024, you can't say any of those things, so you say DEI, you say woke. Back in the day, it used to be affirmative action, right? States' rights is still a way to vaguely gesture to this kind of bigotry. Now, the question that I have for many Americans that are listening, that are tuning in right now, is why the need for dog whistles? Because there is only so much openly vitriolic, openly racist sentiment that Americans will be on board with. A Klansman wears a robe for a reason. A Nazi never wants to be called a Nazi for a reason. Racist people who are, some of them are your family members. You probably know what their opinions are, will not be on board with overt racism. There's a barrier, and that barrier changes. There's a boundary that changes of like what is permissible bigotry. And that happens through trends, that happens through, systematic differences, systematic changes. But ultimately, there is a level of permissible bigotry that you can get away with. An example of this is Donald Trump will say Kamala Harris is a low IQ person, right? That's a dog whistle. A black woman. Donald Trump is basically saying like she's a low IQ individual. She's a low IQ person. He can't say she's, I'm not going to repeat it, but like there are certain things that he can't say. The campaign is aware that, for example, Tony Hinchcliffe wanted to call her a cunt, right? They stopped Tony Hinchcliffe from saying that. They didn't stop Tony Hinchcliffe from calling Puerto Rico a trash island, an island full of trash, which of course hilariously fucking backfired on the campaign. But that is the difference between permissible bigotry and bigotry that goes beyond that. You can talk about dominating women if you are a Republican. You can talk about being misogynistic, or you can be misogynistic to a certain degree. But once you reach above that degree, once you go beyond the degree of permissible bigotry, you are starting to lose people on your side. Okay? The difference is, for example, when you talk about black people, as a Republican, you can't say that, black people are inferior, genetically inferior, low IQ across the board, inherently violent, and must be squashed by the police force. If you say that, which is the underlying sentiment that you do believe, people are going to get grossed out by that. They're going to say, ew, you're gross. You're going too far. You can't get into phrenology. What you have to say instead is that we have to have police because there are a lot of violence happening in these communities. There's a violent culture in these communities. That is the dog whistle. And the reason why that dog whistle exists, I'm trying to explain to you, is because people who are even racist themselves don't want to be outwardly racist. They don't want to be associated with someone who is outwardly racist. Okay? That doesn't mean that those people aren't racist themselves. And that is because a lot of people want to feel like they have the best interest of others in mind while simultaneously advocating against it. Okay? So, Donald Trump has, in the past, danced around that permissible bigotry and has had moments where he has gone above. But he's been able to defend himself successfully in 2016 against attacks that were launched against him. But now that he is juiceless and sauceless, he no longer has that capacity. He just lets it rip quite frequently, as a matter of fact. And that, in my opinion, is why when he went on that national stage in front of Kamala Harris and said, Haitians are eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, And there's nothing you can do about it. And when he was asked about that, he was like, I saw it on TV. Even the majority of Republicans thought that was weird. Now, you might not recognize that if your only access to Republican communication is Twitter and YouTube. But when you look at 60 million people viewing that, okay, they have a very different perspective on this stuff. And these are the people who themselves might be on board with mass deportation. Okay? And I don't think a lot of people recognize that. A lot of people in the Republican side do not recognize that. Okay? That's the problem. It's not going to have an immediate and noticeable impact in the polls if that's what you're looking for. But messaging polls that were conducted afterwards showed as such. Okay? There is a level of permissible bigotry. Okay? And if you go above that level of permissible bigotry, you come across as gross. That's the reason why J.D. Vance early on was shit on nonstop, was deeply unpopular. Because in his endless brown nosing to like some of the grossest podcasters out there, he did the podcast route before he became the vice presidential pick. And in those uncovered interviews, he spoke about women as though they were broodmares, as though they were, they had one purpose, and that was to breed. You can't say that out loud. When you say that out loud and the rest of society hears you say that out loud, they're going to be like, ew, what the fuck are you saying? Even if people themselves personally believe that. Central Committee, thank you for the raid, by the way. And that I think is a massive problem for Trump. When Trump consistently talks about immigration to a degree that is seemingly unconscionable by people who want those policies, okay, he's not talking about the economy. Every moment that he spends saying 10 million Guatemalans are doing rapes, they're inventing new ways of raping people, that's a moment that he could have been talking about the economy, and he chose to really fucking ham on this narrative. And that's why you have to look at what Trump's surrogates are saying versus look at what Trump is saying. Trump's surrogates don't do that shit. They only talk about the economy. They literally only go, remember how fucking good things were? Remember how good things were when Trump was president and how bad things are right now? Please stop asking me about, Trump's latest fucking stupid thing that he said. Okay? That's it. And you know that Trump's people in his corner are telling him, please, sir, shut the fuck up about immigrants. Don't talk about it this much. Just talk about the economy, please. Okay? You want to know how I know that? Because Trump constantly goes up in front of those fucking people at those rallies and says, my staffers keep telling me, don't talk about the migrants, but I'm going to keep talking about it. They say, please, sir, talk about the economy. But I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about the migrants. And then everyone goes, oh, yeah, hell yeah, sir. Like he fucking flexes, like talking about how, brain rotted he is, as though it's a benefit. And that, I think, that and consistently saying you're going to sick the military on, your enemies from within, and the fact that you have still not given up on the 2020 election makes you look like a sore loser for a lot of people. These are the issues that Donald Trump is very weak on, and he has consistently leaned on his weak ass issues. even on strong issues that he has, like immigration, he's going above and beyond. He's making normies uncomfortable. And that's a problem. Do you understand? These are some of the reasons why I am telling you. These are some of the reasons why I think that Donald Trump has run an even worse campaign than Hillary Clinton. More importantly, Donald Trump is tapped out. Donald Trump was not only the president for 4 years, but Donald Trump also lost in 2020. That means that he has already reached peak Donald Trump. He's already maxed out on the amount of votes that he has gotten. He will never get that many votes ever again, especially because of, mail-in ballots and during COVID, obviously, turnout was significantly higher because it's easier to vote. So for Donald Trump, the pathway to victory is a lot harder than Kamala Harris. Okay? He already has hit his ceiling. So that was already a massive issue for him. And he tried to basically pick up votes from wherever he could. That's the reason why he did like the Aiden Ross style, the podcast. That's the reason why he went after the podcaster vote. That's the reason why he's going after young men specifically. Young men who are low propensity voters in general and are not reliable voters at all. And there is a way to win over those young men to ensure that those young men come out and vote for you. Donald Trump did not do that. Ironically enough, Donald Trump, when he was communicating to young men directly on the podcast circuit, did what I consider harm reduction strategies, but from the right. We hear this all the time on the left. Harm reduction is a massive, massive part of the Democratic Party turnout strategy. It's a fucking stupid ass way to do things. But Donald Trump was doing it as well. He did not tell young men why they must vote for him. He simply told young men, don't vote for Kamala Harris, vote for me instead. That is not going to be an effective turnout strategy for low propensity voters, which is why I'm still stating that I don't think that Donald Trump is going to drive massive turnout from young men that will come out and vote for him, because he didn't offer them anything. With Hillary Clinton, he at least had so much opportunity to just keep highlighting how toxic this person was. Okay? Hillary Clinton was a beacon of all of the things that's wrong with American politics for many people. So he could at least get a couple of these like moderates or people who are independent, people who are low propensity voters to come out and vote for him, because it was voting against Hillary Clinton. But you can't do that with Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris is a generic Democrat. Okay? Kamala Harris is a generic Democrat. Donald Trump in 2016 was able to present himself as an anti-establishment vote, as someone who was going to blow up the institutions. And if you were angry with the institutions, you were looking forward to what he was going to do. You were like, you know what, fuck it, I'll take a shot in the dark. Donald Trump also presented himself as a different kind of Republican in comparison to the rest of the party. He was incredibly moderate on social issues, with the exception of immigration. But he was ultimately viewed by the broader populace as a moderate on a lot of social issues. Donald Trump was pro-LGBT in 2016. Okay? All of these reasons, all of these factors at play, is the reason why I think Kamala Harris is still slated to win this election. Okay? That's it. These are the reasons as to why. These are the vibes-based analysis on top of everything else, on top of the polls that that make me consider that cause me to believe that Kamala's chances are better than Donald Trump's chances tomorrow. There's obviously a lot of facts involved in this as well, in terms of how certain messages work and how certain messages don't work. But ultimately, this is why I think that I am still marginally favoring Kamala Harris winning the election. Okay? This does not mean that Kamala Harris ran a fantastic campaign. Doesn't mean that at all. As a matter of fact, I think that Kamala Harris could have run a much better campaign and built on the momentum that she had gained early on. But she didn't do that. She could have still captured the attention of these suburban white women without refusing to advocate for any sort of policies that would help her base. So what this election is going to come down to tomorrow is this. Kamala Harris will win if she has not hemorrhaged enough of her base of support, black and brown voters, young voters in general, progressive-minded folks, or people who want, decent policies. If she has not hemorrhaged enough from the urban population centers, and she has been able to successfully detangle a lot of the college-educated suburban whites, which they've gone after pretty aggressively, okay, and swing them away from Trump, like 2020 Trump voters going to Kamala Harris. There's not an indication in the polls that this has been successful so far. And maybe even bring out people who obviously care about abortion and care about this restriction coming down as a consequence of Donald Trump's Supreme Court. Kamala Harris will win. On the other hand, Donald Trump's shot in the dark approach is if he is able to not only drive turnout from low and mid propensity voters, which he's defeating Kamala Harris by massive margins on, if he's able to do massive turnout come election day, okay, if the early voters have not cannibalized the election day voters for the Republican Party, then Donald Trump will win. And it will come down to the state of Pennsylvania. Okay? Kamala Harris's chances of winning this election, after looking at all of these facts and even matching the vibes, I guess, especially when you look at past performance for the Democratic Party, or if you look at current performance for the Democratic Party and the way that people view the Democratic Party overall in the United States of America versus the Republican Party, Kamala Harris's chances of winning this election are slightly higher than Donald Trump's chances of winning the election, because Donald Trump has a tougher go here. Okay? Can you explain the Red Mirage stuff that we'll see tomorrow? I have heard stuff about it, but don't understand it. I mean, this happened in 2020 as well. On election night, votes are tabulated, but those are simply based off of, like, when a news outlet says Kamala Harris is projected to win, that's just a simple projection. The way that they calculate that is by looking at past performance, looking at the likelihood that a certain state is going to go in one direction over the other. And the Red Mirage basically is, no, Red Mirage is not 2022. Red Mirage basically is because Republicans in past election cycles have had a tendency to go and do same-day voting, that those votes are counted earlier than and faster than mail-in ballots and early voters. And this varies by state. But that is the reason why it looks like, Republicans are winning in certain states. Early results give a false indication that the Republicans are actually winning by massive margins. And then once all the votes are counted, or when you look at certain projections, you can make a better analysis on who is projected to win, judging by past performance. A lot of people don't realize this, but like the official vote count does not come for sometimes weeks, if not months later. Most of this, most of the winners and losers are declared on the night of the election due to projections. That's why the media will say Associated Press is projecting a Kamala Harris victory. Now, they're usually right. There are very few instances where the media has ever gotten it wrong. And this was a big deal that especially Fox News projected certain states, Biden winning certain states on election night in 2020. In 2020, that was a massively consequential thing that they did, where they actually operated with truth and integrity to a certain degree. Ironic, I know, and that really softened the amount of counter narratives that Trump could launch towards, like, oh, we're winning the election. He was very upset, if you recall. Okay. Now, having said that, I do not know if Fox News will do that this time around. And I'm genuinely worried that they will not be honest about their projection. So we shall see. Yeah, it is incredibly rare where a projection is wrong. That's why the Dewey defeats Truman is an iconic image for a reason. Exactly. So, I think, Fox News announced their projections for Arizona to go to Biden before New York Times and Associated Press. This was a major point of contention in the 2020 cycle. It actually was legitimately helpful. They were right, but I'm saying that like it was a unique moment for Fox News to be correct and actually maintain integrity on election night that I think ultimately cut away from a lot of the counter narratives that Trump was building on in terms of the election being stolen from them, right? So I think that I think I'm scared, but I think that there will be some unrest tomorrow. I don't think that is a wild thing to predict. I am genuinely fearful about this, but I do believe that there will be some unrest tomorrow because of the way that the Republican Party now operates, because of the way that Donald Trump has basically geared his base into believing that if he loses, or if it even seems like he's losing, then the election is stolen. Now, I don't know what kind of ground game they have in terms of like launching a Brooks Brothers style riot in each individual swing state, but it's definitely something that I am fearful of. Okay? I think it's not necessarily January 6th that we should be worried about, but more so Brooks Brothers is what we should be worried about happening in numerous states, in numerous cities. Do you think that a big repudiation with really high Dem vote count would make that more or less likely? Honest question. No, that would make it less likely. Especially if like Democrats come out in massive numbers and like all of the polling on low propensity voters was wrong, and it was actually the Democrats that were securing a lot of low propensity voters, which would be copium. I've never fucking said that. That the reason why I haven't like paid a lot of attention to that is because that is copium. There is no evidence to suggest that. For people asking, what is the Brooks Brothers riot? I think it's important for people to learn what the Brooks Brothers riot is. It seems like a lot of people don't know what this is, so I will explain it. Okay, this is from the 2000 election, and that is when they stole. Might be worth watching what you said on election night in 2020 when Trump tried the last time he was going to steal it.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay?
What? Oh, he's doing
it's
it.
A very sad.
The mad lad.
It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and
he's doing it.
We will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just.
Yeah. So this is like. This is legitimately fucking scary shit. Okay, I can't begin to explain to you what kind of downstream consequences this will have. I hope that the governors and the states are ready for Donald Trump to do such a thing. So we'll see. Here. This is the Brooks Brothers riot that helped make George W. Bush president. Some of the people involved in this were, a lot of the people involved in this were obviously Republican Party operatives. Some of the people involved in this became, Brett Kavanaugh, a part of the United States Supreme Court.
In Miami-Dade County, where police actually had to break up a scuffle this morning outside the canvassing board.
Actually, you know what? Let's do a deeper dive into this.
Every 4 years, Americans across this great nation put our differences aside to join hands and collectively lose our fucking minds over the presidential election.
Turn out for what? We singing Trump, Trump.
They're eating the dogs.
Now, we've seen some pretty crazy stuff in recent years, but if you're thinking 2020 was the most hog-wild election in modern history, you have absolutely got to hear about what went down in the year 2000. Because if you're some kind of Rizless Gen Z damn Danieling sheesh lord, you may be surprised to hear that in the year 2000, there was a literal and verifiable stolen presidential election. And even if you're over the age of 30 and maybe remember hearing something about hanging chads and Florida recounts, the details are certifiably insane. And if nothing else, it's good to just remind ourselves of the fragility of elections in the United States and why your vote, yes, I'm talking to you, really does matter in shaping the next 4 years. And hell, I'll say it, I'm crazy, maybe even beyond. Hi, I'm Raleigh Williams, a guy with a climate science and policy degree and a raging obsession with an election that happened almost a quarter of a century ago. And this is a video about stealing a presidential election. Welcome to Climate Town.
Yeah. A lot of people, especially younger people, are not familiar with the 2000 elections where the Republicans actually successfully stole the election. They lost the general vote. They lost the popular vote. And the only way that they were able to win the state of Florida was because George W. Bush's brother, Jeb Bush, was the literal fucking governor. And the right-wing Supreme Court at the time allowed them to steal this election. And they successfully intercepted the recount process by starting what is known as the Brooks Brothers riot. This was carefully crafted and conducted by Roger Stone and many Republican staffers, including but not limited to Amy Covid Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh.
In the year 1999, a significant portion of the country genuinely believed that when the date rolled over from 99 to 00, all of our computers would self-destruct, launch the nukes, and destroy America's economy. It was called Y2K, and it was a dumb thing to be afraid of, but in their defense, in 1999, computers looked like this. But the new year came and went, and with Y2K safely in the rearview mirror, Americans could focus on the two things that really mattered. The hit single Who Let the Dogs Out by the Baha Men,
Who let the dogs out?
and the 2000 presidential election.
Choose your character.
In the blue corner was Al Gore. He cut his teeth as a Democratic senator from Tennessee before becoming vice president to a saxophone-toting, sexual relations with that woman-denying president by the name of Bill Clinton. Gore released a best-selling book about global warming and the environment back here in 1992. He released the award-winning documentary An Inconvenient Truth that supercharged climate change awareness here in 2006. But here in 2000, he's running for president.
This is actually one of your worst takes. I watched this happen. The Gore campaign only ever sought selective recounts, and the only way he'd actually win is by admitting votes that weren't legal. Yeah, the problem that occurred. I mean, he'll go into it, and you'll see what happened. The problem in this situation is that very obviously, like, an insane amount of votes were directly falsified. Okay. An insane amount of votes were very clearly, went to candidates that they were not supposed to go to as a consequence of butterfly ballots and hanging chads.
I announce that I am a candidate for president.
I'm sure he will describe it.
And in the red corner is George W. Bush. Not to be confused with his father and the president from 8 years earlier, George H.W. Bush. George Regular W. Bush was a Texas oil man who founded an oil and gas exploration firm, then became the co-owner of the Texas Rangers, and then became the governor of Texas. And in the year 2000, he's the Republican candidate for president.
We will renew America's purpose.
It's Gore versus Bush. It's Climate Guy versus Texas Oil Man. It's election 2000, and it's right now.
Who let the dogs out?
And if you're wondering why they're all so focused on a big map.
Yeah, don't forget the Florida Secretary of State, Katherine Harris, was the co-chair of Bush's election commission. She literally was the decision to call Florida on election night and not restart it until the Florida Supreme Court told her to resume counting.
It's because America doesn't have a simple democratic election where the candidate with the most votes wins. We have the much stupider electoral college, where states are assigned point values and each candidate tries to win the highest stakes board game on earth. And that means close elections can often come down to just a couple of states that could swing either way. But remember, this is also a TV show, which means networks are foaming at the mouth to call states as early and often as they can, filling up the map and making politics feel like Wheel of Fortune.
George Bush, he carries his home state of Texas.
Washington State goes for Gore.
Sarah, you hit the jackpot with $1 billion.
And then, at 7:49 p.m. Eastern Time, NBC felt they asked enough Floridians exiting the polls who they voted for, and they were ready to make the call.
So sorry to interrupt you. Mike, you know I wouldn't do this if it weren't big Florida goes for Al Gore.
It was massive. Florida had 25 electoral votes, and if Gore took it, the Bush path to victory looked rail thin. The other networks followed suit, and it seemed like a wrap then and there. Except it wasn't a wrap, because as actual voting data replaced exit polling data, Gore's lead began to shrink. And something positively weird was going on because Florida polling stations were inundated with voters calling to say they were confused about the ballot and they were worried that their vote might have gone to the wrong person. Curious! Then, 2 hours later at 9:55 p.m.,
NBC News is now taking Florida out of Vice President Gore's.
And the reason for why they did that, was because fuck, I can't find it. God damn it. I fucked it up. I was going to do a great segue to oh my God, I will vote. And I fucked it up. I couldn't link it fast enough. God damn it. Bro had a stroke. No. Wash streamer. I know. Please subscribe to me. I'm a wash streamer. This is why they did it.
And together we will make America great again.
Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. This is how it happened. This is the story. Okay. I'm not running ads. My contract's over with Amazon, with Twitch. So I'm not running ads, but in the future, if I decide to run ads again, you might want to subscribe to avoid those ads. Or if you want to send me links and things of that nature, including Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Twitch Prime is free. Also, yeah, links like this. Exactly. Links like this. Twitch Prime is free, folks. Or you can subscribe for $6, or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Let's continue.
Column and putting it back in the too close to call column.
As the other states fell into place, only Florida was left undecided.
Thank you, Bow,
which means
for the
whoever won
subs.
Florida would win the election. Then at 2:16 a.m., roughly 6 hours past their target demo's bedtime,
Fox News now projects George W. Bush the winner in Florida, and thus it appears the winner of the presidency of the United States.
The other networks followed suit, and Al Gore
No, I see every message, including this one.
was left sitting in a hotel room staring at every major news network in the country, telling him he had lost an election that all the exit polling data said he had won. So Al Gore picked up the phone, called Bush to concede, and then left to go deliver the official concession speech. The thing is,
Hasan surplus value,
Al
thank
Gore
you.
had not lost the presidential election. Yeah, and he would have known that if he had thought to call his own numbers guy, Michael Hooley, who was keeping careful track of the Florida vote.
He said, we're at the War Memorial, and I asked why. And he said, we're about to concede. And I said, for what? We haven't lost.
The whole thing was a clusterfuck in a number of ways, but most importantly, it was so close that it had automatically triggered Florida Election Code 102.141, legally requiring an automatic recount of all the votes in the state. This election was not over, but Al Gore didn't know that, and was literally walking to the stage to concede the election when his senior advisor David Morehouse ran his ass down and stopped him. The drama. Imagine that moment. I wish I had a clip of it. I don't, but I super wish I did. Luckily, HBO made a made-for-TV movie about the 2000 election, and it did include this goofy-ass reenactment.
No, Mr. Vice President! Mr. Vice President! Mr. Vice President! Mr. Vice President? Mr. Vice President? Sir?
I'm not going to keep
Please,
him waiting.
Mr. Vice President. There's a problem with the numbers in Florida.
That's amazing.
And then, in the most awkward phone call of his entire life, Gore called Bush back to unconcede. As you can imagine, Bush was pretty fucking pissed. The conversation got heated, and Gore apparently ended the call with something to the effect of, "I don't care what your little brother says, this isn't over." And that's a pretty badass thing to say. It's also a little confusing, but in this case it makes perfect sense because George Bush's little brother is Jeb Bush. And in the year 2000, Jeb Bush was the governor of Florida.
Uh-oh.
I told my brother that we were going to carry Florida for him. Is that going to be a truthful statement?
Uh-oh.
It better be.
So the race...
Jeb! It's fucking Jeb! It's Jeb time!
Moved to the Sunshine State, where the 5.8 million votes cast in
Please
Florida
clap.
would be machine recounted to see if Bush's 1,784 vote lead would hold. And as the computers rescanned the votes, Bush's lead steadily shrank down to just 327 votes. But that's not all. There were an additional 171,000 ballots that the machines had just skipped because either they couldn't read any vote or they read multiple votes. Which makes sense if you remember the many, many, many calls on election day about confusing ballots and defective equipment. These are the same computers that we thought might fire nuclear weapons at Russia if they weren't sure what year it was. Good thing Florida state law says we'll take these 171,000 ballots and recount them by hand, right?
Florida law, and the law in many other states, calls for a careful check by real people of the machine results in elections like this one.
But Team Bush had a slightly different take. They wanted to not count any more votes.
Yeah, they did a stop the count. Now, some of you probably remember when they did that exact same thing in the 2020 election. It was additionally funny, however, because on some states they were saying stop the count. In others, they were saying count the votes. It was very confusing. But that didn't stop Republicans from advocating for whichever position suited their purpose. Now, the little problem that the Republicans had during the 2020 election is that, well, the Democrats were winning. Okay? It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder to stop the actual normal process when the votes are still being counted. I don't know if they'll stop. I don't know if that is going to stop the Republicans from trying to stop this process this time around, but it's definitely a harder thing to do versus, oh no, the votes have been counted, it's over, you lost.
And declared George Bush president immediately. And in situations like this, you'd hope there'd be someone to step in and say, get f***ed, we're counting all the votes. I'd even settle for a simple, sorry, but counting votes is how democracy worked. And that person should have been Florida Secretary of State Katherine Harris. Now, in a wild coincidence, the co-chair of George Bush's Florida presidential campaign was also a woman named Katherine Harris, and in an even wilder coincidence, it was the same person. That's right, both the Florida governor and the Secretary of State in charge of maintaining the integrity of the election had actively campaigned for George Bush, which is a really hard position to be in if you're Al Gore. Luckily, he did have one thing going for him. He got more votes in...
I will say something that might come across as controversial, but I think the state of politics now is even worse than that. Like somehow where there's a direct conflict of interest there. But I think right now the state of politics is even worse than that, where like Donald Trump has put his loyalists in every fucking position within the Republican Party. And now there is even a greater partisan split, and it doesn't fucking matter. Like you don't even have to be related to Donald Trump at all. Okay, you can just openly be like, I'm an insane person, and I think the elections were stolen last time, and now I'm in charge. I'm tasked with like, I'm tasked with the election here. I'm gonna be doing, I'm gonna be sitting and doing the fucking counting myself personally.
Florida than George Bush did. That's right. We now know for sure that Gore got more votes in Florida than Bush. By kind of a lot. Unfortunately, some serious problems with Florida's voting system invalidated literally thousands of ballots that would have gone for Gore. poll, this election is a mess. First off, thousands of voters across the whole state of Florida showed up to the polls and found they're not allowed to vote. That's right, newly elected governor and longtime little brother Jeb Bush oversaw a purge of the voter rolls.
Interestingly, this strategy, and this is the reason why I've always maintained the position that Donald Trump was not unique in the way that he said that, like, illegals are voting or whatever the fuck. This strategy has always been in place. This strategy was first originally advocated for by Paul Weyrich of the Moral Majority. Okay, this is a ultra-Christian evangelical group that, originally created the massively consequential evangelical base of support for the Republican Party. Paul Weyrich very openly used to say, a lot of you have goo goo gaga government syndrome. Many of you think everyone should go out and vote. You're stupid. Our goal is to stop people from going out to vote because, we don't want certain people to go out and vote. This is straight up the play. They've always been. Oh, here it is. Goo goo government syndrome. In 1980, Paul Weyrich, the founding father of the conservative movement, addressed a seminal religious right gathering here in Dallas, or held in Dallas in the fall of 1980.
Have what I call the goo goo syndrome. Good government. They want everybody to vote. I don't want everybody to vote. Elections are not won by a majority of people. They never have been from the beginning of our country, and they are not now. As a matter of fact, our leverage in the elections, quite candidly, goes up as the voting populace goes down.
Yep. Who's this? That's Paul Weyrich. He's a real fucking demon. One of the worst demons in a sea of other incredibly consequential demons in American politics. He is the godfather of the modern conservative movement, I would say. A Catholic man himself who recognized that the evangelical base of support was just waiting to be activated. Anyway, so why would he self-report that unprompted? Why not? He was successful. He has been successful. You are watching how successful he is. These people don't care. They run this shit. Now, one thing you have to understand is that, like, in order for Republicans to get away with voter suppression in the form of adding unnecessary hurdles to how people vote, whether it be voter ID initiatives, whether it be purging people from the voter rolls, voter registry, there needs to be a reason for that, right? You can't just be like, nah, we got to purge people from the voter rolls. You'd be like, that seems like a strange thing. Why is the question that comes to mind. And the answer to the why is illegals voting. Okay? Republicans have consistently lied about voter fraud in an effort to do election fraud or voter suppression. There is no evidence to show that there is a tremendous number of illegal voters out there. And as a matter of fact, there's only evidence to show that this does not happen. Okay? It is so marginal that it is statistically insignificant. Republicans have tried to prove that there is mass voter fraud happening. Illegals are coming in and they're voting for the Democratic Party over and over and over again. That has never been the reality. As a matter of fact, the reality is the exact opposite. That does not happen. Every single time they have set forth election committees, election integrity committees, including but not limited to Donald Trump, who also did this, bipartisan committees tasked with looking at election integrity and George W. Bush himself did this as well. They have always found that there is no voter fraud. There is virtually 0.001% voter fraud occurring, and that is so statistically irrelevant that it would be ridiculous to say that this is happening en masse. Having said that, however, Donald Trump greatly expanded on that messaging and followed it to its logical conclusion that it definitely is happening, and it's definitely happened this time around. It happened the last election cycle. It's always happening. So I'm just not going to agree to the results of the election. Okay? And they're gearing up for that already. Donald Trump has, this time around, in this election cycle, said, elections are about who has a better legal team. Republican National Committee is now suing the city of Milwaukee over observer access to early voting polling places, access on election day. And they've already started. And they're not going to stop. Just so you understand. But anyway, even the quote-unquote normal Republican Party has engaged in this exact same method and this exact same sentiment that Donald Trump expanded on, okay, followed to its logical conclusion on, which is why I fucking hate the Republican Party. One of the many different reasons why I hate the Republican Party and why I hate Democrats who say, we want a normal Republican Party. We want a strong Republican Party. Bitch, this is what their strong and normal Republican Party was fucking doing. Let's continue.
That accidentally included a lot of legal voters who overwhelmingly voted Democratic.
He looked at the roll and he looked at me and he said, we have a problem. You're not on the roll.
Sorry about that. Now, down here in Palm Beach County, they used a ballot with such bad graphic design that thousands of Democratic Jewish voters accidentally voted for the alt-right anti-Semitic candidate Pat Buchanan.
The Democrats were listed second. I punched the second hole, and that second hole was for Pat Buchanan.
And this is not just like my opinion, man.
Yeah.
Here's Pat Buchanan himself.
If the two candidates they pushed were Buchanan and Gore, almost certainly those are Al Gore's votes and not mine.
And as if printing your ballots on a bunch of goddamn origami cranes isn't bad enough, voters up here in Duval County were instructed to vote on every page of their ballot. But anyone who followed those instructions had their vote invalidated because there were 2 pages of presidential candidates. And these aren't just like a couple of votes. In Florida, there was a vote for Gore on 84,000 of these invalid multi-vote ballots compared to just 37,000 multi-vote ballots that included Bush. But the Bush legal team was prepared to swear on their mother's lives that a bunch of elderly Jewish Democrats had voted alt-right and that the multi-vote ballots
Like voted for an anti-Semite, like an open anti-Semite.
were uncountable because technically there's no way to tell for sure.
By the way, that right there is another like change in attitude where you had an overt anti-Semite go on television and be like, yeah, these Jews did not vote for me. Okay. Can you imagine like a Richard Spencer type saying some shit like that now? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Okay. Like that guy was the OG alt-right guy. Now the alt-right is packaged directly under the MAGA banner. It's just not like a thing. That's not like, can you imagine a Nick Fuentes type person saying that shit now? Fuck no. Absolutely not.
Sure who the voter was trying to vote for. Not even if the candidates were Al Gore and also popular write-in candidate Al Gore.
You want to be ideologically pure, or do you want to win?
Demon.
They said we want to win.
And under the time pressure, there seemed to be no practical way for the Gore legal team to contest any of those multi-votes, the accidental Buchanan votes, or the purge votes. That's thousands of votes flushed away, man. But wait, because there was a ballot issue that they could go after. In some counties, voters have to punch out little paper circles known as chads. It sounds simple, but sometimes that chad hangs on for dear life. And other times, that chad receptacle fills up so goddamn full that you can't punch yours out at all. Now you got yourself one of the thousands of pregnant or dimpled chad ballots that never got counted. But since these chad-stricken no votes could indicate just one candidate, the Gore team set their sights on hand recounting ballots with pregnant or dimpled or swinging chads, and in doing so, ushered in a dynasty of just the absolute hackiest talk show jokes.
I had to go to the doctor today. You know why? I have a hanging chad.
And so the entire 2000 presidential election basically came down to 61,000 ballots in Florida that machines thought were blank. Would they be counted, or would they be thrown away? We'll find out next time. Just kidding, let's find out right now. The Gore team struck first by requesting recounts in just 4 heavily Democratic counties where they thought they'd uncover a boatload of dimpled and hanging chad ballots with Al Gore's name all over them. The Bush team immediately sues to stop the hand recounts on the grounds that Gore was selecting favorable counties. Gore counters in a televised address.
I am also prepared, if Governor Bush prefers, to include in this recount all the counties in the entire state of Florida.
Bush ignores the offer and doubles down on the lawsuit to stop the 4 recounts, but loses the case and the recounts are a go. Point Gore. But the Bush bench is deep. They had to let the recount start, but no one said they had to let it finish. So Secretary of State and Team Bush MVP Katherine Harris tightened the recount deadline, and Republicans worked to slow down the actual vote counting itself. They argued over every vote.
Vote for 6 Republican Party challenges.
4 more votes for Gore. Election Supervisor Jane Carroll, a Republican, voted against this count.
They had to shut down the counting temporarily because the canvassing board members had to run to court to go appear before the judge to talk about whether or not we were eating chads.
Katherine Harris then attempted to stop the entire hand recount early.
I've decided it is my duty under Florida law to exercise my discretion in denying these requested amendments.
But was denied by the Florida Supreme Court. Undeterred, Katherine Harris follows up by stating she won't accept any recounts unless they're completely finished in the next 3 days. The Gore legal team says, hey, you can't do that, and the Florida
She's in jail, right? What? No, she was elected shortly after this.
Supreme Court steps in and says, stop f***ing around, and gives them a week to do the recount. There was only one question left on everybody's mind.
Who let the dogs out?
Sorry, no. Who would win this election? With the recount in full swing, things looked very good for Gore. He picked up 93 new votes and
virtually every single person that was involved in this process was elevated through the ranks of the Republican Party. Like almost every single one, including but not limited to 2 Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump put in the Supreme Court. Okay? Roger Stone was the one who implemented the Brooks Brothers riot. Big Trump loyalist, as you guys know. He is like seen as a hatchet man and is seen as like a deeply unserious person in general now. But like every single person was like directly elevated through the ranks of the Republican Party for their loyal servitude.
In Volusia County, and if their projections were right, Gore would win another 300 to 400 votes in Palm Beach, another 100 in Miami-Dade, and up to 500 in Broward County. Even on the low side, that would be enough to put Al Gore right back on top. Pretty good news for the
remember how close this election is, okay? Remember how close this election is. Like, they literally, you lost your chance at a free sub? Wait, why? I'll always take it. Like, not only did Al Gore already win the popular vote, he would have won Florida as well if the recount process took place in the way that it was supposed to. And they were like, nope, not happening.
Democrats. The Republicans, on the other hand, weren't about to let a lead slip away. They devised a new method to ensure none of those votes got counted. In Miami-Dade, a young Roger Stone had teamed up with other Republican operatives, and while the hand recount was happening on the 18th floor of the Clark Center building, a horde of what appeared to be angry Floridian protesters stormed the building. Stop the count, stop the fraud. An instant classic. This horde of men in suits banging on windows and attempting to
Stop the count, stop the fraud.
disrupt an American presidential election would become known as the Brooks Brothers riot, after one of Gore's lawyers was chased down and harassed for the crime of having a sample ballot in his hand. The Miami-Dade canvassing board felt sufficiently threatened, and they had had enough. They stopped the recount. And if you're wondering if this was a spontaneous bunch of protesters or some kind of group of Republican operatives trying to steal an election for their team, here's a picture I think can really answer that question.
Yeah, Tom Pyle, Texas GOP official, Gary Malfus, GOP chief counsel, Rory Cooper, GOP congressional committee, Kevin Smith, GOP analyst, Steve Brody, GOP aide from Tennessee, Matt Schlapp, Mr. Rapist himself, okay? Mr. Sexual Favors himself, Matt Schlapp, Bush campaign staff at the time, Roger Moore's GOP aide, Dwayne Gibson, aide from Chuck Royal, GOP, Lena McConkey, GOP's, I guess, assistant, is that?
No recount means no change in votes from Miami-Dade. But surely the Palm Beach County votes could go Gore's way, right? Yeah, they could have, if they had finished the recount. But since Katherine Harris was Secretary of State, she was able to move the Palm Beach County deadline up a day to the Sunday after Thanksgiving.
So the Secretary of State has apparently decided to shut us down with approximately 2 hours perhaps left to go. And that's how she chose to exercise her discretion. We believe there are approximately 800 to 1,000 ballots left to count. So unfortunately, at this time, we have no other choice but then to shut down. The supervisor for elections needs to...
I present to you Trump's legal argument. That's pretty. Seems like, seems like history just does not change.
hurriedly gather all the paperwork and prepare to file the returns that we have. We certainly don't want to get anything in there at 5:01.
Palm Beach submitted a partial recount, and Katherine Harris gave him the old 2 for flinching and rejected it for being incomplete. Once again, Al Gore would get none of the newly counted votes, and it looked like this whole refusing to count votes in a Democratic election was a real winning strategy for...
Just so you guys understand, Secretary of State of Florida from 1999 to 2002, and then after this, because people were asking, like, what happened? Like, did she go to jail for this? Yeah, dude. She so did not go to jail that then she moved on to become a elected member of the House of Representatives from Florida's 13th Congressional District from 2003 to 2007. So no, they did not throw her in jail. They rewarded her, and she became a United States Congresswoman.
Team Bush.
I hereby declare Governor George W. Bush the winner of Florida's 25 electoral votes for the President of the United States.
But not so fast, Jackson, because Team Gore knows how...
Yes, the recount was going to flip it to Gore, and she moved up the deadline while knowing they wouldn't be able to hit the deadline. So in doing so, she invalidated the recount entirely, handing Bush Florida with a margin of victory of 537 votes and thus the presidency. And for those of you who were too young to remember, despite the fact that George W. Bush is now seen as like a hero by liberal circles because liberals are disgusting in the way that they whitewash war criminals, George W. Bush's administration was significantly more consequential for American domestic policy and American foreign policy, i.e. the entire fucking globe's policy, than Donald Trump. This is why I will never agree with people who say Donald Trump is worse than George W. Bush. He was not. Okay? George W. Bush And America's policy post 9/11 was significantly more damaging and significantly more consequential than anything else. Okay? Yeah, you don't even get Trump without Bush, but you have to understand George W. Bush's administration was perhaps the worst administration of all time.
How to play the hits. They filed yet another lawsuit, and the Florida Supreme Court decided that they weren't going to let a bunch of computers that looked like this and George Bush's two best friends decide who got to be president.
Court shall order a manual recount of all undervotes in any Florida county where such a recount has not yet occurred.
The Florida Supreme Court ordered a hand recount of the entire state because they weren't about to let Florida be the butt of everybody's jokes for the next 24 years. That's right, it's the Supreme Court of the United States. And under the flimsiest of legal pretext, they've decided to take Bush's case. Rather than let Florida complete a legally mandated hand recount of their own votes, the 5 Republican-appointed conservative justices closed ranks and voted 5-4 to stop the count and end the election, officially handing the presidency to the guy who both lost the popular vote and received fewer votes in the deciding state. 5-4, huh? So you do understand democracy. And as if to admit that they shouldn't have stepped in to subvert an election, the 5...
Yeah, good thing that the Supreme Court isn't like slammed in that direction. Oh, wait, the people that worked on this process literally are now in the Supreme Court themselves. Oh my God, it's 6-3 now. Oh my God! The Supreme Court is about to have 3 Bush v. Gore alumni sitting on the bench. Judge Amy Coney Barrett, once confirmed, will be one of 3 Supreme Court justices who assisted the legal team of the then Texas Governor George W. Bush in the Florida ballot recount battle that came down to a single vote at the Supreme Court. Not only did they have a 5-4 majority at the time, and some of those fucking dipshits are still in the Supreme Court, including but not limited to Clarence Thomas, as you saw, they also literally put people who were directly working with the Bush campaign at the time to do this into the Supreme Court. The court's December 12, 2000 decision cutting off Florida recounts tore apart justices in the nation, and the case hovers in the air today as America approaches the November 3rd presidential election. This was from all the way back in 2020. Other current justices benefited from the decision giving Bush the White House over Vice President Al Gore as they eventually became Bush appointees to the bench. Conversely, a pending judgeship for one of the current members was derailed by Bush v. Gore temporarily. Of the original 9 who decided the case 2 decades ago, only 2 remain, Clarence Thomas and Stephen Breyer. And they were on opposite sides. Following our descriptions of the judges' associations, the 3 who assisted Bush: Chief Justice John Roberts. Roberts flew to Florida in November 2000 to assist Bush's legal team. He helped prepare the lawyer who presented Bush's case to the Florida State Supreme Court and offered advice throughout. Roberts also faced a singular personal challenge during the 36-day ordeal that extended from November 7th election day to the court's late-hour December 12th ruling. Then in private practice, Roberts was preparing to argue before the justices in a separate business case on November 29th, and within days in December, the baby boy he and his wife had planned to adopt was born. Justice Brett Kavanaugh. He was in private practice in 2000 and helped the Bush legal team. He wrote on a 2018 Senate questionnaire that his work related to the recounts in Volusia County, Florida. Amy Coney Barrett herself wrote on the questionnaire she submitted to the Senate on her Supreme Court confirmation review. One significant case on which I provided research and briefing assistance was Bush v. Gore. When you look at the situation presented to you, like in front of you, and you're like, why does shit seem worse every year? Understand that this machine has set forth decisions long before you were born that is marginally making shit worse every single day. This is the long con. Okay? That's it. just like the Roe v. Wade decision. Endlessly consequential and unimaginably unpopular, the Roe v. Wade decision. Every single person that was appointed under the Trump administration lied and said that this was a super precedent, including but not limited to Amy Covid Barrett. Lied to the American public and lied to Congress. They said they would not overturn it. They said it was too popular. They said there was too much legal precedent to defend it. They said it was a super precedent. What did they do? Lo and behold, once they became Supreme Court justices, they overturned it. That decision did not happen overnight. The Federalist Society wanted to do this for almost 40 years. Okay? 40 fucking years ago, they were like, yeah, this is what we're going to do eventually. I need you to understand that.
Conservative majority Supreme Court ruled for possibly the first and only time that this decision was not precedent. It would only apply in this one case, so let's all just forget about the time a conservative Supreme Court stepped in and stopped an election that was actively counting votes and handed it to the Republican. And there have been some incredible think pieces written about this whole affair, but possibly the best quote comes from the dissenting opinion of Justice John Paul Stevens. Although we may never know with complete certainty the identity of the winner of this year's presidential election, the identity of the loser is perfectly clear. It is the nation's confidence in the judge as an impartial guardian of the rule of law. And that is how the U.S. presidency ended up in George Regular W. Bush's hands in the year 2000. Honestly, it's a pretty depressing story, and you might even be wondering why I decided to cover it. Well, here's the thing. It's a presidential election year once again.
It's really hard not to sound like a conspiracy theorist when we're dealing with moves that are 40 years in the making. I mean, this isn't like a conspiracy theory. This is a conspiracy in the legal term. Like, they're conspiring to do this. It's not a theory. It's just a reality. These are not things that we are suspecting happen. These are things that were openly being communicated for multiple decades, and we're watching it unfold in front of our eyes. It's like, it's just the reality.
You probably wish it wasn't.
And the reason why I'm going through this process and explaining to you step by step how it has happened in the past, and trying to explain to you how worse things have gotten since then, is because I want you to understand. I want you to have the tools to analyze what happens tomorrow potentially, okay? That's it. This is a big part of what I do, contrary to what my naysayers might claim I do. This is my job. This is what I am tasked with doing, which is to explain to you historical context as to why certain things are slated to happen, okay? That's the goal here. Hopefully, your takeaway is we must not repeat the mistakes of the past. That's the goal of giving you historical context.
And after hearing me smash through all the ways the 2000 election got absolutely borked by some little brothers and a bunch of the guys from that scene in Wolf of Wall Street, you might even find yourself thinking, what's the point in voting when these dudes can just come in and swipe an election? But here's how I see it. The biggest problem with the 2000 election was that it was too goddamn close. Sure, this kind of thing is exciting as hell.
Is this the dagger?
But this is the election for the President of the United States. And when we're trying to finally double down on the biggest pieces of climate legislation ever, we don't want a buzzer beater. We want to win by 40. We want a blowout. We want to light the scoreboard up so hot it becomes self-aware like in the movie Space.
But you guys understand, like, why I hope this helps you kind of come to terms with why I'm so critical of the Democratic Party's messaging on this stuff whenever they say dumbass shit like, we want a strong Republican Party, okay? There is nothing that frustrates me more than watching the party that I'm supposed to be in favor of, supposed to be in support of, the party that is supposed to closely align with my values, maybe not with the entirety of it, but like still the party that is supposed to be the counterbalance against like the endless creep towards fascism, openly priming their base to normalizing this kind of shit. Because every single time you hear Nancy Pelosi say things like, we want a strong Republican Party, we want the Republican Party of the past, this is what they're pointing to. This is what the Republican Party of the past did. And the only reason why you say stuff like that is because you either forgot what the Republican Party of the past did, or because you want to effectively prime your base into, hoping and dreaming that there is a different Republican Party out there. Project 2025 doesn't end with defeating Trump. It ends with defeating the whole Republican Party. Exactly. Thank you. That is why my analysis on Project 2025, I've been talking about that for a fucking year plus at this point, has always been Project 2025 is not new. A lot of people focused on it, and it's been an effective way to campaign against the current Republican Party. But you have to understand, Project 2024 and 2026 is the same. Donald Trump was implementing Project 2025. How much do you blame the media for this mess? 2000, I blame them a lot, but even in this year, the media always takes the right-wing framing. It kills me. Yeah, it's never stopped. Medium rare orgy, details matter. Bush v. Gore was decided 7-2, not 5-4. 5-4 was on the remedy. Another detail, the attempt was to count undervotes, but not overvotes. Medium rare OG is a Bush v. Gore truther, saying that, like, no, Bush definitely won regardless.
Space Jam. But I'm not out here trying to advocate for voting for the climate on vibes alone, baby. So we teamed up with our friends over at Evergreen Action to take a look at what the actual climate stakes of this election are and why you getting yourself registered to vote and then actually going to the polls is 100% worth your time.
All right. So the rest of that is about climate change policy, which, I have I've talked about, but like I wanted to specifically cover the aspect. I wanted to specifically cover this aspect. Okay. Due to such a lib, he is fantastic. Okay. You guys are go support our boy. He's amazing. Climate Town rules. You're so wrong for saying that. I love them. I think he's great. And I will not allow any shit talking to take place. Yeah, my bad, dude. He cares about fucking he cares about hoping. He cares about trying to stop anthropogenic climate change. But I know, what a fucking lame ass, dude. You're really fucked up. He does not want the next generation to just like die out the fucking womb. It's really fucking lame of him. Anyway.
To our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, in Pennsylvania with the latest on the Harris campaign. Good morning to you, Mary.
Bro, I don't know if you are Brandon Buckingham. I don't know why the fuck you keep repeating this over and over again. I know this is unrelated, but Brandon Buckingham made a great documentary about the life in southern Lebanon that's being suppressed by the algorithm. Please react to it if you haven't already. Try to bring more attention to the situation. What I don't understand about this is that, like, wasn't that guy fucking chirping about how much of a terrorist I am? Like, the election is tomorrow. I'm kind of surprised that guy literally was like crying about how he's an edgy boy who literally loves Sam Hyde, who is a fucking pedophile Nazi. Okay. But simultaneously, he has been extremely critical of my coverage. Extremely critical of my coverage over Israel-Palestine, which I've always been truly shocked by, okay? But also, he is, I guess now, I don't know. Didn't he try to chirp at you in person? Yeah, he did. I'm glad that he has arrived at, I guess, a normal position that, like, the Lebanese population is worthy of dignity, and he recognizes their humanity. You know? The red tomato pig with him, yeah.
Good morning, Robin. Well, Kamala Harris is finishing out this
Harris making a final pitch to Michigan voters ahead of the election. Let's take a look.
campaign, crisscrossing this all-important state. She is hoping to turn out every last voter by convincing them that she's the candidate who can turn the page. Overnight, Vice President Kamala Harris making her final pitch to voters in Michigan.
Michigan, I am here to ask for your vote. I am here to ask for your vote.
Eager to end on a positive note, Harris not mentioning her opponent by name, opting to focus less on Donald Trump and more on the kind of president she would be, drawing a sharp contrast.
I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. I pledge to listen to experts. And I pledge to listen to people who disagree with me. Because, you see, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. In fact, I'll give them a seat at the table because that's what strong leaders do.
But in a state with one of the largest Arab and Muslim populations, Harris well aware the war in the Middle East is a crucial issue. In East Lansing, opening her remarks with a pledge to end the conflict and suffering.
This year has been difficult, given the scale of death and destruction in Gaza, and given the civilian casualties and displacement in Lebanon. It is devastating. And as president, I will do everything in my power to end the war in Gaza, to bring home the hostages, end the suffering in Gaza, ensure.
This should have been her starting point and her first message right out the fucking gate, and she inevitably expanded upon this. I'm going to talk about this. I covered this briefly yesterday, and I actually posted about it as well, even though I got fucking context noted by the dumbest individuals of all time. I said, unbelievable. This Palestinian Lebanese victim-centered rhetoric only came after Trump courted Arab voters in Dearborn. For months, we have been screaming that a change in Israel policy/rhetoric is the morally correct and politically sound decision. Now it's likely too late. And a lot of people, I guess, chose not to understand what I was saying, especially because this is the first time that she actually talked about the humanity of Palestinians and the Lebanese from the perspective of them being victims to Israel's actions, and without framing the context around October 7, Hamas, or Israel. She still maintained the position that Israel has a right to defend itself, but that came after. Words and the emphasis that you place on words matter, okay? Especially for someone like Kamala Harris. Now, what is really frustrating about this is that not only did I mention this, but this is the message that she should have come out with already from the jump, not the shit that she did for the past couple of months. And yet, this, in spite of the reality that this was the first time that she said Lebanese and Palestinian people are people and yada, 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 like a victim-centered narrative, a lot of people were like, she's been saying this. You're so fucking dumb. She's been saying this literally the entire time. You're just really dumb. To which I responded, I hate how incredibly stupid most people have become on this website. Politicians know the weight and placement of the words they use. This is the first time she started the convo centering Palestinians and Lebanese people instead of Israel's right to defend itself, October 7, or Hamas. That was my position. And yet, so many people just refused to comprehend what I was saying in this circumstance. And it doesn't fucking matter. Now, ultimately, I mean, she said the same thing weeks ago, verbatim. Once again, people are choosing not to understand what the difference here is. Now, even the likes of Craig Harrington, who I like, who is a research director at Media Matters for America, disagreed with me and said, this is from Kamala Harris's DNC acceptance speech. I don't know why these people think that I wasn't paying close attention to the things that she was saying. Okay? Of course I know exactly what the fuck she was saying. This is from Kamala Harris's DNC acceptance speech. I said, this is one of the first times she's opened the conversation without speaking of Israel's right to defend itself or October 7 first, centering the victims of Israeli violence in the beginning. We all understand word placement is deliberate, right? You are seeing what you want to see. Her statement was about the Arab American community in Michigan specifically. She's been saying this about the situation in Gaza for months, and people have been pretending that she's not been saying it. No, I am saying that this is still too little, but it's also too late. And not only that, but this is the first time, and this speech itself also obviously showcases the reality that she is not immediately coming out of the gate with October 7, Hamas, mass rapes, babies being lit on fire, to contextualize all of the violence that Israel committed in the aftermath of that. So obviously the campaign itself has recognized that there is a difference in messaging. It's just that it's far too fucking late for the campaign to recognize it, and yet liberals still refuse to even to even point out a marked tonal shift. Okay? And it's very frustrating that even like-minded individuals, even like intelligent liberals, alongside the rest of the fucking Twitter population, have completely lost their damn minds. Okay? I don't know why people are openly being confidently wrong on this issue. This shit PMO, the community note, is so garbage. Even the motherfucker says she already said this verbatim, posted a screenshot where she's still centering Israel's right to defend itself. Exactly. Now, you might say, and I actually would agree with this, that even this in and of itself is not enough. Of course it's not enough. Okay? But this should have come first and foremost. This should have come months ago. And then she should have expanded upon that to communicate a separation from the Biden White House. And she didn't do that. But the very fact that she is choosing to do it now, the very fact that she's even marginally changing her communication strategy on this now, 2 days before the election, is shocking. Why don't you block those freaks in your replies? I mean, I would have to block virtually every single person. It's like, I don't have enough fucking time to do that. I also have done that by just simply not going on Twitter when I am not live. I'm more so talking about how frustrating it is to have this fucking conversation with people who refuse to understand the point deliberately. Like, you have to be voluntarily refusing to hear my point in this situation, right? You are seeing what you want to see. Her statement about the Arab American community in Michigan specifically, she has been saying this about the situation in Gaza for months. She hasn't changed her message, bro. What are you hearing? She's saying the exact same thing using different words and is lying. I know. I understand that she is still not interested in actually changing her policy. That's not the point. The point is, this is not only bare minimum, but even the marginal difference in the way that she is communicating this issue came far too late. It's too little and it's too late. Democrats, especially, unlike the Republican Party, care about this stuff. They care about the optics of this stuff. Okay? That's why I expanded on it and said that this is the first time that she is not centering Israel around the conversation. Okay? There is a limited amount of space that I have to talk about these issues on Twitter, but it opens it up to people being voluntarily delusional. Okay? Anyway. You need to make sure you're strategic with your messaging on sensitive topics such as this, like Gaza, Lebanon being genocide. That can't be said in the marketplace of ideas, but then the Dems will run up the top of the hour ad break and elect Trump themselves. Okay, we're not doing top of the hour ad break debates, at least for the duration of the election, but thank you for debating me. You can avoid the no ads by subscribing, even though I'm not running ads, for $6 or for free, and you can support the stream by subscribing. Anyway, great filter event is tomorrow. So pog. Yes. Yes, I did cover the Epstein tapes yesterday. Isn't Swam Marcus a libertarian that lived in Thailand? I don't know. I don't care. People are so fucking stupid. And I like that there's enough members in this community that are hate watching currently that this dude's response went from 5.3K likes to 6K likes instantly. Like, welcome to the broadcast, chatters who are in here watching, hoping that they can have something that they can clip out of context and keep crying because they have no interest in the election, nor what happens in Israel, nor what happens in Gaza, and are specifically just here because of their hyperfixation. Anyway. Benign Burger, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. So, if it matters, your first tweet I didn't understand. It was like, she has said these things. Your replies clear it up, saying you meant things without the Israel part. Yeah. You got hate fans, Lamau. I know. They are so incredibly fucking invested. It's like kind of sad, but I mean, I don't know. I guess it is what it is. Someone said you support grape. Okay, dude, I'm going to fucking ether you out. Like, if you're dumb enough that you're voluntarily fucking bringing, like, very deliberately shit that's clipped out of context, like, you need to be nuked from orbit, okay? Yes, dude, people say unhinged shit. They call me anti-Semite. They call me transphobic. Who the fuck cares? What can I do? There's nothing I can do about it. My haters are unimaginably invested. You are voluntarily doing their bidding when you fucking promote these idiotic fucking takes. Anyway, let's get back to Kamala Harris.
Israel is secure and ensure the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, freedom, security, and self-determination.
The vice president crisscrossing the key battleground state on her last weekend of campaigning, hoping to get out the vote and reach key constituencies like black voters, with stops at churches.
But joy cometh in the morning, and church morning is on its way.
And black-owned businesses.
This is a fight that is not against something as much as it is for something.
Right. In the final sprint, both campaigns trying to broaden their reach, playing ads during NFL games, speaking directly to voters.
Just remember, Kamala and her friends broke it. I'll fix it. Most important election in the history of our country.
He just looks like shit. God damn.
Go and vote.
Now, the baton is in our hands. I pledge to seek common sense solutions to make your life better. And I pledge to be a president for all Americans.
Harris taking a moment to cast her own ballot, too, by mail.
Make sure you fill out your ballot. I did mine. I'm going to put it in the mail.
And making a surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live. Playing the mirror image of actress Maya Rudolph's version of her.
Because what do we always say? Keep Kamala and carry on a lot.
Now, Kamala Harris is spending the entire last day of this campaign here in Pennsylvania, the state most likely to tip this race. And she has several events throughout the day, and then it culminates in what is expected to be a massive rally here. And guys, she is leaning on some big names like Katy Perry, Oprah, Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, The Roots, and others to help get her across the finish line.
Okay, Mary, thanks.
Vice President Kamala Harris will be.
I think that one of the things that Kamala Harris should have done, like an easy gimme, was to send Bernie Sanders and Tim Walz to Joe Rogan. Instead, they sent fucking John Fetterman, which is, you know, the absolute worst person I can think of to go on a 3-hour broadcast where you have to speak for 3 hours straight. But you know, what the fuck do I know? Every single thing that I have said since the DNC in terms of like what kind of messaging she should lean in and what kind of messaging looks bad, Blueprint, which is a Democratic Party pollster that looks at messaging resilience, okay, has confirmed over and over again. I said from the jump, expanding Medicare, good. Top marks on Blueprint. Expanding price gouging, good. Top marks on Blueprint. I love small businesses. I'm going to do tax cuts for small businesses. Bad. Lowest marks you can possibly get on Blueprint. Okay? A Democratic Party pollster that analyzes the strategies, the communication strategies of certain statements. Okay? Horrible mistakes in terms of like rushing towards Brandon and saying that you are just like Brandon, that you are not going to be different than Joseph Robinette Brandon at all. Horrible, horrible fucking message. Really, really bad marks on Blueprint. As the chair of the BOCC, I was invited again to meet with Kamala Harris as she arrived in North Carolina last week. Every opportunity with her, I've used my time to advocate for Gaza and the West Bank. This time I was surprised, rambling, thread of my thoughts processing. I've been asked why I continue to meet with Kamala Harris, and honestly, it's difficult deciding. I go back and forth every time I'm invited to meet her. Sometimes I go, sometimes I don't. This first time this year, back in February, I was chastised by other political leaders in Durham for wearing a keffiyeh when meeting her. I was told I was causing trouble. That experience, though uncomfortable and stressful, showed me that my presence in these spaces isn't just to have a conversation with the VP. It is also to educate and inform other leaders around me that Gaza is an issue that matters. I do, in certain instances, whenever I talk to like actual DC people, like people that work either directly when I talk to politicians themselves or people that work in their immediate orbit, I'm genuinely shocked at how much of the overarching attitude within DC comes from them being kind of out of touch with different narratives, different realities, and different messages that are resilient. Their only access to this sort of stuff comes from polls, okay? They are only informed after the fact. And even then, they just still, I think, have a lot of older people that are ideologically committed to a certain kind of framework. They're ideologically committed to third way neoliberalism. They're ideologically committed to tacking right. And so they refuse, like the older analysts, the older staffers, and the people who make these communication decisions, I think, refuse to reckon with even the focus tested messages. And obviously the focus groups and the focus tested messages can almost always fucking refuse to look at certain realities. Like that's the reason why you don't hear a lot of like messaging on Gaza, for example, with the exception of like other outside polling, like CARE doing a poll on Muslim voters in America, or things of that nature, right? polls don't make you send the cops on students. Ideology does. I mean, I think so, but I am shocked at how much of this is not like nefarious and cynical, even though there is a good bit of that nefarious and cynical hard-headedness. So much of that is just specifically because they just don't talk to a person that has a different perspective, and their opinions calcify within the bubble that they're in. I think that's what it is. Oh my God, everyone is saying talk to her. What the fuck is happening? Holy shit, this chat is so brain rotted. There are more Jews than Muslims, and Dems think all of us are concerned more about Israel. I know, it's wrong. There's also no evidence to show that. There's only evidence to show the exact opposite. Like, it's not like there aren't polls on the matter. American Jews have said Israel is their 9th priority out of the top 10 priorities. They are American. They vote as Americans. They are not Israeli, and they are not voting on behalf of Israel. That is the weird reality that a lot of people don't recognize. Okay? It's almost funny when you think about it, when it's like they're doing woke dual loyalty narratives, you know? They're doing dual loyalty narratives, but woke. It's fucking so frustrating. Working with a former congressperson has always shocked me how much they just blindly believe what lobbyists tell them with little skepticism. Yeah. Anyway, a brief summary of how the interactions have gone when I bring up Palestine to her. February, boiler response that she heard me and appreciated my voice. August, thanked me for my leadership, said we have more work to do. But like I started, this time I was surprised. She immediately remembered me and baby Abdul and took him in her arms. When I started to speak with her, she really zoned in. More than she has in the past. I told her Gaza must be saved. I also shared with her that Aisha and was Taukir's close friend and wife. She and her family deserve justice and haven't received that. She held my hand and looked me in the eyes. I promise you this will be my top priority. I promise you. I know words can be empty. I know she's VP right now. So why did I still vote for her? Because whether you agree with me, she's the only one who can bring an end to the war as president. Ugh. Okay. How to tell a friend to vote for Jill Stein is not the biggest brain idea. I don't know where to even start this subject. Okay. I have never been a pro Jill Steiner. I do not like Jill Stein. I do not like the Green Party. Many people know this already. I've talked about it quite extensively. I understand why people do protest votes, but if you think that you're going to teach the Democratic Party a lesson, let me tell you, you're not. Do whatever you want to do. Could start by saying her VP is transphobic and pro-abortion limits. Yeah, I don't even know enough about like butch wear, but I just don't. I am sorry. I cannot trust a party that only remembers that they exist every fucking 4 years. Okay? Like, you can complain and say I'm in the pocket of the Democrats all day, every day. I think it's fucking ridiculous. Okay? Adam Conover made a video about it and made everybody mad, lol.
The problem with third parties. We all want more choices in our political system. I do too. But unfortunately, in the US, we have a winner-take-all political system. In other countries where they have proportional representation, if a third or minor party gets just 5% of the vote, then they get 5% of the seats in the legislature, so they get real power. But in a winner-take-all system, they don't get power. Instead, they just take votes away from the party that they're more closely aligned with and often throw the election to the party they're most opposed to.
The only aspect of this that I don't agree with is that it is up to the Democratic Party to win those votes. Okay? I am not I'm not someone who's going to be like, unless you're voting directly for Trump, unless you're voting directly for the Republican Party in any capacity, I am of the mindset that, and even then, like, it's up to the Democratic Party to win those votes back, okay? But I will stop you and tell you not to do that. I will urge you not to do that if you're like, oh, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. Having said that, however, my mindset on this, I think, is, I guess, quite controversial in American politics for some weird reason. But I believe that the entire purpose of voting is so that you can extract concessions from the party that you are voting for. That is the underlying basis of democracy. The notion that, like, these votes are being taken for granted is a silly one. I don't agree with it, and I don't think it's a successful method anyway. Why would you urge me not to vote for Trump? I'm curious, and I have always an open mind. Where do I begin? Donald Trump has greatly accelerated the income and wealth disparity in this country. It's something that I actually think is unconscionable and is one of the major problems that Americans are facing. He did this by offering permanent tax cuts to the top tax bracket, myself included, and also corporations. He also offered minor tax cuts to the working class Americans in an effort to justify the major tax cuts that the corporations of the wealthy were getting at a time when record high profits were happening for them regardless. He did not have to do that, but he did it regardless, and that was his signature legislative accomplishment. Donald Trump also undermined every single federal regulatory agency by directly appointing people who were tasked with destroying said agencies their entire fucking lives. Donald Trump is also unimaginably white nativist in his immigrant agenda, in his rhetoric towards migrants. He's dehumanized migrants actively and deliberately. I find that to be completely unconscionable. He is Hitlerian in his policies, in his advocacy, and also sometimes directly paraphrases Adolf Hitler, like when he said immigrants are poisoning the blood of this nation, or when he said or I guess people in his campaign had said that America should be for Americans at the Madison Square Garden rally, only less than 100 years after the Nazi rally that had taken place in Madison Square Garden, where they channeled similar sentiment. Donald Trump has also, promoted Hitlerian generals, said that he wanted Adolf Hitler's generals, or because he doesn't really understand the history itself, doesn't realize that Hitler's own generals tried to have him assassinated numerous times, but that's besides the point. The fact that he still wants that is fucking ridiculous. Donald Trump does not give a single shit about anyone. He only cares about himself, and he only cares about people who are exactly like him, extremely wealthy. His mass deportation policy will be devastating, is akin to Nazi Germany. Hitler also originally wanted to deport everyone, and he didn't arrive at the final solution immediately. He originally wanted to do the Madagascar plan for the Jews, which he wanted to just deport them, right? But after years and years of dehumanizing rhetoric and recognizing that the financial calculation benefited just simply killing everyone rather than deporting them, that's how the Holocaust happened. Donald Trump's foreign policy track record is also devastating, with some exceptions. I would say that on North Korea, he was better than the Democratic Party. He was less militant and wanted North Korea and South Korea to come to terms on their own, which I thought was decent. But beyond that, it was, horrifying. Donald Trump threw aside Barack Obama's signature foreign policy accomplishment, the Iran denuclearization agreement. Iran said that they would still follow the Iran denuclearization agreement, which wasn't just simply kept up by the United States of America, but also numerous European partners. Our European partners were still going to the nuclear facilities even after Donald Trump said he was casting aside the Iran denuclearization agreement, and said that Iran was still following the process, because they thought America was not insane enough to do such a thing. Donald Trump responded to that by adding additional sanctions on Iran. Donald Trump also set the stage for October 7 by moving the American embassy to Jerusalem and solidifying Israel's occupation of East Jerusalem. Donald Trump also gave Golan Heights, which is annexed and occupied Syrian territory, to Israel. Donald Trump also did the Abraham Accords, which completely sidestepped Palestinians and wrote out Palestinian emancipation from the equation by simply putting forward on paper the already normalized relations between these Gulf states and MENA states that are American client states for the most part with Israel. And that was obviously endlessly frustrating. Donald Trump's Supreme Court appointments obviously did Roe v. Wade after lying to the American public, saying that they were not going to ever overturn Roe v. Wade because it was a super precedent. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot. Donald Trump's climate change policies were so unimaginably bad that even American industry leaders had to say, we can't have this level of carbon emissions. It's actually going to destabilize the planet. Thanks for some insights and actually explaining some things. I figured I'd get dehumanized for asking this question. Wait, what? Why? You said you have an open mind. Why would I dehumanize you? What the fuck? Donald Trump's far-right Supreme Court has overturned the Chevron deference, greatly reducing the power of the federal regulatory agencies. There are a million different things that the Trump administration did. Donald Trump's overall attitudes about, I think, dangerous misinformation spreading is genuinely terrifying for the future of this country. He has greatly destabilized this nation. Even on the rhetorical front, Donald Trump has also defended Nazis marching through the streets, where he very famously once said after the Charlottesville Nazi rally that there were very fine people on both sides. There were no fine people on one side of the equation. The Nazis did not have very fine people on their ranks. That was ridiculous. Donald Trump has wined and dined direct neo-Nazis like Nicholas Fuentes, just like everyone's favorite debate lord, Destiny himself. Donald Trump has openly kept neo-Nazis with direct ties to former Nazi groups like Sebastian Gorka in his cabinet, in his administration. Yeah, just a bad guy overall. Donald Trump utilized the marshals to assassinate someone who had killed a neo-Nazi in Portland, and then openly fantasized and openly took credit for the assassination. What else? Why is this race so close, given what you just said about Trump's failings? I mean, so much. Yeah, that's another one. That's a really good one, actually, that I keep forgetting to mention. There were a shit ton of domestic white supremacist, white nationalist acts of terror under the Trump administration due to the fact that Donald Trump was utilizing the bully pulpit to justify and sometimes beef up and give confidence to these neo-Nazis, so much so that they demonstrated openly in Charlottesville in the Unite the Right rally, where they didn't even fear political repercussions. So much so that they fucking unmasked themselves deliberately. Donald Trump greatly accelerated drone strikes, even though he claimed to be a peaceful dove. On the domestic agenda, Donald Trump really revitalized the American Nazi movement that had remained nascent for quite some time. Gave them the confidence to basically operate in broad daylight, especially because Donald Trump's policies were so closely aligned with the neo-Nazi movement in the United States of America. So there's a lot of stuff that he did. I mean, his misinformation during COVID was pretty damaging. Probably killed a shit ton of his own supporters, honestly. And this is before we even get to January 6th. I mean, I do consider January 6th to be a very funny moment in American history, but like, if they were better organized, for example, that would not have been so funny. Luckily, it was all, diabetic HVAC business owners that were trying to climb over the fucking wall of the Capitol, and it didn't really go anywhere, but that doesn't change the reality that he still attempted to overturn the democratic results of an election that he lost. That was fucking insane. He also had a false elector ballot swap initiative that he was also working on the side. Things that he is supposed to be, in court over, in federal court over, which of course, they pushed that back. Part of the reason why they were able to push that back is because Donald Trump's own Supreme Court, with its 6-3 right-wing majority, decided that the president actually has presidential immunity over presidential acts, which created an unnecessary additional hurdle, an unnecessary legal hurdle that must be cleared if you are going to prosecute a fucking former president. This in and of itself is really fucking silly, because the determination of whether something constitutes a presidential act or one that was conducted as a civilian with the interest as like a private American citizen is also left up to the Supreme Court. They did that specifically so they could push back the federal prosecution beyond the election. Anyway. I already mentioned the Abraham Accords. He also flirted with Putin. Yeah, that stuff is neither here nor there. That's like he's done so much awful shit. Like, I don't think personally Donald Trump is anti-NATO in the way that he presented himself. I think that stuff is like, that stuff is silly. If he was so incredibly anti-NATO, then I don't think that the Biden administration would have continued some of the demands that he implemented, as far as like demanding that our NATO partners put more in to their own defenses, for example. Donald Trump never actually pulled out of Afghanistan despite claiming to be a peaceful dove. He actually secured an Afghan withdrawal agreement, sidestepping the puppet administration of the Afghan government and directly speaking to the Taliban leadership, which he released out of prison, by the way, which wouldn't necessarily be a problem if he had continued along the Afghan withdrawal, which he never actually demonstrated political courage to do. Joe Biden actually did demonstrate political courage and withdrew out of Afghanistan. And then Donald Trump used that withdrawal to fucking attack him over and over again. Yeah. Assassinating a foreign general, Qasem Soleimani, on foreign soil in Iraq was also obviously a major escalation against Iran. Very dangerous escalation, if I might add. But that's neither here nor there. I feel like the Biden administration letting Israel loose upon the entire region has been an even more dangerous escalation. So... What policies would you say Donald Trump has done that hurt largely the economy enough for someone who is in your tax bracket would make them second guess Trump's ability to make the economy more prosperous? I don't think I'm in agreement with other people in my tax bracket, first and foremost. Let me just say. Secondly, there is a reason why there are a lot of very wealthy Americans who are terrified of a Trump administration, and that is volatility. Okay? Donald Trump is an uncontrollable demon. Okay? He is so self-interested and he's so malleable in many respects that he can do anything and everything at any moment. This creates volatility. Volatility, to a certain degree, can be beneficial for wealthy people, but volatility beyond a certain level creates instability, which is not good for profits overall. Okay? Oh my God, he was already president? Yes, he was. And shit was not good. What do you mean? I think the only reason why people say, oh my God, he was already president, shut the fuck up, is because you just forgot what it was like when he was president, which is part of the reason why I say the Kamala Harris campaign actually fucked up on the communication front, on that front as well. Kamala Harris could have reminded people how shitty it was. What it was like when Trump was president. What it was like when so many of your immediate family members just had their fucking brains broken, lost, basically dead at this point. Some of them literally did die due to COVID. Anyway, people have a lot of short memories, but how can you blame Trump for COVID? What? I'm not blaming Trump for COVID existing. I'm blaming Trump for not taking adequate countermeasures and routinely spreading misinformation about how to deal with COVID directly at odds with the professionals that he had hired in his administration to deal with it. I've noticed there's a pretty distinct difference between people who remember vividly the feeling of election night 2016 and the following 4 years and those who don't remember that at all. It's understandable. I think we have short-term memory, and it's made especially worse by the social media cycle that just like hypes things up for 24-hour time frames, and then you forget about it immediately.
Even if they don't intend to, they functionally act as a spoiler. And you can see that in our political system because the GOP has literally tried to help Jill Stein and the Green Party get on the ballot and get them more votes. Now, there are third parties that escape this trap. The Working Families Party is incredibly effective because they run fusion candidates with Democrats they support to pull them to the left, and they organize year-round to build power for working people. But unfortunately, most third parties in America don't do that. Instead, they just run one candidate every 4 years, bank a lot of donations, get a lot of votes, get a lot of press, but the functional effect of doing so is to give power to the party and policies they oppose the most. And as much as we wish it to be otherwise, that is simply not an effective political strategy until we get ranked choice voting and
an interesting bit. I don't think they're trying to remind people how bad Trump's term would win. There have been psych studies that we are in a mass event where the wide population basically memory hold late 2020 through 2021. It's a really cool study at the moment, but people legit do not remember it en masse. So trying to remind them could just fail. No, I'm not talking about 2020 till 2021. I'm not talking about COVID. I do understand why people memory hold COVID. COVID was a traumatic global event that a lot of people do not remember or want to remember fondly. That part I understand. Okay, it's psychological trauma. No one wants to fucking remember it because it sucked. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about everything leading up to COVID. I'm talking about virtually everything leading up to COVID. That's why like Charlottesville and like the misinformation, like the utilization of the bully pulpit. These are significant things. These are very significant things. Like, I think one reason why Joe Biden won over Donald Trump beyond COVID was also the fact that Americans were slammed to the television every single fucking day because Trump would do something insane every single fucking day. Okay? It's impossible to remember every single thing that he's done. Here, I'll give you an example. Many people in here are probably going to be shocked when they find out that Donald Trump early on in 2016 claimed that a Mexican-American judge could not preside over his case because he was of Mexican background. That is just pure racism, okay? Pure fucking racism. That is not even a thing that people probably remember because there was a million other things that he has said, okay? It like doesn't even fucking track with a gorillion different things that Donald Trump has said. That's what I'm talking about in terms of like what people should be reminded of. They should be reminded of how fucking shitty it was to like constantly have to, pay attention to what the fuck the president was saying. Anyway.
Proportional representation in America, which, God willing, we will have one day.
All right, let's continue. This sort of low-key, the third most important data point this week after Seltzer and New York Times Siena. Univision poll, Latino voters, Harris 64%, Trump 30%. 69% said the Puerto Rico garbage remark was more racist than humorous. Yeah. Remember, permissible racism, you go above that and people go, no, 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 that's unacceptable. That's seemingly what was the straw that broke the camel's back. Okay? Donald Trump was doing fantastic outreach to Latino voters across the board. Okay? All around the country. Texas GOP Latino outreach is like basically a national thing now. It's the national outreach strategy of the Republican Party. And it seemed like a lot of people, a lot of Latinos did not care about Donald Trump saying, like, we're going to fucking kill every undocumented migrant. We're going to deport them. We're going to deport tens of millions of them, and it's going to be awesome. They didn't care about it because no one understands one, how this policy would be implemented and how violent that policy would be. And no one understands what the underlying sentiment is for why we must have that policy to begin with. It's white supremacy through and through. Okay? Latinos did not care about it across the board, at least in the way that they were being polled up until the fucking Tony Hinchcliffe pivotal moment. It is pretty funny that is like something that shook a lot of people into going, oh my God, wait a minute, these guys are actually racist. Because for many Americans across the board, regardless of their fucking background, they don't understand the violence that the policy that they're advocating for will cause. They don't understand how that will actually impact them personally. And the greatest example of this is abortion. Okay? The greatest example of this is fucking abortion. So many goddamn dumbass Republicans were like, yeah, no, it's actually, it's fantastic. Yeah, I don't care. I'm pro-life. I'm pro-life. I'm pro-life. It's probably fine that, Trump is pro-life. I like that, actually. And then Roe v. Wade was overturned, and they're like, oh my God, I never really thought that my daughter would need a fucking abortion due to a medical emergency, and now she might fucking die. Because people do not have the capacity to understand what the policies they're fucking voting for look like when it is in practice. Okay? That's it. A lot of Republican policy revolves around pure selfishness. And not only that, but it also revolves around like punishing perceived enemies. Okay? They don't realize that they might themselves be in the fucking crosshairs, like white women, not recognizing that like Roe v. Wade actually harms them and other people like them. Or, Hispanic voters that are like, yeah, no, I'm actually super fucking pro security at the border. Not realizing that undocumented migrants do not constitute a national security threat whatsoever. There is no evidence for this, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, but every state where abortion is illegal, there's a life exception for abortion. Brother, there is no reason for abortion to be illegal. Every single state has now voted when given the opportunity to legalize abortion again. The fuck are you talking about? And women are still dying regardless of the life exception. Because when you add an unnecessary medical hurdle, an unnecessary legal hurdle to a routine medical process, doctors are understandably not going to follow through on this procedure because they're fucking worried about repercussions. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, a teenager just died last week in Texas. Like, what are we doing? So stupid. Yeah. I'm about to fucking die on my way to the emergency room. But hold up. Let me get a fucking approval from a Republican judge before that's allowed. A pregnant teenager died after trying to get care in 3 visits to Texas emergency rooms. It took 3 ER visits in 20 hours before a hospital admitted Nevaeh Crane, 18, as her condition worsened. Doctors insisted on 2 ultrasounds to confirm fetal demise. She's one of at least 2 Texan women who died under the state's abortion ban. That's how it works. How the fuck is this still a question? Like, I don't understand. That's why any kind of legal limitation to abortion, because you've imagined that like women are carrying pregnancies the fucking 9 months, almost to term, specifically to get a fun abortion that is born out of the hallucinations of like the most psychotic individuals out there, legislating at the behest of like actual fascist hallucinations is insane. You are creating unnecessary hurdles. You're creating unnecessary legal hurdles in an instance that does not require any hurdles whatsoever. Anyway. Even just based on the way that this chat discussed Tim Pool's opinions on dilution and extraction, dilution and curettage, 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 it is so clear the lack of education is why we live with these outcomes. This community is at least supportive, even when ignorant. Now think about the fucking idiot hogs, and everyone makes fun of The Handmaid's Tale, but to be honest, that shit is bad. Bar for bar, the current plot in reality. Yes. Curettage. This is not unwanted byproduct. This is the anticipated result. They want women who have sex outside of marriage to suffer. Yes, for some of the Christian nationalist legislators, that is precisely the point. But for many people who think that they're pro-life, or many people who are voting for pro-life candidates, they don't think about it like that. Do you understand? People are voting. By the way, this is also stupid because like a shit ton, I forget what percentage, but I think it's like the majority of women who get abortions are already mothers. Okay? The fuck? So that also doesn't make any sense. It's not like they're doing it out of wedlock. They're doing it out of necessity. Anyway, let's move back. Harris, Wallace, and campaign surrogates hit battleground states with a unity message for voters.
In Pennsylvania today after a Sunday spent in Michigan visiting a church and a barbershop and urging young people to vote at Michigan State University. Nancy Cordes is in Detroit. Nancy, good morning.
Implying mothers are married. Their marital status doesn't matter, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? Like, oh my God. Not all mothers who are getting an abortion are married. What the fuck point does that make? What difference does that make, dude? Married or not married, it doesn't matter. The conversation is about women's bodily autonomy, a medical procedure that should be readily fucking available for all people unconditionally. The abortion restrictions are just as stupid as someone deciding that they don't like insulin, that diabetics should fucking die and that they shouldn't be able to get insulin because of decisions they made in their personal lives because they fucking, ate too many chocolates or whatever. That would be insane. Except it's perfectly permissible and valid when Republicans make that exact same argument for abortion. You said wedlock. Okay, it doesn't matter. Married or not.
Good morning, Nate. Vice President Harris has been calling former President Trump out about his unfounded claims of voter fraud. She says he's signaling to voters that their votes won't count and urging her supporters not to fall for it. Her campaign is trying to strike a delicate balance right now, signaling optimism because that's contagious, but not so much that any of their voters.
Oh my God, come on. Type 1 diabetics need insulin and it's genetic. Type 2 is the one that's usually caused by being overweight. Okay. So what? Exactly. Just like almost all of the fucking abortions that are conducted are still happening in the first trimester, 80% plus. But it doesn't stop people from literally trying to shut that medical procedure off as well. Plenty of abortions are being done because of the direct, not just the viability of the fetus, but directly, like virtually almost every single, I think literally every single abortion that happens in the third trimester is done because of either the viability of the fetus or the life of the carrier. There is some kind of impact that is occurring to the carrier. That's why this process that is incredibly invasive is allowed, okay? Putting any sort of restrictions on third trimester abortions ultimately is just as stupid as saying, nah, I'm not going to do insulin. And then you trying to say, oh, I don't get it. Type 1 diabetics do need insulin, though, to survive. Also, type 2 diabetics need insulin to survive as well. It doesn't matter if it's being caused by being overweight. What kind of fucking stupid argument is this? You can't just be like, oh, I'm sorry, fat people deserve to die. That's not a position that you can say, especially in a country where 60% of the population is obese. Holy shit. The reason why I use diabetes is for that purpose. There's a lot of people who love fat shaming people and a lot of people who think that fat people deserve to fucking die. So that's why I use diabetics as a reason. Because dumbasses like you will eat the bait and immediately be like, well, you know, type 2 diabetes is because people are fat. Okay, so should they die? What kind of fucking argument is this?
Get complacent a day before Election Day.
We have momentum. It is on our side. Can you feel it?
A confident-sounding Harris on the campaign trail Sunday.
How are you guys doing? How's your family?
Crisscrossing Michigan as her running mate hit North Carolina and Georgia.
If you want to get rid of the anxiety, go vote. Go vote.
High-profile surrogates picked up the slack everywhere else.
Hello, Milwaukee.
Harris's closing message is about unity, collaboration, and freedom.
Including the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do.
In these final hours, her campaign is counting on a ground game advantage.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
They say their teams knocked on 3 million doors across the battleground states this weekend.
Hi there. My name is Kevin.
Kevin Young is a bus driver from Oregon, volunteering in Georgia.
If I had to guess, probably between 750 and 1,000 doors that I've knocked, and that doesn't count the ones, where people aren't home.
The race was rocked this weekend by a new Des Moines Register poll that has Harris leading in red state Iowa, thanks in part to a 35-point advantage among women over 65.
Insane.
The seniors at her rally in East Lansing, Michigan, were not surprised.
I think it's probably because they remember before Roe.
We grew up in a time when we had a right to choose, and now they just took it away from us. What next right will they take?
Mr. Trump wants to go back. We don't need protection from him. We're perfectly capable human beings.
Some of those supporters you saw in line got there 12 hours before the Harris rally, a packed event inside the MSU Fieldhouse. In fact, all the rallies we've been to in these closing days have been filled to the rafters with supporters cheering for every line, especially anything she has to say about young voters, about health care, and of course, about reproductive rights. Tony.
Nancy, thank you very much.
One day, as you know, to go until the final votes, the candidates making their final pitch to the nation.
Robin, barnstorming through the battleground states over the weekend. Early voting across the country is coming to an end. Over 78 million Americans have already cast their ballots.
Final push for both candidates right now. Vice President Harris focusing on the must-win state of Pennsylvania. Former President Trump hitting 3 states in the final hours, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Our team is in place across the battlegrounds with the campaigns. Rachel Scott starts us off with the latest on Donald Trump. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning. We are finally here. Just one more day to go. Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris delivering 2 vastly different closing arguments. Trump's advisors have spent months trying to get him to focus on the message, immigration, and the economy. But in the final days, the former president only leaning more into violent and dark rhetoric. Overnight, Donald Trump using the final moments of his 2024 campaign to air grievances and push false claims about the 2020 election, insisting he should have never left the White House after he lost.
I shouldn't have left. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, good luck. That would have been kind of sick. Because I think that, like, they would have had to forcibly extract him out of the White House. That would have been sick.
Because we did so well.
At that rally in all-important Pennsylvania, Trump suggesting he wouldn't mind if journalists covering his campaign were shot.
And I have this piece of glass here, but all we have really over here is the fake news, right? And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news. And I don't mind that so much, because I don't mind.
His campaign telling us Trump was joking, but it's
what the fuck?
The second time just days ago saying this about Republican Liz Cheney, who has endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9.
It's just a joking defense. Yeah, he was just joking, like...
barrel shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington.
Trump. I don't know if you answered this already. How do we hold the Democrats accountable if we have to give them our vote? I have mentioned this time and time again. There is no way that you can, like, punish the Democratic Party. They will not learn lessons. The only way that you can technically do this is by continuing to create outside pressure platforms, groups that actually hold material power, including but not limited to labor unions, for example. Okay? That is the only way that you can build up enough political capital that you can genuinely change the Democratic Party's attitude on a lot of these issues. That's it.
Trump's campaign downplayed those comments. The former president.
Yeah, also Democratic primaries for sure. For sure. President
hitting 3 swing states in one day, going from complaining that President Biden is no longer in the race to calling Democrats demonic.
But yeah, it's called organizing, or actually care about politics outside the presidential cycle. Exactly.
This is a group of people, large group of people, larger than people think, but it's a very demonic party. It's become that way. The people aren't. The people, Democrats, regular Democrats aren't. Most of them agree with what I'm saying.
And as he tries to win back Georgia, the former president campaigning with Herschel Walker, the Senate candidate who lost after it was revealed he allegedly paid a woman he had an affair with to have an abortion, something Walker has denied.
We will build a missile defense shield all made in the USA, wrapped around our country to defend ourselves and our country. It's all going to be made in the United States, a lot of it in your great state. We'll put Herschel Walker in charge of that little sucker, okay?
In the final stretch, Trump also campaigning alongside Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Kennedy, who has pushed a range of conspiracy theories about vaccines, says Trump promised him he would be in charge of the public health agencies.
Just every aspect of this is so fucked. He's like, I'm going to do all of the bad things. Okay? I'm going to put the anti-medicine guy in charge of medicine. I'm going to put the guy who doesn't know where the fuck he is, who literally lost an election because he kept saying he was a cop when he wasn't a cop, with like incredible CTE damage from a time when they used to have like the pillowy fucking football helmets, in charge of missiles. I don't even know what the fuck what he means by that. It's just like, I don't even know who the fuck this is for, really. Good luck.
I want to be in the White House, and he's assured me that I'm going to have that.
Over the weekend, Kennedy saying that on day one, a Trump White House would advise all U.S. water systems to remove fluoride from public water. So the Trump campaign putting out another statement later saying that the former president received a range of policy ideas but remains focused on tomorrow's election. Today, Donald Trump heads to North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, guys.
Okay, Rachel, thanks very much.
Actually be dangerous just to bring them back to their countries. Their countries weren't accepting them back until I came. You know, with Barack Hussein Obama, I call him the great divider. He's the great.
Barack Hussein Obama. Remember, his middle name is Hussein. His middle name was Hussein, folks. How do we let that happen? How do we let a Muslim man become the president? How dare they? How dare they? They did it.
And he hit, and Michelle hit me. I was so nice to her. Out of respect, I was so nice. She hit me the other day. I was going to say to my people, am I allowed to hit her now? They said, take it easy, sir. Sir, take it easy. My geniuses, I'm telling you, they said, just take it easy. Oh, what do you mean? She said bad about me. I can't hit back. Sir, you're winning. Just relax. Is that good advice? Is that good or bad advice? I think it's neutral. You know what the response is there? It's like, nah. What do the ladies from North Carolina think about hit back or just relax? Huh? Oh, they say hit back. You say hit back. I'd actually love to hit back, but we'll hold it a little while. We'll hold it. I'd love to hit back, but oh, no, she took some shots at me the other day. I said, whoa, what have we here? I'd never heard that before. I've always treated her very nicely. But he's the great divider. Barack Hussein Obama, he's a great divider. But he never did, he came out same way for Hillary. How did that work out? Oh.
For more, let's bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. And you spoke with the former president yesterday, Donald Trump.
I spoke to him early. Voice sounded weary, a little scratchy. He's got this unbelievably packed campaign schedule. But I have to say, although he told me that he thinks he's leading everywhere, by the way, he said he hadn't seen that New York Times Siena polls that shows him trailing within the margin of error in 4 states. But he did acknowledge to me something I've never heard him acknowledge before, which is that I asked him, "Is there any way you could lose?" And he said, "Yeah, I guess you could lose. Bad things could happen." The other thing is he took issue with the notion that he's been off message, which some of his top advisors are where he's been all over the map in his speeches, all the negativity, not focusing on the core economic issues that they say he should be focused on. He calls it the weave, and he told me the weave got me elected president, and we saw it continue yesterday.
One thing that's pretty consistent over the last week, John, is we saw Donald Trump's message pretty dark, pretty pessimistic. At least in the last day, Kamala Harris coming out much more hopeful and optimistic. Fundamental tenet of modern American politics, the more hopeful, optimistic candidate wins, if it turns out that Trump pulls this out, it's really testing that.
Yeah, I mean, it tests so much of what we think we know about politics if Trump wins, both that in terms of the ground game. Look, this has been an intensely negative campaign all around. It's the end of democracy versus the end of our country as we know it. But Donald Trump has gone incredibly dark. I mean, even in ways that have frankly shocked me. I mean, when he said yesterday, invoked the idea of shooting through reporters, and he wouldn't mind that. I mean, we've reached a new level.
It really is something. We just heard John say it's not exactly what the campaign wants Donald Trump to be doing, but there is some strategy behind it, trying to drive out angry young men.
Absolutely, and this is where the former president actually has been really focused in the final days with his messaging. He's been appearing on a lot of these podcasts, really trying to energize infrequent voters, young males, to turn out.
Okay. This aspect of the campaign is I mean, this is definitely something that the Trump administration's or the Trump campaign has been doing. One thing that they failed to do so, in my opinion, and we'll see if I was right on this or not, is that the only message that he has presented to these young men is harm reduction. Okay? And harm reduction, especially for low propensity voters, is really fucking stupid. It's not enough. It might be enough to secure their loyalty, but it's not enough to secure their vote. Okay? You have to give them something. And I don't think he did that. That's why I think a lot of like the Charlie Kirk messaging on the matter has been really fucking stupid. Like, he's like, come on, fellas. We don't want a dumb broad to be the fucking winner of this election, right? Like, I don't think that's enough. I don't think it's enough to drive turnout. Okay? How can you be loyal but not vote for him? What do you mean? How can you be loyal but not vote for him? There are a shit ton of Trump supporters in your immediate vicinity. Many of them are probably not going to vote. There are a shit ton of people who say that they're Democrats. They say that they're pro Kamala Harris, and a shit ton of them don't go out and vote. Most people are very apathetic. Just got done voting after sitting in pouring rain, thunderstorm for 6 hours, 47 Fahrenheit weather in the middle of a forest here in the Midwest. For young women, at least harm reduction on a directly consequential piece of Trump's legislative agenda is enough to draw out significant numbers. Okay? For young men, on the other hand, simply saying like, young women are dominating, or Kamala Harris is going to be a dumb broad and she's going to push for the dumb broad vote, or whatever the fuck he says, is not going to be enough. You need to give them something. You need to offer them something. Okay? Like, even saying you were going to lock Hillary Clinton up was a more, like, it was something that you were offering to people who at least hate Hillary Clinton enough. You know what I mean? My dad is a Trump supporter registered in PA. I can guarantee he will not be bothered to vote. I think that loyalty comes through actions, not words. Okay, let me say not loyal to Trump. How about I say they're supporters of Trump? Okay? They like that he fucks up the left, or they like that he fucks up the liberals. He triggers the libs. He owns them. The question is that enough for them to get off their asses tomorrow and go out and vote for Donald Trump? I predict probably not. Part of the reason why I say that is because voting still has a shit ton of unnecessary hurdles, especially for young people. You know, if you're on college campus, you might not be able to vote. you might not be able to cast your ballot for back home. You didn't get your shit mailed off. You didn't get your ballot mailed to you. Okay? And this is why I always say harm reduction strategies are not adequate, are outright ineffective in getting people off the seat, off the couch to go out and fucking vote. Okay? You want to know why? Especially for young people? It's because minor inconveniences are enough for someone to say, I'm just not feeling it. I'm just not going to vote. You have to be really passionate and a firmly committed believer that is going to register on time and go out and vote, depending on which state we're talking about. Okay? How does it feel knowing there's at least one Zoomer Groyper voting specifically because Hasan thinks he won't? I mean, sure. Who cares? That's not enough, though. Do you see what I'm saying? Why do you think there historically has been a plurality of people who simply do not vote for either party? One is because of the Electoral College. It makes it so that if you're a Republican in a deep blue state, you're like, why the fuck would I go out and vote? It doesn't matter anyway. It's going to go Democratic regardless. It also causes people who are Democrats in a deep blue state to go, they can win this without me. Okay? So that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is that there isn't enough interest for a lot of people to go out and vote because they feel like neither party represents their values or neither party is actually going to do anything for them. That's how it works. There are still plenty of hurdles in front of people that want to go out and vote. It's not as simple as a process as you'd think. And this is why you have to make you have to communicate why someone must vote for you. And harm reduction is good for high propensity voters. They're locked in, they're paying attention, they're highly partisan. And they are going and they're turning out for midterms. They're turning out for generals. They're even turning out for the fucking primaries. Okay. But low and mid propensity voters need to be convinced, especially because they demonstrably have either not voted at all or have voted inconsistently. That is Donald Trump's problem.
And get out and vote. You know, George, I was talking to one Republican over the weekend and they said, show me where you're campaigning in the final days and I'll show you where you're concerned about. There is nowhere where Donald Trump is spending more time than North Carolina.
Surprised at that.
Yeah, it's the only battleground state where he is on defense. He won that state in 2020. Of course, you have a Republican gubernatorial candidate there that has been shrouded in controversy. Most of the counties that Donald Trump won in that state are rural counties that have been impacted by Hurricane Helene. I talked to Donald Trump a few days ago. He felt pretty confident about his chances there. But again, 3 stops over the weekend, another stop there today,
and
George.
Of course, we did see that New York Times poll. At least that one had Kamala Harris ahead there.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel, thanks very much. Rebecca?
Thank you too, John.
In America, we rise. We rise early. We rise late. We rise to every challenge because freedom demands more than just words. Freedom is the sound of steel striking steel, the hum of factory floors, the buzz of small-town diners opening at dawn. It's knowing that what you build belongs to you. But somewhere along the way, the balance shifted. Politicians started looking out for themselves and billionaires, while working Americans were left to bear the weight. This, though, this is where we draw the line. Because freedom isn't just for those at the top. It belongs to all of us. We believe in an America where dreams are built on hard work, where you have the opportunity not to just get by, but to get ahead. This is our chance to reclaim the dream, to restore the promise of freedom, not just for some, but for all. Because in America,
So this, this all goes back to the top-down problem of the campaign's lack of hardline positions on certain policies. Imagine an ad like this, but instead specifically cut on, how immigrants are an essential part of this country, that America is great and is the leading nation on the planet because we have opened our doors to the tired, the hungry, the poor that yearn for freedom, and that this is precisely why Kamala Harris is going. And it's a snapshot of like fucking United Fruit Workers, you know what I mean, picking avocado, shit like that, and then showcasing all the immigrant people that come from a variety of different backgrounds that work alongside you. Okay. Oh yeah, here, I'll show you a good ad. Thank you, Megaphonics. It's crazy you don't give Trump a chance. Why the fuck would I give Trump a chance when he already had his chance and he fucked it? And also, I was right when I said in 2016 that he would constitute a grave danger to America, which he did. This is an ass ad too. What the fuck? This ad is not good. I just like Bernie, so I'm responding positively to it. Okay. Yeah, that was kind of my point. Yeah, well, Bernie fucking lost anyway, so. You can communicate. When you have better policies, you can communicate.
Real change never takes place from the top on down, but always from the bottom on up.
Bernie Sanders' healthcare for all idea is gaining steam.
Free tuition, free college tuition, free tuition champion, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders added, the greatest threat to national security is climate change.
The future of our planet is at stake.
Sanders taking on Amazon.
Bernie Sanders has been consistent hammering about income inequality.
Nobody in America works 40 hours a week, should be living in poverty. So our economy is rigged. We have a campaign finance system which is corrupt.
Sanders leading the charge to stop war against Yemen.
The first time ever the Senate has voted to end an unauthorized war.
The fight against injustice has been the work of his life.
Jobs and education, not jails and incarceration. We are not going to retreat on women's rights.
Sanders pushing a bold agenda that includes protecting DACA recipients and comprehensive immigration reform.
You don't rip little children away from the arms of their mother.
A major announcement from Amazon. Amazon will raise its minimum wage to $15 an hour. 350,000 workers.
Thousands of workers at Disney World will get raises. It's a victory for Bernie Sanders.
It's a victory for all workers. Brothers and sisters, we have a lot of work in front of us. If we are prepared to stand together, there is no end to what the great people of our nation can accomplish.
The reason why I'm showing you this is not to be like, oh, here's how Bernie can still win or some shit like that. Okay. The reason why I'm showing you this is because if the campaign is communicating like direct policy prescriptions to the harm that Americans are experiencing, okay, then you can cut ads against that and you can pump that shit everywhere. This was a major problem with Kamala Harris and her ad spend. Bernie's immigrant campaign ad.
Yo creo que siempre voy a luchar mientras yo vea a mis hijos felices y que ellos estén bien. Voy a
Here's the Medicare for All ad. We'll do that as well, but here.
seguir luchando por ellos para darles lo mejor. Pues mis hijos son como el motor de mi vida que le da. Mi familia aquí son mis 3 niños, aquí en Immokalee, Florida. Immokalee es un pueblo pequeño, pero...
You're wrong about healthcare, man. I live in Canada. Universal healthcare just means extra taxes. I pay 2,000 extra taxes per month to support healthcare, and so does every Canadian. Wait, you don't know how good you have it, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. You I can't even say it. I was going to say you deserve what's coming for you anyway, okay? You fucking piece of shit. You ungrateful bastard. You fucking ungrateful piece of shit. Imagine. Oh my God. Oh my God. You don't know how good Tim Duncan was. You don't know how good you have it. You fucking piece of shit. Oh no. Oh, I can't believe this motherfucker had the audacity to say such nonsense. Oh, Jesus Christ. I hope they take your ketchup chips away, you piece of shit. No more ketchup chips for you, motherfucker. Holy shit. Oh my God. I hope your fucking Putin is Putin or whatever the fuck is called is too soggy. I hope the French fries are too soggy every time. It's not right enough. Poutine. Yo, that's hateful rhetoric. Yeah, I'm saying it, dude.
Está lleno de gente muy trabajadora y también muy amable. Es un pueblo muy bonito en medio de todo lo que ha habido en el trabajo, abusos en el campo.
What was that about Tim Duncan? Who's that? Man, it's a NBA meme, okay? I'm not going to get into it. Just don't worry about it. I made a joke. I made an NBA joke. People got it. You didn't. It's fine. You don't have to. It's not for you.
Yo cuando vine de México, que empecé a trabajar en el campo. Pues los tomates que yo pisco son los que se usan como en ensaladas, ¿cómo se va a decir? Americanos. Había más abusos de los patrones hacia sus trabajadores o de que no les proveían lo necesario como agua o los baños. Los patrones se enojaban de que si ya no querían seguir trabajando, hasta se agarraban a golpes. Solamente en las noches a veces uno se pone como...
I'm just going to lie and act like Kamala Harris presented this as a campaign ad. Okay, I'm just gonna, yeah, this is the latest campaign ad from Kamala Harris so that people will be on board with all the fucking libbed up weirdos in the chat will be like, oh, wow, look at that. She's She's speaking to the humanity of migrants. A Pennsylvania judge has ruled that Elon Musk's daily $1 million giveaway to voters can continue in a victory for the tech billionaire.
A veces hasta llorar porque no le alcanza. También a los niños les afecta porque a veces no alcanzaba para todo lo que era como la comida.
Here, I'm going to move on from this and show you another fucking campaign ad, okay? From even earlier, even before time, before Bernie. Well, he was still around back then, but here it is.
This election isn't going to be about changing parties. It's going to be about living for every other American. That's what gives me hope.
I don't want a nation just for me. I want a nation for everybody.
You can't walk away and not feel hope and not feel that glimmer of light again.
I don't think I was ever this interested in the voting process.
Okay, this is one of the most ass cheeks ones out of all of Obama's fucking ads.
First time I've ever felt compelled to be part of a movement such as this.
This is also devoid of policy.
I'm going to get them back involved in this process. The grassroots level first, and then let it go. That's going to make me happy.
We're organizing ourselves. The campaign helps us. They're there to help us, but we're organizing ourselves.
This is AI, bro. How can you fall for it? This is from September 1st, 2008. BarackObama.com. This is from 2012, the re-election. But I want the OG. Like, I want the OG shit.
At this defining moment in our history, the question's not, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? We all know the answer to that. The real question is, will our country be better off 4 years from now? How will we lift our economy and restore America's place in the world? Here's what I'll do as president. To deal with our current emergency, I'll launch a rescue plan for the middle class that begins with a tax cut for 95% of working Americans. If you have a job, pay taxes, and make less than
he's still pushing the tax cut shit.
$200,000 a year, you'll get a tax cut. I'll end the tax breaks for companies that ship our jobs overseas and give them to companies that create jobs here in America. And I'll make low-cost loans available to small businesses. To build our economy for the future, I'll focus on our urgent national priorities, reducing the cost of health care, breaking our dependence on foreign oil, and making sure that every child gets the education they need to compete. How will I pay for these priorities? First, we've got to stop spending $10 billion a month in Iraq while they run up a surplus. I'll end this war responsibly.
Kaya, place. Some of the most solid shit that Barack Obama said was, we must not do nation building in Iraq, but do some nation building here at home. Like that type of shit.
So we can invest here at home.
Bro, shut the fuck up. Oh my God. The fucking dumbass chatter. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. He hasn't stopped chirping about the Green Party. There has been like probably 10,000 chatters that have messaged this person back and been like, here are some of the many things that Hasan has said about the Green Party over and over again. And this fucking one dumbass cannot stop. I've been watching him in the chat. Literally, look at this. Look at this.
Plan carefully, making sure taxpayers are protected and CEOs don't game the system. I'll let the temporary Bush tax cuts for the wealthiest 2% expire and close the corporate tax loopholes the lobbyists put in. I'll order a top-to-bottom audit of government spending and eliminate programs that don't work. We face real challenges, and they won't be easy to solve. But we can do it if we end the mindless partisanship, the divisiveness, curb special interest power, and restore our sense of common purpose.
Curb special interest power. I mean, this was this was crazy. This is like a absolute banger of a banger.
Now, I understand times are hard. This won't be easy. The storm hasn't quite passed yet.
Did he do all this stuff? Fuck no.
Sometimes the skies look cloudy and it's dark and you think the rains will never pass. But here's what I understand, that as long as all of us are together, as long as we are all committed, then there's nothing we can't do. That's why we started off this campaign saying, yes, we can.
The "we're not going back" shit was literally the perfect yes, we can for Kamala Harris. At a time when 75% of Americans literally were like, we don't want old business. Kamala Harris could have turned around and been like, listen, you know, surely there were a lot of problems and we tried to tackle a lot of those problems in the administration that I'm a part of, but we haven't gone far enough. And I am willing and I'm committed to help Americans across the board. But one thing that a lot of people fail to consider is that I'm the only person who hasn't been president that's running right now. Donald Trump was. Like, Donald Trump was president. He had 4 years. He didn't fix anything. He actually only made things worse. He greatly increased income inequality. The "we're not going back" shit was actually not a bad line. Alongside the Republicans are weird strategy, in my opinion.
That's why we understood that black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Native American, young, old, rich, poor, it doesn't matter, we're all Americans. That our destiny will be shaped by us and this young generation that's out here. The young people of America understand that the clouds, these too will pass, that a brighter day will come, that if you're willing to work for it, if you're willing to roll up your sleeves, if you're willing to lock arms and march and talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors, make a phone call, do some organizing, yes, do some community organizing. Then I promise you, Fredericksburg, we will win Virginia. We will win this general election. And you and I together, we will change the country and change the world. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Anyway. Yeah, I think that there's a crisis in talent within the Democratic Party and the Republican Party as well, honestly, in terms of like having skilled communicators. That also is an issue.
In America works 40 hours a week.
Anyway, I wish that there was like I wish that there was more. I wish there was more interest in like actually pushing for policy that is directly targeting people's issues, and then beyond that, I wish that campaign like politicians on the campaign trail were charismatic enough to communicate that they are earnest and that they are genuinely going to do everything in their power to fight to implement these policies, to convince Americans that they will do that. But the unfortunate situation that we're in, the unfortunate situation that we're currently experiencing is that not only do we not have enough charisma, we don't even have a willingness to, in my opinion, we don't even have a willingness to personally lie about good policies. Why did Hasanabi become so popular? He just seems like a normal person talking about political stuff. Yes, that is it. I am a normal person talking about political stuff. I think that's part of the reason why I became so popular. For that reason. That's the reason. You got it. Wait, where the fuck is the... Oh, shit. Did I lose the playlist? God damn it. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. All right, let's see what
Donald
other
Trump
ads.
has always wanted unchecked power.
I have the right to do whatever I want as president.
And with Project 2025, he'll get it. No guardrails. This time, he will eliminate protections for pre-existing conditions, and he'll cut Social Security and Medicare to give more tax cuts to billionaires. Donald Trump is more unhinged and unstable than ever. If we give him total power, he'll put everything at risk.
I'm Kamala Harris.
I haven't covered last week tonight yet. I will.
Vice President Harris delivered her closing argument at the exact same location where Donald Trump spoke on January 6th.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
He wants to keep the American people afraid of each other.
We will never give up. We will never concede.
We have to stop pointing fingers and start locking arms.
We got to take care of going back.
We are not going back.
When I go to fill a prescription, my medication is astronomically expensive.
Trump said he would cut Social Security and Medicare.
He's never seen the big, long CVS receipt. He's never seen the receipt.
Kamala has ways to fix it.
Her expansion of $35 for insulin is a gigantic.
My favorite is watching old white ladies. Not like they found old white ladies in this situation that like can say her name right. But my favorite is like hearing from old white ladies who are like definitely supporting Kamala Harris, who are just having the hardest time saying her name correctly. It's pretty funny. like, yeah, I'm voting for Kamala. Camilla, I'm voting for her.
Advantage.
I mean, she gets it. She will strengthen Social Security and Medicare.
So many of you have told me about your plans for the future, but prices are too high. So here's what we're going to do about it.
Joe Rogan just dropped the Elon podcast. Ugh, what is he doing? He's just laying it on so thick, dude. He is so incredibly invested in Trump winning. Holy fuck. Every day, bro. Every day. Do another Trump interview, dude. Fuck it. YOLO. It's crazy how much He did one with J.D. Vance. He did one with fucking Donald Trump. He wants to be the press secretary. Who's that?
I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy. I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. You may not always agree with me, but I promise I will do everything I can to lift up the middle class and be a president for all Americans. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
There's some good ones in there, like respect. Okay, let's look at
Nothing.
Let's look at what Donald Trump is doing. This is the most polished. This is going to be the most polished Donald Trump ever will be.
Worth doing ever came easy.
Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation.
Never, ever quit. Never quit. Adversity makes you stronger. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right.
They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedoms. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way.
When they couldn't beat him, they tried to bankrupt him.
President Trump is back in a New York City courtroom.
When that didn't work, they tried to put him in federal prison.
Raided by the FBI.
When that didn't work, they even tried to kill him.
They just tried.
Dude, it was a registered Republican. What do you mean they tried to kill him? Also, when these guys are like, they tried to bankrupt him when they couldn't fucking put him in or when they tried to bankrupt, or if they couldn't bankrupt him, they tried to put him in fucking federal prison. And it's like, dude, he bankrupted himself 6 times. He also, like, the raid on Mar-a-Lago only happened due to his insane incompetence and lack of interest in playing ball for no reason whatsoever. I still, to this day, do not know why Donald Trump, deadass, was like, I'm not giving you the classified documents. I'm going to hide them in my bathroom. This motherfucker is illiterate. We don't even know if he can actually read. Why did you want all the classified documents? Just so you can show it to the fucking wettest dentist in fucking Palm Beach? Is that why? You're like, hey, look at this. It makes no sense. Like that, half of the shit that happens to Donald Trump is the easiest to avoid, okay? Like the easiest to avoid problems that he brought about himself. It makes no sense.
To kill President Trump. Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight, ready to win, and ready to make America great again. This is Donald Trump's house, brother.
This election, we all get to choose. I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. The 45th and soon to be.
I mean, this shit's devoid of policy too. Obviously, like, Republicans are dumb as bricks, but like, make no mistake, this in and of itself is also dumb as fuck. The thing that I always find really funny is that Republicans will constantly be like, you don't want to vote for the party of the wealthy elites, and you don't want to vote for the party just because a celebrity told you to vote for them. And it's like, dude, you also love celebrities. You also do idol worship. Donald Trump was a television personality. What the fuck are you saying? But also, the issue is you can't get any like A-listers to fucking advocate for you. That's why the only people you have in your ads is Hulk Hogan and Dana White. That's it. You'd do the same thing. If Beyonce was fucking pro-Trump, you'd be parading that shit around all day, every day.
47th President Donald J. Trump.
defeat inflation quickly, and we will make America affordable again. I will cut your energy costs in half. It's time for the working man and woman to finally catch a break. We are going to bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. When I'm back in the White House, we will restore world peace, and it will be again peace through strength. I will launch the largest deportation program in American history, and we'll put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. We all salute the same great American flag. Our best days are yet to come. Together, we will make America great again.
"4 years ago, we took a wrong turn and lost our purpose. We lost the strength that makes Americans who we are. If we dared to speak the truth, it was called hate speech. And our
That's right, brother. They were the fucking. They wanted to put me in jail because I said Deborah's titties look nice. They said it was fucked up. I don't want to live in an America where I can't do that no more.
values were labeled shameful. That's when everything we care about fell apart. We surrendered our borders, our paychecks, and our courage. Our patriotism.
Those Trump ads go so fucking hard if you're stupid. Yes. Problem is, a lot of people are, okay?
Was called toxic. Men could beat up women and win medals, but there was no prize for the guy who got up every day to do his job. Now we're being asked to settle for the way things are. And we're wondering if America can make a comeback. We can, because we've done it before. When we get knocked down, we don't stay down, we get up again. We fight, we fight, we fight.
I'm Donald J.
Okay, that part does go kind of hard. Kamala Harris. Oh, I'm not going to watch this. I'm not going to watch this. I'm not going to watch this. Okay. Swing state voters erupt for Trump. Also, why is Trey Yingst talking about swing state voters? He's in Tel Aviv. What is happening? Fox News foreign policy correspondent Trey Yingst joining us live from Tel Aviv to talk about the real swing state voters from America's most consequential swing state, Tel Aviv. What the fuck?
Meanwhile, with less than 24 hours to the election,
that was just the intro.
More than 4 million votes already cast in swing state Georgia. That's more than half the voters in the state. So, what are they saying this morning? Lawrence Jones is talking to them live at the Eggs Up Grill. It has been sold out since 4 a.m. in that battleground state. Lawrence, let them loose.
I mean, it's like we're at a stadium. This is the overflow room here. USA? Oh. Let's talk with some folks. It's amazing. So you already...
Dog, how did you know his name and where he was? That's not healthy, man. Trey Yingst, he's the Fox News guy. What? Of course I know his name and where he's stationed. He's the one. He is the guy.
Voted. What was the main issue for you when you went to vote?
Well, the borders of...
The only reason why they didn't actually ask Trey Yingst like what the situation is on the ground in terms of like the way that people in Tel Aviv think about Donald Trump is because it's plus 90 Donald Trump. That's why.
A big issue, and those people don't work, and we're giving them money like crazy. And I've worked all my life. I'm nearly 72 years old. Didn't even start drawing Social Security till I was 70. And, you know, it's just ridiculous what the Democrats wants to do. They're ruining this country.
A lot of people agree with him. I'm going to go to my friend right here. What's your name?
I'm Brittany Sorrells.
So, Brittany, what was the main issue when you went to the polls?
The main issue was just the fear of people voting in a direction that's going to take our economy in the wrong direction. My biggest priority is my family. I have 3 children, and if our economy doesn't change, it's going to be a hard candy Christmas this year. So
it may not even be a Christmas.
That's true.
Yeah, Democrats want to take away Christmas. I forgot. They're doing a war. They're doing a war against Christ. And they're doing a war against Christmas. No Christmas at all this year. The Democrats took it away. They took our gerbs and then they took our Christmas. Turns out Kamala wants to take away Christmas. What do we do? What do we do here, man? What do we do here? What are we doing? Like, we are such an abnormal country. I swear to fucking God, dude. Good luck.
So,
thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Half the fucking population is hallucinating just entirely separate realities at this point.
I want y'all to meet my other friend here. Now, you have not voted, but you promised me that you're going to vote.
Oh, yes. I vote every time.
And so when you go tomorrow, are you undecided, by the way?
No, I'm very decided.
And what got you to that decision?
I love America. I love...
God damn, look at the crazy eyes on her. Jesus Christ.
Trump, and I love Jesus Christ.
Thank you so much. It's so easy, isn't it? All right, let's go to the other room. All right, now.
God, dude, yes. Give me more. Give me more.
Let's go. We're going to try to go to the other room. All right. We got another room. What's up, everybody? Okay. All right.
Bro's in enemy territory. Yeah, that's why he has his dog with him, dude. He's like, protection.
I want you to meet my friend here. You were telling me that you're passionate. What type of work do you do?
I'm an EKG technician at Advent Healthcare Redmond. It's a great place to work. With the economy that's going on, people can't afford to come to the hospital, pay for their bill, pay for their surgeries and everything. So it's tough out there.
So you were telling me earlier, it's not just the grocery store prices, but when people need health care, they can't even afford that.
Yeah, I know. They're having to choose between one or the other.
So the question is, who are you going to vote for now?
Trump.
Wow. All right. As you guys can see, in Rome, Georgia, we got a fired up crowd, and we got more of it after a quick break on Fox and Friends. So Brian, let's go talk with some women, because maybe they can give us
that abrupt cut was really funny. I'm sorry.
Some insight to what's happening right here. I pointed you out earlier because I just knew you had some stuff to tell me. So they're saying this race is real tight here in Georgia. Who would have thought in Georgia it'd be tight here again? And they're saying the key demographic is women.
You said once these guys go to barbershops to talk to black people and diners to talk to white people, and I haven't seen you be wrong yet. Oh, yeah, no, that's the method.
What are women telling you? How do you feel about this election?
Oh, I feel like it's going to go towards Trump because the women are for Trump. You know, we're middle-class women. We're the ones that have to buy the groceries, pay the bills, and we know what's going on.
So the question is, ma'am, and I'm going to ask your friend next to you. So you got the grocery prices, and then you got the abortion issue. And they're targeting a lot of that abortion issue to women right now. What matters more, that issue or the grocery prices?
Well, it's definitely the grocery prices. I have a 32-year-old son that is barely making it buying groceries. He pays his mortgage, and that's it. Abortion is very, oh my goodness, it's heart-wrenching. So but it's just everything. It's just everything. And we need some happiness, you know. We need Trump.
Because you were back here agreeing. So I might as well get your thoughts on it. I heard the marbles. You know, why is it so close here in Georgia? It used to be a solid Republican state. Y'all even got a Republican governor, and you got 2 Democrats that are senators. Why is it so close here? What changed?
We had a lot of people come in through the Hollywood tax credits that changed the profile of Metro Atlanta. So,
Yeah, undesirables that came into my state. Okay, I don't like it. Get these gosh darn libtards out of here, please.
we have a different voter in the Metro than we do out here in what I call real Georgia, God's country.
Real Georgia, God's country. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize she was going to go that hard. Holy fuck. God damn.
We have lived here for a really long time, and we know what our values are, and we have turned out strongly over the last 3 weeks to vote for those values. We don't want to be a border county. Every county in Georgia is a border county when the buses roll in with illegal aliens.
So the big question to the crowd as we get a live look of everybody, does Georgia go back to red or does it remain blue? Red! Okay, this is what the people are saying, guys. I'll send it back to y'all. All right, we're back here in Georgia. It's a fired up crowd today. So everyone always says that the next generation, we're in trouble. I think it's different for these Gen Z voters. So tell me, as Gen Z voters, what is the top?
These motherfuckers are Gen Z? Bro's got a newsboy hat. What are you talking about, Gen Z? Ain't no way. Brother, I'm a 33-year-old man. I would call that person sir. Okay? I would call that person sir if I bumped into him. I'd be like, sorry, sir. Bro never gets carded? Yeah, no way.
Issue for y'all.
So for me, for someone who is about to graduate next year, for me, it's the economy and immigration. I have tons of friends who are still unemployed, who have not landed a job a year later after graduation. One of the things I'm concerned about is how much taxes am I going to be paying next year, listed in the Democratic plan. I mean, what am I going to be paying next year?
What about you, sir?
The same thing, economy and immigration. Immigration's a record high right now. Our economy is totally in the garbage. It's just everyone's living paycheck to paycheck, no matter how much you make, and it's just crazy. It's absurd.
Did you worry about buying your first house?
Oh, I'm really afraid that I'll never be able to buy a house if the economy keeps going the way it is.
Something has to change, right? All right, let's talk with some more folks back here. How y'all doing back here? What's your name, man?
Great, Carolyn Stallworth.
So, Carolyn, tell me, what's your number one issue?
Well, I have three: the economy, immigration, and health. Yeah. I am so glad that President Trump has added that to his key policies. Okay. Absolutely. Being the age that I am, and I was fortunate to be healthy until I was 75. So I know personally what the young folk are going to be going through as they age, and with food, synthetic foods, etc., being a major cause of our illnesses, I am just ecstatic that President. Yes.
Thank you so much. Let's talk to your husband, right? Is this your husband? Yes. I assumed I got it right, huh?
You got it right.
So tell me, everybody's talking about black males and the record support for Donald Trump. Can you tell me why there is this explosion within our community?
Well, that would be a very difficult question for me to answer because...
What explosion? I feel like when I tune into media and like liberals are talking about how like Trump is killing it with black men, and then Fox News is also saying Trump is killing it with black men, I'm like, where is this happening? Like, there is no explosion. It went from like 2 guys to 4. Like, it's not. It just doesn't. It's not real. You know what I mean? It's odd. It's odd that statistically that's an explosion of 100%. Exactly. But when you look at the totality, it's like marginal. It doesn't make any sense.
Because I've been a Republican since 1962. So, but one of, my primary objectives are to get young people to the stage in life where they're willing to work for the things that they like to attain.
That's right.
And the problem we have in today's environment, so much has been given to them based on tax dollars. This is why our economy now is in the garbage can.
And that's why we got so much inflation.
Absolutely. Yes.
We got a massive crowd here. We got the front row Joes here. We're going to talk to them later, but we got a big show coming up on Fox and Friend live from Georgia. We'll see y'all in a bit.
Hell yeah, baby. That's crazy, bro. Stuck with the Republican Party after the Civil Rights Act and the Southern Strategy. I mean, that's a real one, dude. What do you mean?
Here we go. Let's go, Georgia.
That's a real one, brother.
We got a big crowd here today. Are y'all ready?
Put some respect on it. He's OG.
It's crazy in here. This is a powerful state because Georgia, it was 12,000 votes that separated Joe Biden from Donald Trump, and they say they're going to turn this state back red. Is that right? So let's get to why. So we were talking earlier. You know exactly how the economy is affecting people day to day because you see it in your job, right?
That is correct.
Tell us about that.
Okay, so I'm in the auto industry. Here I've been 10 years consecutive at one dealership. A majority of our vehicles are trucks. Trucks, with the hindsight of the increase of doubling the gas, has hindered people from buying trucks because of the fuel price of going near $3 a gallon from what it used to be.
My man said, I'm in the auto industry. He sells cars. It's like, brother, you are not in the auto industry, okay? The fuck? It's like working the cash register at the local grocery and being like, well, I'm in the food procurement and processing business. I'm managing the agricultural outputs.
$1.30, $1.40 a gallon while Trump was in office. And now we have the situation where people have to look at the payment, the insurance, and they'll look at the price of gas. And now the price of gas exceeds the monthly payment of what they're paying on their truck.
And that's affecting everything. I know because my dad's a truck driver. Let's bring this barber in right here.
I'm in the fashion industry. I work at Kohl's. Yeah, I work in ag sector. That's right. I manage financial transactions for $1 billion company. Yep.
You're a barber, and you've been watching our barbershop series. Yes. So you run into a lot of folks. When you talk to them, when they're in your seat, what do they say is the number one issue facing the country?
Number one issue.
I thought it's real weird because, like, my barber clientele does not look like the barbershops you've been to. Matter of fact, if they showed up at my barber, I'd be god dang scared.
Price of energy, and people forget all the things that's happened in the past 4 years. Who would have ever thought that $5 a gallon gas to go 3 hours to find baby formula? That happened in this 4-year period. We cannot have that again. We have to turn that around, and people forget all those little things that happened under Harris and Biden.
Wow. Turning the page. All right, let's talk with these folks. All right, man. Tell me, what's your name?
My name's Lauren.
Lauren, so tell me, what's the number one issue facing this country right now?
I think border security. I have 3 young children, and I want them to grow up in a safe place in the economy.
Why would someone in Georgia care about the border?
Because they are all coming in, and they are being distributed to all the states.
Yeah, a question I ask myself all the time. Because I've been told that they're crazy and they're coming over here. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm watching the door. He's going to the wrong house. No. No. Shit. No. God damn it. I'm so hungry. Chase him down? I'm not going to. Hold on. I might have to.
So they're in our own backyard. We know what happened in Athens, and it makes me very sad.
Yep, and we still that family still hasn't gotten a call from the president of the United States.
No, and no parent ever recovers.
It's unbelievable. Georgia, it's great to be here.
Didn't you already eat? No.
I'll send it back to you guys on the couch as I make my way to my seat.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. While the new shock results Iowa poll from pollster Ann Selzer has been blowing up everybody's news feeds, and for good reason, it is just one poll, and we should put it in the context of what's going on more broadly in the polling.
It's time to
as we're
get
getting
lived
into
up,
the
chat.
final polling before Election Day, including the big new poll from NBC News today. The top line of that one is that it's a tie, 49 for Harris, 49 for Trump. Even as the NBC poll shows a national deadlock, there's a couple of internal numbers that the pro-Harris side in particular is latching onto. For one, black voters in the NBC poll support Harris by a margin of 87% to 9%. In context, that's a 3-point larger margin with black voters than Biden won in 2020. Even though so much recent conversation about this campaign has centered on Harris supposedly having a slipping standing with black voters, in the NBC poll, she's doing better with black voters than Biden did. The NBC poll also shows a huge gender gap, which we're seeing in every poll, 34 points altogether. Women supporting Harris by 16, men supporting Trump by 18. Perhaps that is not surprising. On issues, Kamala Harris having a 20-point lead over Trump on the issue of abortion in the NBC poll. But there's a lot more here, and this is just part of the polling landscape as we do get our final look before actual vote starts to come in from actual voters on Tuesday. Let's bring in our friend Steve Kornacki, who was made for this and who is standing by at the big board with so much energy and stamina to spare. Steve, we're looking at you at the top of the mountain right now, my friend.
Well, here we go, Rachel. And look, when it comes to the polling right now, I think the safest thing to say is there are some extremely mixed signals that are coming in. You just talked about Iowa, obviously, a state Donald Trump won by nearly 10 points the last two elections. Now, at least in that Des Moines Register poll, having Harris slightly ahead. That it comes as this national poll shows Donald Trump, frankly, better position nationally than he finished in 2020 or 2016, and frankly, than he polled in either one of those elections, too. Our poll has it tied. Other national polls have it very much in this range of a tied race, maybe Harris by 1 or 2, maybe Trump by 1 or 2. That's a little different, and it leaves open lots of questions about what's going on in the battleground states, and perhaps outside of the battleground states. We'll get to that in a minute. But looking inside our NBC poll here, there's the question of enthusiasm, which always gets to the variable of turnout here. These are folks from our poll who rate themselves with the highest level of interest in this election. It is at 77% in our poll. You can see that is down a little bit from 2020. We had historic high turnout in 2020, 160 million voters. This number, too, when you look inside, the lowest levels of high interest are coming from non-white voters, Latino voters and black voters. Two ways to view that. Obviously, you're talking about traditionally core Democratic constituencies. That could take away from Democratic overall margins with those groups. It could also be trouble for Donald Trump, though, because polling has shown previously him expanding support with non-white voters. If he's starting to lose those potential voters to lack of interest, that could be trouble for his campaign. Then you take a look here at the issue.
Yeah, low turnout benefits the Democratic Party, which is kind of crazy to think about now, but low enthusiasm and low turnout at this stage is beneficial for the Democratic Party. What do you mean? I don't get it. All polls show that high propensity voters have swung for Kamala and the Democratic Party. Low and mid propensity voters, on the other hand, are going to Trump by wide margins, which means lack of enthusiasm or a depressed voter turnout will be more beneficial for the Democratic Party. High enthusiasm and higher turnout implies that there are, there are low and mid propensity voters that are interested and are going to go out and vote. And those numbers are aggressively in Donald Trump's favor.
It really, the climate we're seeing here is what we've seen the whole election. Harris's best advantage by far on the issue of abortion, 20 points over Trump on that. Trump here with the advantage on inflation and cost of living. The other one you don't see here, the biggest Trump advantage is the border and immigration. The gender gap, I think you...
For the record, this number, once again, the fact that they think Trump is competent and effective by 2 points is fucking insane. And I think that's a Joe Biden. That is Joe Biden drawing that down for Kamala. But the fact that inflation and cost of living, Trump only has plus 12 advantage is insane. And it is entirely due to Trump's, ironic to say this now, but incompetence. It is so glaringly obvious how fucking exceptionally bad Trump's campaign has been that, like, he only has a plus 12 on inflation and cost of living. That's crazy.
The biggest Trump advantage is the border and immigration. The gender gap, I think you talked about this one, but I mean, just to put this in context, Trump leading by 18 points with men, Harris leading by 16 with women, if that's what you get, something like that. That's a gender gap of 34 points. The previous high in history was 24 points. So this would absolutely shatter any historical record when it comes to the gender gap. Then there's this interesting issue of you've got an incumbent administration that Harris is a part of. Joe Biden's final approval rating in our poll is going to clock in at 41%. And obviously that low approval rating is one of the reasons there were Democrats who were anxious to get Biden out of this race earlier this year. Harris, part of that administration. How much is that weighting her down here? And then Trump himself, the approval rating for a former president seeking to become a future president. In our final poll here, when we ask people retrospectively, thinking back, do you now approve or disapprove of the job Donald Trump did as president? He's up to 48%.
This is not good for the Democrats.
Higher than Biden, and this is higher than any reading we ever got in an NBC poll when Donald Trump was president. So after leaving office, it has ticked up a little bit for him. Will that be enough to put him over the top? We talk all about the difference between early election day voting, the partisan disparities we're finding. Others are finding this too. Democrats, you can expect when early vote gets reported out, especially the mail-in vote on Tuesday night, should be some Democratic advantages. The election day vote becomes a question of how much of a Republican advantage when the people who vote on Election Day, when their votes start to get tabulated. Now we get to away from the national poll to the battlegrounds. This is our running average. We've been keeping this the entire summer and fall of the quality polls in all of the battleground states. And a couple things jump out here. Well, obviously, they're all close. You don't see a margin here of greater than 1.9 points. You do see a bit of a north-south divide. We've seen this lately in the polling. Trump's leads here, very small, but Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, basically Sun Belt states. Harris's best performances in here, Wisconsin, 1.4, 1.8 in Michigan. These are the northern tier states. 0.3 of a point in Pennsylvania. So a bit of a north-south divide. And if that holds, if that cements, that is ultimately good news for Harris because Michigan, plus Pennsylvania, plus Wisconsin, if there are no surprises outside of the battleground, would for Harris equal 270 electoral votes. If the action really is limited to the battleground, Donald Trump has to win one of those 3 northern tier battleground states where our averages continue to show Harris with slight leads in those states. But then that gets to the question, if there are no surprises outside of the core 7 battleground states that we have talked about.
Yeah, New Hampshire, right?
Over and over about. And that is what the Des Moines Register poll really gets to. It's the question of what is happening in Iowa itself, because obviously you talked to Ann Selzer right there. One of the questions is, does this spill over to other states? Does this reflect something, if this is what's happening in Iowa, that might be happening in other states, maybe states we haven't been talking about, maybe some of the other battleground states? So a couple ways to look at this. One, obviously, I think you were talking about this, but the issue of abortion exceptionally potent in Iowa because that 6-week ban went into effect this summer. Millions of dollars in spending there, not in the presidential race, but congressional races where abortion has been a driving issue. Is this more of a state-specific effect that's limited more to Iowa, if this is what is happening in Iowa? One thing that keep in mind, I think, we'll go over here. This is going to start lighting up on Tuesday with our results. Iowa on Tuesday, I just want to show you the history here going back. Remember, this is an Obama-Trump state. It's one of the most dramatic swings from Obama to Trump. So you have voters here who not long ago were comfortable voting Democratic, blue-collar white voters, huge blue-collar white population here that swung very hard to Trump. There are more Obama-Trump counties in Iowa than any other state in the country. I raise that because what state is number 2? That would be Iowa's political cousin right across the Mississippi River, Wisconsin. This has the second most Obama-Trump counties in the country. And demographically, these are extremely similar states. Large white populations, a lot of blue-collar, rural white populations. Even when you get into the Mississippi area, you can go back and find German descent is very common among people. Very common demographic features and politically similar movement here. We have not, for the most part, seen in Wisconsin the kind of polling shift we just saw in that new Iowa poll today. So that's one thing to keep in mind. If it potentially could be a state-specific thing, but if it's not, if it's spilling over, this is a place where you would expect to see it on Tuesday night because of those demographic similarities. And then, as I say, there's that question of, look, so much of the polling attention, the budgets for polling have been directed to the 7 battleground states. Is there actually something going on in Iowa? Was there something going on this whole time that was undetected? And could that be happening elsewhere? The early test you want to pay attention to on Tuesday night, 7 o'clock Eastern. A lot of the polls are going to close in New Hampshire. And this was a state, again, not in the battleground. Biden won by 7. The Trump folks think this thing is a lot closer than most people are talking about. They sent J.D. Vance there today. And remember, in 2016, Clinton won New Hampshire over.
Big mistake. If you want to lock up a state, sending J.D. Vance there, probably not the best method. I'm just saying.
Over Trump. Of all the Clinton won states, none was closer than New Hampshire. The margin was just 3,000 votes between those candidates. So this is an early test, I think, for me on Tuesday night. Have we potentially misunderstood the non-battleground states? If we're seeing some kind of surprise in New Hampshire, I think that'll be obviously a huge development.
Obviously interesting, too, in terms of Trump's decision to spend some last-minute campaign time in Virginia, raising the question as to whether or not they think that's on the map as well. Steve Kornacki, just the beginning of what is going to be a beautiful relationship over these next many hours. Steve, thank you. We'll get back to you later on.
I strongly believe Ohio will be more blue than expected because of how much Ohioans hate JD. That would be insane.
Steve, we just had the Secretary of State from Arizona.
Dartmouth poll shows Harris 60. What? Brother. The JD Vance effect. Don't say it's New Hampshire. What are you talking about? It's New Hampshire? What the fuck are you talking about? It's New Hampshire. So, New Hampshire is 21 extra points more libbed up for Kamala Harris? Like, that's insane. No, I don't think this poll is accurate. That's a fucking psychotic poll. That would be if Kamala Harris picked up like 20 extra points from Joe Biden since 2020. If that was the case, then this would be an electoral landslide across the board. There is like no, Kamala Harris would be swinging Texas. That's insane.
Arizona confirmed their official results in Arizona. They are expecting to 10 to 13 days. They say with larger margins, maybe the media companies will be able to project things earlier than that. That's not their concern. Does that jibe with the way that you are thinking about Arizona? And indeed, how should we set our expectations in terms of what we're going to know on election night?
Yeah, I think Arizona is the state, if it's suspenseful and if the Electoral College math is depending on Arizona and add to that Nevada, one of those two states, it's going to be a while. If it's close in those states and the electoral math depends on it, for the reasons you just...
Don't know how to count over there. They literally don't know how to do math, bro. The further out west you get, the less people know math. California fucking included. It's not Alabama. I'm not even kidding. It's worse than Alabama. It's not even close. Nevada, Arizona, California, they just don't know how to do math. They don't know how to count.
Just heard in that interview, and it's fairly similar in Nevada, too, just in terms of it's a ton of mail-in ballots that they do not all get counted on election night or the day after, and it becomes a days-long process. So if the count is very close, if there's a possibility of the result changing as those days of subsequent mail-in voting counting take place, those states won't be called. If they're crucial to the math, we'll be waiting on them like last time around. That's the long game scenario, I think. But in the other battleground states, the 5 eastern battleground states, a bit of a different story potentially from 2020. Let's take you through Tuesday night, 7 o'clock Eastern time. The polls are going to close in Georgia. This will be the first battleground state where we start getting results, and we expect we will get a lot of results. In Georgia, they can pre-process the mail ballots, the absentee ballots. Those can be pre-processed. So they don't, some states they have to wait till the polls close. It's a cumbersome process of verifying signatures. That can all be done ahead of time in Georgia, and there's a ton of early in-person voting, which is relatively easy to tabulate, too. There's also going to be folks who wait till Election Day to vote. Expect that to come in throughout the night, too. But the bottom line is you should have the vast majority of the vote counted in Georgia sometime late that night into the very, very early hours of Wednesday morning. Remember, Georgia's one of those states in 2020 it took so long because they had a flood of mail-in ballots. Mail-in voting is down 75% in Georgia, just mechanically going to be much easier, probably, to tabulate those results in North Carolina, in Georgia. To go to North Carolina, that's our second battleground poll closing, 7:30 Eastern. Very similar here. Expect of the mail voting that takes place, and again, that's down to the mail-in voting and the absentee to come fast and furious not long after those polls close at 7:30. The same-day vote will then follow that, and you expect, as we showed you earlier if you were watching, we expect the same-day vote in North Carolina and and a lot of other places to favor Trump, to favor the Republicans. So put that on your radar right now. In North Carolina, likely what we expect is the Democrats will get their best numbers with the big early returns, and then the question becomes, can Trump erase that if the Democrats are ahead with the same-day voting? So again, 7 o'clock hour, you're getting those two. I'll skip Pennsylvania for...
No, Steve Kornacki is not on cocaine. He is purely running on the love that he has for looking at polls, dude. This is his moment. Every 2 years, they take him out of a fucking vat and unleash him upon the unsuspecting masses. And he wins our hearts every single time.
For 1 second and just quickly take you through the other two Midwest states. Michigan is the state that's had massive changes to its procedures, a total overhaul. This is a state that took a long time because of the clog of mail-in voting in 2020. Well, now they can, this is brand new for Michigan, this idea of pre-processing mail-in votes. Again, all that administrative work to get the ballot ready to be counted, they're already doing that in most places in Michigan. That's a big change from 2020. So is the fact that Michigan now, unlike 2020, they have early in-person voting, and tons of people there, we were seeing from the stats, are taking advantage of it. So that combination of pre-processing, of reduced mail-in voting, and of that rise of early in-person voting, we could have, again, a much clearer picture of Michigan on election night than we've had before. Again, most of Michigan's going to close at 8 p.m. There's 4 counties on the fringes of the UP that stay open till 9 Eastern, but we will have results, no call, but we will have results in that 8 o'clock hour, a lot of them. Wisconsin, this could be very dramatic in the early hours of Wednesday, the wee hours of Wednesday. This is how it's played out a couple elections now recently. Just to explain it again, in Wisconsin, they've got something that resembles early in-person voting, but it's not technically called that. We don't have to get into that. But basically, folks who are voting early in person or who are voting absentee, there are some cities in Wisconsin where they take those votes and they count them at the end of the night in one location, and then all of those votes get released. And where that happens most dramatically, we will be talking about this as these results come in Tuesday, is the city of Milwaukee. All of the votes cast before Election Day are counted after everything else is counted. This usually happens like 2, 3 in the morning, maybe a little earlier if they're quicker, and then it all gets reported out. Huge Democratic city, biggest city in Wisconsin. We have seen in recent elections Republicans leading late.
Yeah, they're going to go to sleep again. And then they're going to wake up to fucking the Milwaukee vote dump. And they're going to lose their fucking minds, dude. Like. That's where all the black people live in the state of Wisconsin. That's where all the blacks live. Milwaukee! We know they've lied. They did it again.
And having that absentee early vote released from Milwaukee, putting the Democrats ahead. That happened with Joe Biden. It was the moment in 2020 when I realized Biden had shifted to the advantageous position over Trump. It was when Trump had about a 20,000 vote lead in Wisconsin, about 4 in the morning. That Milwaukee batch came in. Biden went ahead. Realized then Biden was probably going to win Milwaukee. Pay attention for that. If it's close everywhere else in Wisconsin, we are going to be waiting on that, and that's going to be a very significant moment in this election. And I'll just land here. I left Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania is the biggest wild card when it comes to the timing of this. Remember, in 2020, it was Pennsylvania that ultimately resulted in the election being called about 11:30 in the morning Saturday. What was that because of? Pennsylvania, for the first time, COVID emergency 2020, did vote by mail, and they were flooded with vote by mail, in part because Pennsylvania does not have that early in-person voting. So you're either voting by mail or you're voting on Election Day. There's a little bit of a shift in that this year, but again, that's the broad contour of it. The key, though, again, Pennsylvania did not change its laws. Part of the problem in 2020, all those mail-in votes, they had to wait till the Election Day to start going through them administratively. It just took forever. Didn't change the law, but again, with mail-in voting coming way down this year, that's just going to be a lot less to process for these counties. They've got more experience. They've had a few elections since 2020 doing it. And also there are procedures in place in some of these big counties now to continue counting round.
We're such a stupid country, bro. Like, the fact that we don't have some kind of federal guideline or standard on this process is so dumb. It's like what the fuck are we doing, man? Like, why? Why does there have to be 50 different ways of doing this shit? It's so annoying. It's so fucking stupid, and it's deliberate. Like, there's a reason for why it's this stupid. Each state wants to enforce their own level of like restriction and control over the process. It's so brain broken. God, what a joke country we are.
Down the clock, not close down shop for the night. We saw that happen a bit in 2022. So the potential exists in Pennsylvania to be significantly faster than 2020. But as I say, it's a huge wild card because, again, with no changes in these laws, actually, you're just kind of depending on the mechanics being smoother and maybe the folks running these to have a little bit more experience, a little bit know-how. So we will see on Pennsylvania. Obviously, if we're waiting on that, that is going to be a huge piece of the electoral.
Literally the most important state in this election. Like, the entire race hinges on Pennsylvania. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins. If Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, she wins. That's it. What a fucking whack-ass system.
Puzzle.
One slightly impolitic follow-up for you on this, Steve. When you talk about the mechanics and the different procedures that have been put in place, particularly ones that have changed since 2020, are there any of these real crucial jurisdictions that have really important races that we're going to be watching really carefully where you feel like they made some real inexplicable decisions in terms of new procedures or ways they're going to handle the vote that you're just watching for as a potential bottleneck? Are there places where the technocratic way they're approaching the count is something that's keeping you up at night?
Yeah, there's a couple things that were giving some concern to some election officials that are being held up by courts right now that I think could have been wild cards in this. There's a procedure in North Carolina, basically, about the early in-person voting that might have that delay. I mean, I'm talking like 15, 30 minutes there. I should say there is a change that I think is good in Pennsylvania. I say there are no big changes, but there's one in terms of just public knowing what's going on in Pennsylvania at midnight on election night. Even if there's all these uncounted mail-in votes, they have to now tell you, these counties do, how many total mail-in votes they have. So we will know at midnight, if this is all goes to plan, we will know what the universe is beyond that of mail-in votes to be counted. That was a bit of a mystery as that whole process played out in 2020. So from a transparency standpoint, if that is what we end up seeing, we'll have a little bit of clarity even if we don't have the votes in Pennsylvania.
Fascinating.
Georgia Fulton County installs panic button at each precinct.
Vote counting center like this one, Wolf.
All right, Sarah Murray in Georgia for us. We'll be in close touch with you. Clearly, thank you very, very much. Thanks. And to our viewers, thanks very much for watching. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the Situation Room. I'll be back tomorrow for special Election Day coverage starting at noon Eastern with my colleague, Aaron Burnett. Until then, once again, thanks very much. Aaron Burnett Out Front starts right now.
Out front next, down to the wire. We are in the final hour.
Do you still hold the reactionary position that electronic ballots are bad? No. You have misunderstood me, I think, either deliberately or maybe as a mistake. I maintain the position that paper ballots are and will be the safest way to vote regardless. Okay? That's it. Electronic ballots with a paper trail, paper signature, is still the safest way. It is not a reactionary position. It is the correct position. Anyway.
That's very helpful, Steve. Thank you very, very much.
This is normally where I'd be doing what to watch, but ahead of Election Day, what we're all watching is how women
No paper trail is idiotic. Okay.
will affect this election and what this big gender gap we've been talking about.
I mean, most people disagree with you on this issue. Like I didn't come up with this conclusion on my own. Like this is what professionals say is the safest possible method. Like, I've never once heard a cybersecurity expert openly say that electronic voting on its own is good.
Actually means, especially in the crucial and very tied battleground state of Pennsylvania. Vice President Harris is counting on suburban women to put her over the top there, and she's got some unexpected help from some longtime Republicans. Weijia Jiang reports.
She's a self-proclaimed lifelong conservative.
Friends don't let friends vote Democrat. Yeah, boy, you have come a long way.
But the group Stephanie Sharp co-founded, Women for Us,
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas,
Right.
is the message, yeah.
is urging fellow Republican women to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris, turned off by former President Trump's rhetoric toward women.
I want to protect the women of our country, whether the women like it or not. I'm going to protect them.
And his role in reversing Roe v. Wade.
We'll send Donald Trump packing and have compromise on issues that are important to all of us.
In Pennsylvania, they are targeting voters in the Philadelphia suburbs that helped President Biden win the state 4 years ago.
I heard you talking about a clandestine sisterhood. What does that mean?
There are, again, hundreds of thousands of Republican women out there who are ready to vote outside their party, but they don't want to talk about it.
Across the battleground states, Post-it notes like these popping up in women's bathroom stalls are aimed at the so-called silent Harris supporter.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey. So are campaign ads like this one, narrated by Julia Roberts.
Remember, what happens in the booth stays in the booth.
These Trump supporters are skeptical of polling that shows Harris has a big lead among women.
God, I have a big group of families, and I don't know one woman who isn't going to go in there and proudly vote for Donald J. Trump.
For them, it's about policy, not personality.
We're not going home with him. We're not sitting and eating at the dining room table with him every night. But actions speak louder than words. And his actions are...
They're like, yeah, he's gross. Yeah, he's gross and gives off rapey vibes, but, you know, I'm still voting for him.
more aligned with my faith, with my family, and the values that we hold dear.
A senior Trump campaign official tells us that even if Harris performs better with women, they believe that Trump's popularity with men will be more impactful. One strategy, they are flooding rural areas looking for men who usually don't vote. As for Harris, she's going to be knocking on doors herself today in Scranton. Vlad?
Fascinating report. Weijia, thank you very much.
Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote.
Democrat machine in PA has gone kaput, says Waters.
Let's get out the vote. Let's win.
Was amazing. Kamala closing her campaign with a heaping, serving a cringe as the Veep and Donald Trump make their final push.
Once again, you are Greg Buttfeld. You can't say that. Like, you are physically incapable of not being cringe. This makes no dang sense.
push to win over undecided voters in swing states, Jesse. Right now, this race is tighter than the hairpiece that's glued to Jesse's scalp. Trump is closing like a madman with 4 rallies across 3 swing states, while Harris is sticking to one place, the Commonwealth of PA.
Yeah, I wonder why.
We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will take...
That's not good for Trump, dumbass. That's bad. Yeah, he's hemorrhaging support everywhere and trying to make up for it. Like, why the fuck's he going to North Carolina one day out from the election? Is North Carolina supposed to be a state where he's even remotely scared of losing? How can you fucking present that as like a good thing? Like, looking at this map and being like, how fantastic, Donald Trump is really killing it, is like the false, it's not the correct interpretation of this map. This means shit is fucked up, okay? If you're going to North Carolina 2 days out from the vote or a day out from the election, that means you're scared. That means you're scared of fucking losing North Carolina. Shouts out to the Black Adolf Hitler, Mark Robinson, by the way. Don't think, and I've said this already, I don't think that it'll have like consequences on the rest of the ballot because people just don't give a shit about their governors, and this, or people give more of a shit about their governors. They have a more personal bond with their governors. This map makes me think that Harris is all in on the 270 path only. I think it's smart for Kamala Harris to try to pump Pennsylvania as much as she possibly can, because she's cooked without it. So it does make sense that she's doing that. If anything, Trump should also be battling in Pennsylvania.
We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise.
Hillary ignored visiting states. It did not pan out well. I think Trump has a feel for this. No, I know Trump has a feel for this. My point is he's going to North Carolina because he feels North Carolina is no longer secure. That's the point. That's why I'm saying he does have a feel for it. That's why he's going to North Carolina. And that, the thing that he's feeling is danger.
And we will take back the nation that we all love so much.
It's about the win, and it is about more. It is about more. It is about just strengthening our country and reminding each other we are all in this together. We rise and fall together.
I've been waiting 4 years for this. We're just one day away from what will be the most important political event in the history of our country.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America.
But that's just a warm-up to Kamala's star-studded finale. And
I was thinking about this, like, one other message that Kamala Harris could have utilized to, like, clamp on the white suburban voters that were, like, formerly Republican is you don't ever have to see Trump again. Like, vote for me one time and you never have to see another Trump rally. It's actually an incredibly convincing strategy, in my opinion. Like, that's it. Even if you don't want to do it, fucking vote one time and then you never see Trump again. Think about that.
Philly, featuring Joker 2-star Lady Gaga, Latin sensation Rick Martin, and talk show queen Oprah. Never heard of her. But Van Jones.
dude, you are so lame, dude. You would love to have these celebrities on board. Like, I don't give a fuck about celebrities, okay? I do not give a fuck about whichever celebrity is like in the tank for Kamala Harris versus whoever the fuck. But make no mistake, Republicans literally hype up Ted Nugent and fucking Kid Diddler Rock because those are the only people that are stupid enough to be like, I love Donald Trump. Like, it's a waste. Okay, LeBron is different. He's the GOAT. Obviously, he's the fucking GOAT. And, you know, what he says goes. Okay, calm down. That's why I wrote in LeBron James.
Jones is worried the Celeb Bonanza finale could backfire.
I don't think people understand. Working people sometimes have to choose. Am I going to go to the big, cool concert this week and pay for babysitting for that? Or am I going to try to figure out a way to get to the polls? I don't like these big star-studded events. In fact, probably helped us lose last time. I don't want people going to concerts. I want people knocking on doors. I want people out there fighting for this thing. I'm just nervous.
All right, Dana, I have to come to you first because you seem to understand the core.
By the way, this is how the Fox News funnel, CNN, like centrist, center-right funnel works. That's why it was always funny when Anderson Cooper was like, what do you mean? Like, Fox News watchers don't watch us, when he was talking to Charlemagne to God. This is fantastic. Regardless of who wins tomorrow, Van Jones will cry on national TV. An unfortunate, sickening reality we all have to face. He makes me sick.
Send dreamers back for no reason. This is vindication for a lot of people.
Jeff Bezos saw this and was like, I'm giving you $100 million.
Have really suffered. You know, I can't breathe. You know, that wasn't just George Floyd. That was a lot of people that felt that they couldn't breathe. Every day you're waking up and you're getting these tweets and you just don't know. And you're going to the store and people who have been afraid to show their letters. And it's easier for
Former Maoist third world is Van Jones. Remember when he also cried when Joe Biden dropped out of the race? So a privileged ass man who wasted his votes because it ultimately doesn't affect him. Cool. Wait, what? Who you talking to?
Oils and the engine of this whole system. And I don't understand, as we add more experts and analysis, the election doesn't become more transparent. It becomes more complicated. It's like we turned the election into a phone plan or a cable provider where there's like, I don't even know what I'm listening to.
Britt Hume said something this morning in Newsroom that I thought was true. You know, sometimes you get frustrated with your phone and you just want to go back to a paper calendar.
Yes.
Because that's when you knew, like, everything was there. He said back earlier when he was reporting in his beginning of his career, you would, as a reporter, go and actually talk to people and get the feel for it. And now everything is so overpolled and social media is distorting things and you just don't necessarily have a good feel. So no one really knows exactly what's going to happen. I do want to add one thing, though. It's smart for her to stay in Pennsylvania because if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, she's not going to win the presidency. And Van Jones, who we just showed from CNN, he also said during that same hit that he said, nothing is making me happy about Pennsylvania. He said, I'm nervous all the time, but he said, Philadelphia is where they need big numbers, but it's been trending down. And it's not in terms of people, of just Republicans, it's just people are not going out to vote.
We'll see. We'll see. Low turnout, not necessarily the worst for the Democrats.
So we started this with her chanting, let's get out the vote, let's get out the vote. I don't know if the chanting is going to do it. I don't know if Cardi B is going to do it or Lady Gaga or Oprah even could do it. Because if people don't feel motivated to go out and vote in Pennsylvania, that's going to be really tough for her.
If only she had put Shapiro on the ticket, but she had to keep the Jew off the ticket, Jessica.
My favorite game.
Yes. Isn't it an interesting microcosm of America? Lady Gaga endorsing Kamala.
There's nothing I hate more than these fucking monstrous pieces of shit who have regularly and routinely platformed anti-Semites, who got countless hours of anti-Semitic messaging that, like, rich Jews are doing great replacement. George Soros is bringing an unrestricted amount of black and brown people who are barbaric to destroy Western civilization. Like, this is like normal Fox News commentary. And then those guys turn around and they're like, yeah, it's because they are Jew haters. That's why they didn't want Josh Shapiro on the ticket. Like, that's... it's one of the... It's a thing that I hate it so much. I hate how anti-Semites get away with so much anti-Semitic shit and then can turn around and be like, yeah, you know who's actually anti-Semitic? It's the fucking liberals, the Democrats. Like, obviously, Kamala Harris is super pro-Israel. All right? That's not what I'm saying. But it's just, like, incredibly disingenuous. Especially as someone who is routinely fucking smeared in this direction. I hate it. I hate that these guys who very openly platform anti-Semitic pieces of shit can just turn around and be like, oh yeah, you know who's anti-Semitic? It's the fucking liberals, dude. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I guess the liberals are fucking anti-Semitic because they didn't want Josh Shapiro to be on the ticket. That was the real reason.
But Lady Gaga's dad endorsing Trump. So who has a
Is the Josh Shapiro bit true? No, dude, what the fuck? Dude, Kamala Harris is married to a Jewish man. What are you talking about? Yeah, she was like, I'm secretly super anti-Semitic. Like, it makes no sense. For many people in the media, their metric of like who's actually anti-Semitic, I just didn't know why they keep repeating it. It's because they're fucking disingenuous monsters, dude. What do you mean? They lie. It's Fox News. That's it. They lie all the time. They're so mad that their VP Alpo research went from he conspired to hide a 50 stab murder to he's a hot fuck boy who fucked. I know. Like, that's where a lot of the resentment actually stems from, is that Josh Shapiro had a lot of weaknesses that the Republicans could have exploited. And there was a shit ton of oppo for him. And obviously when they were like, oh my God, he has like crazy controversies that'll bring the ticket down. Crazy controversies that'll bring the ticket down. We can't have him on. They basically turned around and they're like, oh, well, we fucked up.
closer grip on reality of everyday Americans, the one who feels the effects of a bad economy or crime or immigration, the restaurant owner in a crime-plagued city, or the pop star, his daughter. Shouldn't she listen to her dad instead of her friends?
I think she's listening to herself. She was born
That's
this
always a
way,
mistake.
and she has always lived this way. And I don't think we need to pit families against each other. He has had success, and she has obviously had wild success and is an incredible talent. And there's no reason to minimize her for this. There is reason to consider if there will be someone who sees this as the final night is just about stars and it's not about Kamala Harris making her pitch. She will, I'm sure, give her same stump speech that she has been giving, which has been wildly effective. Now, in every survey, the late breakers are going for Kamala by double-digit margins, and Trump used to be leading in that category of people who were deciding closer to the end from 4 to 6 weeks out. But the last 2 weeks, it's been about her. But, you know, Van Jones says, I want people knocking on doors. They're having to send home canvassers because they have so many. And on Saturday, this was incredible. The Harris campaign was knocking on 2,000 doors a minute across Pennsylvania.
2,000 a minute, you
A
say?
minute,
A
I
minute.
say.
My goodness.
Yeah, and you just don't hear those kinds of stories from the Trump campaign. Now, that's not to say that
Maybe
they
'cause they're
don't
lies.
exist. They're not lies. I mean, my mom is right now in Scranton knocking on doors.
Really?
Oh.
What? You got something against my mom now?
What?
Oh, you said it.
Of course
like,
not.
wow.
No, we all said wow.
Wow. Oh, okay. Anyway, the closing.
Judge Janine is like, we have to assassinate Jessica Tarlov and her mom. I do want to reiterate a position that I've maintained, which is that a lot of liberals, I think, are betting on a massive fucking Kamala Harris wipeout, including but not limited to friends of mine. People who I respect. And I don't necessarily see it. I don't necessarily see that. No, not Austin. Austin is definitely way more conservative on this stuff than a lot of other people. I don't see a blowout. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see like a massive fucking blowout. I see a relatively close race that Kamala Harris is marginally favored on. Anyway.
Message differential is so stark, though, and you are seeing the effect of this on people who are making these late decisions and just the conversations about how it's ending. So Donald Trump has had to be in North Carolina, which I'm sure he's not thrilled about. So that's the only battleground state that he actually won. He had to go back there. And this rally that he gave yesterday morning, the first one, the morning in Pennsylvania, where he did everything from saying, you know, he shouldn't have left in 2020 to that weird comment about, you know, shooting the media, that they'd have to shoot through the fake news, and I don't mind that so much. So his spokesperson had to come out and clarify that. Now, if you want to say everything about Trump taken out of context, it doesn't matter. He only has a finite amount of time left to tell the American public that their lives will be better under another Trump administration than under a Kamala Harris administration. And she's the one that's actually making those connections. She's the one that's convincing people that she'd be as good on the economy. She's completely erased his lead there.
It is. We will get into that in the B block. She seems to be actually not talking about any policy at all, Judge.
Yeah, so I'm curious, when people go knock on doors, what do they say Kamala's policy is? Other than, you know, she's this great person who wanted to decriminalize the crossing.
What is Donald Trump's policy? Concentration camps for migrants and full tariffs. What other policy has Donald Trump ever communicated? He says, drill, baby, drill. That's it. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Don't forget the wall. He doesn't even talk about the wall anymore. It's because the Democrats literally are the ones that are doing the wall now. Donald Trump might as well be the anti-wall guy at this point. I mean, technically, he is the anti-wall guy. Democrats were like, we want to build the wall. And Trump was like, don't do it. Don't pass that legislation. So, like, I guess that's flipped over, too. You should read his policy PDF on his website. I know his policy PDFs on his website. It's basically a fucking lightened, it's a lighter version of Project 2025, even though he says he doesn't know what it is. I know, Trump's agenda to fucking save America or whatever. The Democrats of the Great Dividers Law. Yeah, totally.
Of the border by illegals and who wanted to ban fracking and confiscate guns and eliminate private health insurance when they knock on doors. I'm curious as to whether they have answers for that. But look, here's the issue. She's in Pennsylvania 4 times tomorrow, okay? She's doing that because she needs to do that. Had she chosen Josh Shapiro, if she ends up losing this race over Pennsylvania, it will be on her totally for not picking a guy because he was Jewish, for not.
I like by the way, this is also partially how you know Josh Shapiro was a bad pick. I mean, given how the campaign ran, Josh Shapiro would have been a better pick than Tim Walz, most likely. Because, like, they didn't actually adopt progressive policies anyway. But I will say this. Okay. You can tell that Josh Shapiro wasn't a great fucking candidate. You could tell that Josh Shapiro wasn't a great candidate because of how much they talk about how awesome he is. It's like the Joe Biden line. Trump loves Joe Biden now. He just wishes he was running against Joe Biden. And these guys want him way too much. And it's actually partially because, like, Josh Shapiro is pretty conservative in comparison to Tim Walz especially. I thought it was unacceptable for someone who pushed for and caucused with the Republicans in his own state as a blue governor to do school vouchers, school choice programs. I don't agree with that at all. I think that is anti-teachers union. I think that would have been a devastating decision. And that was like one of the major reasons. Because, like, the way I see it, everyone's pro-Israel. I don't give a fuck that he's Jewish. I don't give a fuck that he wrote an article when he was like in college or whatever, or about how like Arabs have a primitive mind that only knows violence or whatever. Dude, basically every fucking governor and every Democratic Party politician thinks that way, if not has a worse perspective on it. Okay? Like, I don't think that plays a role in his analysis of Israel. Okay? I'm talking about Josh Shapiro. Like, I'm being radically honest with this assessment. I think that it was some of the other stuff that was more problematic, including but not limited to the case that he pushed aside for his friend or his friend's son, where his friend's son literally fucking killed his girlfriend. His friend's son killed his girlfriend. And what did they fucking do? I mean, they didn't even, they covered it as a suicide case. It's like crazy. It's unacceptable. Anyway.
Not picking a guy because he would outshine her. Now, there are 300,000 Jewish votes in Pennsylvania. 80% of them are Democrats. So the smart thing to do would have been to allow Shapiro to carry the weight on that. But she wasn't smart enough to do that. So now she's got to be in Pennsylvania all day tomorrow. Let's talk about this over polling. I'm sick and tired of the polls. The one thing I do know is that Democrats are 16 times more likely to pick up a phone and get involved in polling. That's number one. Number two, 70% of America thinks that we're going in the wrong direction. All right. Number three, 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. So it's not like everybody's like, yeah, let's keep going with the Biden administration, because she can't think of one thing she would do differently. And in the end, the Kamala camp is worried because they keep telling women, I don't know how good their polling is, it's okay if you don't tell your husband that you're voting for Kamala. And then she says to the bros, hey, bros, it's okay if you don't tell your men friends you're voting for Kamala. She's worried about that shy Kamala vote. So I think she's got a lot more to worry about. And in the end, his message is a positive one. We're going to have a golden era. He's good with the economy. It was better when he was there. And that he has done.
Kamala Harris doesn't have any policies. I wonder what people are saying at door knocking operations. And that's why everyone wants to vote for Donald Trump, because he's going to do all the good things and Kamala's doing all the bad things. Like, what are you saying? Doctrine shy Kamala vote effect on Fox News? Yes. Remember who fucking came up with that, okay? When those articles are written about in the New York Times, remember.
Done it before, and she can't even articulate it.
Jesse, I saved the Jesse for last. Can you respond to Jessica's optimism about Kamala? And also, what do you make of the polls, the shy voter phenomenon, and my new shirt?
I'm not a fan of the shirt.
Okay.
It's a little too urban for me. But it looks good on you, Greg.
Thank you.
You can tell you did chess this morning. Jessica keeps talking about all this door knocking. Well, it's not working because the Democrat machine in Pennsylvania has gone kaput. The early vote is way down for Democrats. Female votes down.
I think they should just only have Jesse Waters talk about Kamala Harris until every single woman that watches Fox News goes out and votes for Kamala Harris, because they just can't stand the vibes that he's putting out. Like, I'm a dude and I feel uneasy. You know what I mean? I can't even begin to imagine what women feel like when they're watching this man speak.
Urban votes down and the rural vote is way up. So you can knock on as many doors as you want. The Republicans have sliced the early vote lead in half, and that's why they're terrified. You talk about these late breakers or going to Kamala Harris. What survey is that? I haven't seen that survey. The Democrats keep talking about this mysterious survey.
It's in Marist.
No
it's in the Univision poll.
Well, no one's seen anything like that.
I literally just told you where
because
it is.
if it's actually happening.
Oh, dude. No one's seen it, Jessica, as in I am refusing to read. I don't know how to read. What's Marist? What's the New York Times? I'll bite. What is that? Is that a newspaper? Is that a magazine? I'll bite.
It would show up in the early vote. And across the board in every single battleground, the Republicans are either winning the early vote or they've actually just destroyed the Democrats' traditional.
You're cannibalizing your election day vote, potentially.
You think it's cannibalized. Maybe. But if you look at the data, it's low propensity voters that they're turning out. And Republicans always show up on election day. So what the Democrats, Greg, are deciding to do or relying on, they are now relying on this avalanche of enthusiasm on election day that has never happened before for Democrats. Democrats never produce huge avalanches of voter turnout on election day. They have to have that with Black Americans, Hispanic Americans. If there's that type of enthusiasm, why isn't it showing up in the early vote? It's a great question, because there's no enthusiasm. I have a theory here about Shapiro.
Yes.
Obama's wingman was in charge of the VP processing. You know, Obama loves Shapiro. They went with Walz instead. It's almost like they burned Walz on an L because they wanted to save Shapiro for 4 years.
Interesting theory.
Is it?
Not really. I was just being nice.
That's sweet of you.
Yeah.
It's
Shapiro
interesting.
didn't really want
It
the
is
job.
interesting.
You know?
I'm just crushed over Ricky
Don't blame
Martin.
him.
I'm burning all my Menudo albums. Ricky Martin. All right, up next, Kamala refuses to squeal on Callie's tough on crime appeal.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most.
All right, everybody. Time to get libbed the fuck up. Election 2024, last week tonight with John Oliver. Oh, I know. Hasanabi heads in the fucking writer's room. I know.
You have to do in Gaza.
No, I know the NBC News article came out about the Twitch faces criticism over Israel-Gaza war content on the platform, but that article in and of itself is not saying that I'm a political extremist at all. Like a lawmaker's accusation that Twitch has been seen in amplification of anti-Semitism since last year's Hamas attack on Israel has put the streaming platform at the center of mounting scrutiny. Richie Torres wrote a letter claiming many of his videos contain anti-Semitic rhetoric. A handful of streams are linked with footnotes on the letter, including brief clips in which Piker is seen issuing his support for Palestinian people and criticizing Israeli leaders, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Piker told NBC News that many of the videos cited in the letter were taken out of context. He noted that in many of the videos being called out by Torres, Piker was criticizing the Israeli government, not Jewish people. Members of Congress frequently write letters in which they call for probes into different matters, though not all turn into investigations. He tweeted author Jake Steinberg, who, while referencing Piker, wrote, he was genuinely grateful to have as competent of a Jewish ally as Hasan so prominently online. This is the tweet. So cringe to admit, but I'm genuinely grateful to have as competent of a Jewish ally as Hasan so prominently online. NBC News has reached out to the creators who were temporarily banned for additional comment. While there was no blowback initially at TwitchCon, online criticism grew in October when streamer Ethan Klein, host of the H3 podcast on YouTube, posted a video titled Twitch is a Major Problem, where he said he felt the panel was kinda Arab good, Jew bad. I've been unforgivable bargain the ADL has made with MAGA fascists and Netanyahu's genocidal regime at the expense of American Jews. Eva wrote about how the ADL and Greenblatt cozied up to MAGA in the culmination of a years-long trajectory, and where anyone wanting to fight for true safety, for true Jewish safety should look instead. This was in The Nation. This just came out a couple days ago. In any case, Frogan defended the panel in a commentary about the Habibi list in a post on October 19th, writing, the tier list was Who Has a Habibi Pass, which is a meme tier list we did for a variety of creators. The whole basis of my podcast, Arabs, with Capri and Rafi, is that we are all Arabs from different religious backgrounds. Imagine going on a congressional hearing. Yeah, I know. It's really funny that divorcees community that has been banned off this fucking platform for doing shit like this, including but not limited to shit like this, which they can cynically act like they give a fuck about anti-Semitism or whatever, and weaponize people who some may have genuine concern and others who definitely do not to take action against an entire platform. Think that it would be devastating for me to go in front of Congress. I think it's a really weird thing for Richie Torres specifically to try and issue a takedown notice 5-6 days out from a massively consequential election against a progressive content creator who is the largest progressive voice, not just on Twitch, but in general in North America. Very odd way to operate, I think. Very, very odd way to operate. I've heard that since Richie Torres himself is not exactly the type of person that has a lot of motion, considering that this is like a ridiculous smear-laden thing that he wrote with the congressional header while Congress is in recess. people are apparently barking up other trees, including but not limited to the likes of Tom Cotton. Tanky equals progressive. Okay, brother, you have done too much internet. Okay, 100%. You have done way too much internet. Bus driver, apply this. Apply the bus driver test. Bro, I love the Trump hat in the photo. What's funny about this is that this photo was taken from another NBC puff piece that I did. Like an actual puff piece, a profile. They have apparently been going after the Majority Report advertisers, so they've had no ads recently. Yeah, that's, again, combating anti-Semitism by falsely smearing the Majority Report, which is, hosted by a Jewish man for the crime of being anti-Israel and being critical of Israel and likening it to being anti-Semitic is ridiculous. Anyway. I never knew your dress was this cluttery. It's not anymore. What is the bus driver test? The bus driver test is if you sometimes find yourself captivated by a certain thing that you read online, in order to figure out if you are hyper focused and extremely online in that moment, you should imagine yourself describing the story to a bus driver. Representative Torres accuses U.S. airlines of effectively boycotting Israel. I mean, his entire job at this point is to do this. No motion. Anyway. Let's continue. What the fuck a vote swap is? What, like, swap your vote for Kamala Harris instead of, like, Jill Stein or some shit? Is that what it is? You can swap your vote if you live in a swing state with someone in a safe blue state. What? Swing state voters can vote down fascism and protest democratic support for Israeli ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Swap your voters in blue states. Everyone, this is such a dumb initiative. Dude, this is crazy. I mean, good luck. Like, what the fuck? Trump rally is live, low energy.
So we lose 300,000 people a year to drugs entering from Mexico. And if they don't stop this poison from flooding into our country, and they can stop it by not accepting it from China. And I'm doing the same thing with China. We're going to tariff the hell out of them.
Was the argument against John's point, in terms of Donald Trump being devastating for the country? I agree. Donald Trump is devastating for the country. It will be worse than Kamala Harris. I do not want Donald Trump to win. This is a position that I've maintained even when it was Joe Biden who was running for president. Yeah, it is correct. There is no issues there. In terms of like pushing the Kamala Harris administration to the left, I don't think that will happen either. I think that's like right now is the most responsive that the Kamala Harris campaign is supposed to be. This is the moment where they're supposed to be the absolutely most responsive to voters, and they haven't been at all. So there's, what makes you think that once they're comfortable after an electoral victory, where they will be more responsive to voter demands and voter pressure when there is no leverage? If they're not responsive to voter demands when there is leverage, then they're not going to be responsive when there is no leverage. You will never be able to get something from politicians or anyone else, for that matter, from the kindness of their hearts. Your bosses will never give you your earnings from the magnanimous nature of their being. They're never going to be like, oh, I'm voluntarily cutting into my profit margins and giving you more money. You cannot rely on that. You have to apply pressure through collective bargaining. And that's how it works. That's why I'm a massive advocate for labor unions. And the same principle holds for forcing the Democratic Party to make concessions to you. You have to have organizations. Simply voting is, or saying that you're not going to vote is seemingly not working either. That shouldn't stop you from trying to apply pressure. It certainly hasn't stopped me. I will never stop. But, it's important to recognize the reality. Why are they all wearing construction helmets? Because they're in Pittsburgh,
We had
baby.
all of these things. You wouldn't have had October 7th in Israel. All those people would be alive today. The hostages, most of whom are no longer living. Think of it. Russia would not have attacked. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. But Israel wouldn't have happened because Iran was broke. I said you can't buy any oil from Iran. Anybody that buys oil from Iran can't deal in the United States. We don't do business with you. China stopped it. I told that to President Xi. If you buy oil, they were the primary customer. If you buy 1 barrel of oil, 1 barrel from Iran, you're not doing any business with the United States. We'll go cold turkey, which some people like anyway. And you know what? They said, all right, they didn't. Nobody did. I said that to 45
This is like incredibly low energy, and it's reminding me of the late 2020 campaigns that he was doing.
And then we had that bad election, that horrible, disgusting, worst thing that ever happened to the. You can't say beautiful, so I'll take beautiful. But she was a beautiful young. In politics, you're not allowed to call a woman beautiful.
Anytime he says in politics you're not allowed to, he's saying that he's going against his advisors. That means that like they had an internal meeting where his advisors gave him sound opinions, and he's openly defying them. He's done this so many times. And it's ironic because like if he were to listen to his advisors a little bit more, he probably would be in a better position overall.
Anymore, it's the end of your career. So please delete the word beautiful. Thank you very much. Well, 60 Minutes deleted the whole damn answer. What? So I'm allowed to do that, aren't I, Susan Wiles? But America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. So you can't say beautiful, so I'll take beautiful. But she was a...
What is this?
Still speaking?
Yeah.
You guys leaving early? You guys leaving early?
Yeah.
Taking off? Hey, you guys leaving early?
Yeah.
All right. Leaving the rally early?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys leaving early?
Yeah.
You guys leaving early?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys taking off a little bit early?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why did you decide to leave early?
I've heard it before.
Heard it before, it's kind of boring. Yeah. Trump still...
Republicans have jobs? Yeah, definitely. No, his advisors probably told him to not call women beautiful because it comes across as gross. That's it. Yeah. It's just sad because all the Trump supporters I know only support him because they feel left behind by the government. These are all the people that the Dems can pick up, but they keep doing business as usual shit. I think that's if one more person sends me this goddamn fucking Trump's makeup thread, I'm gonna lose my mind, dude. I'm gonna start advocating to not vote for the first time in my entire fucking political career. Okay, I don't. Like, what are we doing? That right there, that kind of shit right there is dangerous. It means that like the situation is bad and you're just like grabbing on to whatever the fuck you can. You're like looking for a hope. Whispers of a dream.
How are you feeling about?
We won't vote for genocide. Owen Jones in Dearborn, Michigan. Talking to Michiganders. Have you talked about the gay guy who killed Osama? Oh, I forgot to mention this. Yeah. So I don't think he's gay, but Mick Huya, which, you know, has been following me for years. I don't know why. Big threat. Says, "You're not men," when he's talking to Harry Hassan, who posted this thing. He's like, "We're Gen Z voters and we're all proudly voted for Kamala Harris. Real men support Harris." And Mick Huya, Robert J. O'Neill, who, of course, has greatly exaggerated his record and has talked about how he was the one who killed Osama bin Laden. Many people have questioned that. Had this fucking insane thing to say. He said, "You're not men, you're boys. If there was no social media, you would be my concubines." Now, I don't know what to say about this because it's like, pause, excuse me. Like, and then he also doubled down on it and said something even more insane, where he responded with, "Bro is doubling down and still has no idea what he said. No, Jake, I'm telling you exactly what betas like you will be used for. Sex and food, mostly food." Now, I don't really, a religious person really says like, "Oh, if it wasn't for religion, I'd be doing mass rapes." It's like, what? Like, why are you a self-admitted hypothetical rapist? Like, what an insane thing. What is this? Is this real? Let me think. Gunther Eagleman, political commentator, America First MAGA. Breaking. Source inside the Kamala Harris campaign says Kamala has gone absolutely batshit crazy. The lack of voter turnout in PA. She snapped. Scott Pressler worked a masterclass in PA. They just found out. Isn't Scott Pressler under investigation by the authorities? What the fuck are these people doing? Are they living? Oh, God. Why am I even asking this question? They're just so stupid, dude. They're fucking delusional. Harris is now personally knocking on doors in Pennsylvania. Oh, shit. She's desperate. I personally think that it's perhaps not great that we are basically held captive by some of the most insane people and their psychopathic hallucinations. I think it's not good. Brave take, I know, but like probably not good that half of the voters, at least, or one of the two major parties is openly hallucinating shit. And like the Democrats' response to that is not to say, that's not true. You're just making that up. And instead is to be like, okay, we'll do like marginally less than what you're advocating for. Like, we see you, we hear you. We're just going to do marginally less than what you were demanding. And I don't know how we fix that. Like, I've been thinking a lot about this. And it's like the answer to this isn't to, I don't know. Final 2024 race ratings out now. Oh, I have seen this clip. I mean, I'm not going to. I saw a snapshot of this clip and I immediately knew it was going to be a banger.
Go into it because I don't need another visit from the Secret Service.
When did you have one before?
Oh, about 6 months ago.
Why?
Take a wild guess.
Was it because of something you said about President Trump?
Yeah.
What did you say about him?
Just the truth.
Which is what?
Read my mind. That.
Wait, Mickey Rourke is woke? I thought I would have suspected him of not being woke. I thought he would have been like, he looks like he'd be pro-Trump. It's a weird W, yeah. Make six packs great again.
This is a six-pack under the leadership of Kamala Harris. This is a six-pack under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. Let's make America great again.
Ugh, you're such a fucking loser, dude. I was going to say nobody believes you, but also, like, I do think people believe him because people are just as fucking loser-fied as that loser is. Anyway. What is this? Real drama, finally. Real drama, real news. He's a hypocritical, lying, blockhead, beta bitch bro. Logan Paul called out Ludwig for claiming he doesn't drink Prime, alleging that he fills his personal bottles with water. Finally, some real motion, dude. Finally, some fucking real motion. Some real ass motion. good people on both sides on this one. Yeah, MAGA male getting called out. Yeah. Finally, some right-wing infighting. Okay. October surprise came late. I'm going to reach across the aisle and defend Ludwig here, despite, him operating a right-wing news channel called MAGA Mail. Final 2024 raised ratings. Certainly thought it was going to be a lot more straightforward. Back then, my plan is simple because of the mistakes made and questionable practices implemented by many pollsters in 2020. I decided it'd be best to come to my final conclusions about the race, stood by only looking at the cream of the crop pre-election indicators. These included polls from the few firms that didn't flinch at projecting Democratic strength at the end of 2022, predictions from historically accurate local commentators, and takes from friends with impressive records in their home states. Talking about me, dude. Just kidding. Yeah. Predictions and takes from friends with impressive records in their home states. At the start, this went along about as I expected. Marist put out a set of Rust Belt polls, and they showed roughly what one would expect from prior indicators like the Washington primary. The final set of swing states surveyed from the New York Times told a similar story. Seeing results like these, I was cautiously optimistic that what I had posited at the end of October, that fears of 2016 and 2020 had causing many pollsters to miss real Harris support, could end up actually happening. And then there was the Seltzer poll. Yeah. Okay. At long last, here it is. After everything we saw over the past month, the race is fundamentally in the same position that it was back in September. Just barely lean due to signs of Democratic strength in their easiest path to victory in the Midwest and comparative Republican unsteadiness in their most-win Sunbelt states. The net effect of this total of 308 electoral votes that are in Kamala Harris's column to at least some degree. A surprisingly solid total that also isn't quite as intimidating as it may appear. We can learn a lot here from the mistakes made by pundits in 2016 when it was assumed that Hillary Clinton's supposed competitiveness in must-win Trump states, Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, meant that Trump faced an impossible climb. While the idea here was that these states would function like moles in a game of whack-a-mole, we're just getting one of these must-win states down didn't mean that Trump didn't still have problems with the others. What is this? One Republican operative who has worked with ex-president's campaign in the past said it's clear that Trump is decompensating in response to the late Harris surge. He's realizing that he could lose the election, go to prison, and maybe die there, he said. That's insane. I think that's a little too libbed up. I would shy away from that. Although I have seen indications that Trump recognizes that he might lose, given some of the quotes he's given to other people. Just, stray away from that. A key Trump staffer was fired for being a white nationalist. Luke Meyer was Trump's regional field director for Western Pennsylvania. Online, he was white nationalist Alberto Barbarossa. Wow. I'm so shocked. What's next? Another Moms for Liberty person was busted in a sex crime ring. What's next? Another Republican consultant was busted for having 8 terabytes of child porn in his hard drive. This is the most common story that happens so much that it is now more dog bites man than man bites dog. Okay? At this fucking stage is basically just oh wow, another Republican outed as a white nationalist online. This, for the record, yeah, fork found in the kitchen is right. Okay, listen. This is precisely why I keep repeating that the Republicans have lost the fucking plot. They are so extremely online. This would be akin to Kamala Harris running a fucking campaign about zir pronouns, okay? which is so hyper online and so from a different era that like people don't even talk about it online anymore. Okay? This is the way Republicans have been running their campaigns. I don't know how to describe this to you. It would literally be akin to neopronouns being like a signature achievement of the Kamala Harris campaign. Okay? We were close to that in 2016 with Hillary Clinton. And Joe Biden came in and was like, none of this woke shit, Jack. I'm 800 years old. Okay? I'm letting you guys know real, I kind of understand why people say, like, what are you talking about? Kamala Harris is running a fantastic campaign to a certain degree. Because if you're not paying attention to what the fuck's going on and how Democrats should run campaigns, yeah, she has fucked up infinitely less times. Okay? If at all, really. Her fuck-ups come in the form of being too conciliatory to some of the most right-wing positions and, running along with Liz Cheney or whatever. But, like, it's nothing that is even remotely comparable to the way that the Republican Party has been running their elections. Okay? The Republican Party is running an incredibly hyper online campaign. They are getting they're doing the let me see which way the wind is blowing. They're getting that exclusively from fucking Twitter. Okay? They're getting that from Twitter, they're getting that from like the YouTube and slash podcast circuit. It is not how you run a national campaign when you are trying to get adults to vote for you. Okay? Very fucking stupid. Trump truth nuke. Trump says he'll keep men out of women's sports, then adds nobody has ever organically brought that issue up to him ever. It's so funny when he has like moments of brief honesty like this. Like I am reminded of the time when Donald Trump vindicated yet again. Yes, of course I'm vindicated. Because in spite of spending every fucking waking moment online, laser focused on whatever the fuck is going on in the sphere of online commentary, I like to pay close attention to how normal people operate. One aspect, one way of overcoming being hyper online is also by looking at polling. Not necessarily just polling on elections, but like message polls, like things that people care about, okay? And how they respond to certain things. The data is readily available even if you are hyper online. This is why I say over and over again that nobody gives a fuck about trans people enough to go and vote in either direction, okay? It's fucking ridiculous. Trans people themselves do care about obviously protecting trans people, so they hope that the Democratic Party will defend them. But even then, there's plenty of other reasons that most people will go out and vote, including but not limited to trans people. The idea that like the Republicans are motivated by trans hate to go out and fucking vote is so stupid and has been such a demonstrable fucking failure. Okay? These are some of the reasons why. This doesn't mean that there isn't a single person, please. Bro, my girl's mom is literally voting Trump because of trans women in women's sports. This doesn't mean that there is not a single human being out there, chatter. Okay? Yeah, Matt Walsh exists, okay? He's voting for trans people, okay? Like, sure. It seems to me like Republicans are sick of hearing about it. They're not exactly broken up about trans healthcare being banned in their states. No, they're just sick of hearing about it because it's not relevant to them. And they've been sick of hearing about it. Okay, I'll explain it to you like this. Take any issue, okay? Any issue at all that isn't very prominently displayed in American media, okay? Let's say your issue is intactivism. You think it is morally unconscionable that millions of babies are getting circumcisions without consenting to it. Okay? Now, whether you agree with this or not does not change the reality that you are constantly talking about baby dick. And you're doing it over and over again. And while some people might go, you know what? I kind of agree with you. Why the fuck are we getting circumcisions? Like, that doesn't make any sense. If you were constantly talking about baby dick like that, people are going to be like, dude, you are way too invested in baby dick. Okay? So even people who might agree with you are going to be fucking grossed out by you being a single issue on the matter. It comes across like you are pathologically obsessed, hyperfixated on trans people. Because they are. They are. Republicans are, or at least some of these fucking idiots are legitimately hyperfixated on trans people, so much so that they mistake their own personal pathological obsession and maybe the pathological obsession of people they see on Twitter. They mistake that with genuine enthusiasm in a country where if they were to look at any fucking poll on the matter, in a country where 64% of the population agrees, including Republicans in this poll, agree that trans people are disproportionately targeted, okay, and discriminated against. That means that there are transphobic people out there who still think, you know, yeah, I'm transphobic. I think trans people are fucking weird. I don't want my children to be trans. They're going to woke my children. They're going to transgender my children. But also, I'm not transphobic, which is an incredibly common position. If you were to ever talk to a transphobic person, they would straight up say that. Okay? Just like the guy from yesterday that Owen Jones was interviewing. Now, this doesn't mean that they are not transphobic. It doesn't mean that, like, tomorrow they're going to fucking advocate for new Fallout New Vegas mods or start playing Hearts of Iron, okay? It just simply means that they don't give enough of a fuck to go out and vote for a candidate for this reason, okay? That's it. And that's precisely the reason why the Republicans have just occupied so much space in the state legislatures by just like dunking on trans people over and over again with no appetite for said ownage from the actual fucking voters. They're wasting their own damn time and they're wasting everybody else's time. That's it. And this has led to failures for them in 2022 when they did this shit. They leaned far too much into like crime panic narratives, trans panic narratives at a time when they should have had a massively consequential red wave. We're talking about a time when like there was negative real wage growth. Like that's insane. So they're just hyper fucking online. That's it. They're so incredibly online. And that is why I believe that they're going to lose. That's it. That's why I believe they're slated to lose. Because they are unimaginably online and focusing on all the wrong shit. That's also partially why I thought that their weird narrative was good, was solid, because they are fucking weird. And it has the capacity to shake people out of their stupor when they're met with that. When they're met with fear, oh, you're transphobic, you're bigoted, you're scary, you're a Nazi. They like that because there's still power there. They're like, yeah, you're just afraid of me and you're calling me a Nazi because like you're just afraid of my power. When you call them weird, they're like, wait, what the fuck? You're making fun of me. You deflate the power that they have. Anyway. Well, the idea here was that these states would function like moles in a game of whack-a-mole, where just getting one of these must-win states didn't mean that Trump didn't still have problems with others. Their results ended up being correlated with each other. All the states that were said to be putting him in an impossible position ended up falling in his direction early on into election night, putting him right at the doorstep of winning the election, which he ultimately did in 2016. It's best to understand this map somewhat similarly. Together, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada put Trump a bit away from 270, but if Trump is winning one of the two big states here, North Carolina and Georgia, he's very likely winning the other unless the margin is exceedingly close. Both have polled very close to the other throughout the year and voted very similarly in both 2020 and 2022, notwithstanding some subtle but important differences that I'll get to in a bit. They and their combined 32 electoral votes are likely to be a package deal. If Kamala wins them, she's very likely to be the next president. Past that point, Trump's only path to victory would be a clean sweep or near clean sweep of the Midwest, running through Pennsylvania and Michigan. If Trump wins them, on the other hand, he'd be right at the door of 270 electoral votes, assuming a win in lean R Arizona, even without Nevada, only requiring one of the three of the Midwest swing states to seal the deal. In other words, it'd be a lot like what happened in 2016, even if the punditry is completely different this time around. But to be said, to be in the kind of position... What? Damn, bro, you fucking wrote this... You wrote this up real quick, didn't you? Goddamn.
Look at the movement
Final
that
Waltz
Kamala
Mamala
has
rally
built
is
in that
live.
short amount of time.
Okay, let's watch this. I do want to see this.
Now imagine what she'll do in 4 years. And I got to tell you, one of the best parts of this is she has brought back the joy to our politics.
Bro, they spent all the fucking $1 billion on camera equipment. It's crazy.
Look, this is a pretty amazing journey for me, too. A kid from Butte, Nebraska, and a kid from Oakland, California, now find themselves with the opportunity tomorrow to become the next president and vice president of the United States. I can't tell you how proud I am to be on this ticket with Kamala. From her very first day, from a prosecutor to a district attorney to the attorney general of the largest state in the nation to a United States senator and to
prosecuting
vice president,
transnational
she
gangs.
has had one client the entire time: the people of this country. This is a servant leader who stood up for women and children against predators and abusers. She stood up with seniors and workers against fraudsters and big corporate interests. And she stood with families and communities against transnational gangs and traffickers. And she never once hesitated to work across the aisle to improve the lives of Americans. When people came to her,
Trump's last rally in Michigan is going to be at like 10 p.m., by the way, which is
simply
crazy.
said, how can I help? Now look, we get an opportunity together to build an economy that if you work hard, you don't just get
Joe
by,
Rogan endorsed
you get ahead.
Trump. Yeah, no shit, dude.
And let's be
Wow, Joe Rogan endorsed Trump. That's crazy. I can't believe Joe Rogan endorsed Trump after having Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk on. And fuck it, why not? I'll include motherfucking John Fetterman on that too as an endorsement for Donald Trump.
part of. Look, I grew up in rural Nebraska. Population 400. Had 24 kids in my class. a bunch of cousins in there. But the thing you learn when you grow up in that small town is you understand what it means to take care of your neighbor. Same thing that happens when you grow up in a big town. You start to understand that you're neighbors and it matters, and we're all in this together, working towards the common good. Those are the values that animated Kamala and my service. That's the values that after tomorrow, we'll be able to take to the White House for the rest of this country. And you saw on the National Mall what a president looks like and sounds like. When she said she wants to be a president for all Americans, those who vote for us and those who don't. She and I both come from the middle class. We've lived this experience. We'll be relying on that experience every single day in the White House. That's why she said from day one, she'll be focused on lowering the cost of living for families and put more money back in the pockets of middle-class Americans. An opportunity agenda that makes housing more affordable, makes it easier to start a small business, makes it easier to care for our loved ones, and yeah, make this country more free. When Kamala and I talk about freedom, we mean the people should be free to make their own decisions about health care and who they love, not politicians.
God.
The freedom for our seniors to retire with dignity by strengthening Social Security and Medicare. And yeah, as a teacher and a dad, the freedom to send our kids to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classroom. Look, Wisconsin, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. Kamala's a gun owner. We know we can uphold the Second Amendment, which we've always done, while also upholding our first responsibility, our children and their safety.
Jay Ghost, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Let me speak to the guys in this
Hype
room.
train level 2
I want you
achieved.
to think about the women in your life that you
Why?
love. Their lives are literally at stake in this election. More than 20 states now have abortion bans, and our daughters and those loved ones you're thinking of now have fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers. When Congress passes a law to restore the right to choose, to make Roe the law of the land, President Harris will sign it into law.
Mephi 2000, caked up bot. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Meow Faudo.
Because Kamala has said it and we all know it. We are not going back. We are not going back, folks. So, Milwaukee, I'm here today on behalf of Kamala Harris and myself to humbly ask you for your votes. Elections tomorrow, and we're not taking anything for granted. Look, I did it for too many years to pass up the chance on this one. We're in the last 2 minutes of this game. This thing's tied, but we got the damn ball. We got the ball. We got the best quarterback in Kamala Harris. And we got the best team with the people right here in this room. There's gonna be a time, folks, as we get that last yard done, as we get this thing over. But here's the thing, I'll tell you what an opportunity in our time to be living in this moment, to be able to influence not just 4 years, but 40 years, to make a difference in people's lives, to improve their lives. And there's going to come a time for all of you. I know if you're young, you're not thinking it, but it will come. You're going to be sitting in that rocking chair on your porch, and you're going to be rocking away. And a little one's going to come
Diesel,
up. They
thank
just
you for the
came
50
from school,
gifted subs.
where
Hype
they're
train
learning
level
the
4
history of the
achieved.
2024 presidential election in the United States. And they're going to wonder, what did you do during that election when you protected the American experiment, when the rule of law held, when the Constitution was the law of the land, when dictators and division and darkness
Jay
were
goes.
thrown out,
Thank you
and
for the
unity
10.
and
Uncle
hope
Lion, thank you for the
and a new way
5.
forward
Streeto,
were
thank you
in.
for the 5.
When everything was on the
Zylax,
line,
thank you for the 50.
when that little one asked you, what did you do during that election? You're going to be able to answer every damn thing I could. Every damn thing I
I feel like it's Tim Walz is being wasted, I think, on
could.
this.
24 hours, Milwaukee. to a
Baze
better
Lily, thank you for the
future.
10.
24 hours to President Harris. 24 hours to make a difference.
Eat the Ritz, thank you for the 5.
So I know this state knows a little something about winning. So here's my ask of you. Wisconsin, win this thing for America. Let's go. Let's go.
Camera quality is dropping.
I was born in a small town.
Camera quality is dropping a little bit. Why does the FPS fuck up?
All my friends live in a small town. My parents live in the same small town.
What the fuck is happening? Chances of a Walz presidential bid in 2028? No. This is the final Walz rally. Kamala's final rally will be in PA in a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, it brings me no joy to reveal this information to you. We have this just in. Joseph Robinette Rogan has officially endorsed. Joseph Robinette Rogan has officially endorsed Donald Trump. Shocking absolutely zero people, I think. I suspect this will not come as a surprise. Joe Rogan's demise was fairly transparent. This is kind of what like destroyed Alex Jones as well, in my opinion, and like removed the edge from his commentary. He used to be a more fun person to watch. He is now officially a bought and sold man. A charlatan. Johnny Harris is probably shocked. Oh yeah, remember when Johnny Harris was wrote that like insane article about Joe Rogan? He went mainstream. Dog, he is a fucking mainstream celebrity. Of course he went mainstream. Props to Joe for getting in the MAGA trifecta. President falls in love with Joe Rogan. The guy who shot Bin Laden is not beating the weird allegations. I don't think Joe Rogan's community is that shocked by this. They constantly rip on him. My goat is washed. Shocking, Joe. Shocking. It's astonishing how a guy like Joe was once an outsider who was critical of things, and now he just folds to everyone around him in his little Austin crowd. Yeah. What is this?
Oh, those Penn State guys, I wanted them to wrestle the migrants. I told, the UFC, Dana White. Oh, they killed me in this. I told Dana you to set up your League of Champions, unbelievable, best fighters in the world, and a migrant league. At the end, I want the migrant to go against the champion, and I think the migrant might actually win. That's how nasty some of these guys are. But I don't.
What?
I doubt.
What the fuck is he saying? Like, he's fantasizing about beating up random immigrants, but then also saying that, like, those random immigrants are fucking strong. Like, what? Is bro paying attention to what he's saying? I feel like he's just sauceless. Sauceless. I will say this over and over again. My man, my goat is washed. Okay? When you find out your goat is fucking washed. Does he not know the UFC is already full of immigrants? Yeah, Trump thinks Dagestani people are from America secretly or something. I don't know. Okay, good. So it's just not me. He's actually fucking cooked over the past 2 weeks. It's unbelievable to see even by his own standards. No, if you remember what happened last time around, if you remember what happened last election cycle, by this point Trump was putting up like LeBron numbers, okay? He was doing like 4 rallies a day. And if you recall, he was getting real sleepy and real weird at those rallies in the same exact way that he is right now. He is definitely past his limit. He's definitely way past his limit. He's done. He's Celtic Shaq right now. Yeah, he is. I mean, we'll see. I've said what I've said already. I've made my prediction on this. Only time will show what will happen. But yeah, I think he is definitely washed.
By the left.
Oh, Megyn Kelly. He brought Megyn Kelly up. Yeah, blood coming out of her, whatever, Megyn Kelly.
By the left for saying he would be a protector of women. He will be a protector of women, and it's why I'm voting for him. He will close the border. He will keep the boys out of girls' sports and where they don't belong. By the left.
Yeah, that's a real resilient message, dude. Like half the country's like, you took away medical access to a procedure that we could have had before you became president. And his answer is like, what about trans people? Think about the trans people playing sports. Do you understand why that's fucking stupid? This ain't England, dog. You can't be fucking running this kind of commentary. His entire pro-woman narrative is so obviously misogynistic that, like, I feel like the only people that will split ticket forecast and no hedging, Kamala 53, Donald Trump 47. We've said a lot about how this is an uncertain toss-up, but our model has always said Harris nominally ahead, and she remains ahead by a whisker. Mama alive? I don't think she is. Oh, she is.
Pittsburgh!
What the fuck's up with the quality, dude?
Are we ready to do this? Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win? Oh, it is good to be here tonight with all these leaders. I thank you all so very much. I want to thank Representatives Lee, DeLuzio. Let's send them back to the U.S. House of Representatives. Please send Bob Casey back to the United States Senate. And I thank everyone for being here and taking the time out of your busy lives to be here this evening. I love you back. I love you back. I love you back. All right, so Pittsburgh, this is it. Tomorrow is Election Day. Tomorrow is Election Day. And the momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions, the aspirations, and the dreams of the American people. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
Wait, there's another rally after this in Philadelphia?
And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States.
At 11 p.m. Eastern? What a
But
fucking
we still got some
dynamo.
work to do. Because look, the race is not over and we must finish strong. So listen, here's the thing about the hard work. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. We will
Okay,
win.
she's beating me in her work ethic, I'll be honest. I gotta pee.
And we will win because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're done. We're exhausted with it. And Pittsburgh, we are not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because America is ready for a fresh start. And we are ready for a president who knows the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it is based on who you lift up. And instead of stewing over an enemy's list, I will spend every day working on my to-do list, full of priorities to improve your life, because ours is not a fight against something, it is a fight for something. It is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom, like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly. So, America, I am asking for your vote. I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. And we are not going back. And here's the thing, guys. We are fighting for a democracy. We are fighting for a democracy. And in a democracy, true leadership understands that the leader listens to the experts and listens to people who disagree with them. I will listen to people who disagree with me because I do not believe that people who disagree with me are the enemy. In fact, I will give them a seat at the table. That is what real leaders do. That is what strong leaders do. And I pledge to always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So, Pittsburgh, that is my pledge to you. And to you I ask then, who here has a plan to vote? Fantastic. Okay, so help spread the word then. Polls are open here in Pennsylvania tomorrow from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. You know that. Go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including where and when to vote and where to drop off your mail ballot, because we need everyone to vote, Pennsylvania. You will make the difference in this election. You will make the difference. And friends, listen, we are all here together because we love our country. We love our country, and when you love something, you fight for it. And I do believe it is one of the highest forms of patriotism. I love you back. Love you back. And one of the highest forms of our love of our country is to then fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. So Pittsburgh, listen, we got one day left to get this done. So now we work to get out the vote. Let's reach out in these next 24 hours to family and friends and classmates and neighbors and coworkers. And as we do that, let us really be true to what our campaign has been about from the very start. And on that, I say, please let us be intentional about building community.
Yeah, I saw the Mickey Rourke clip. It's pretty funny.
Building coalitions. Because here's the thing. So much about these last several years has been about trying to make people point their fingers at each other, to have Americans point their fingers at each other, to try and make people feel alone or feel small. But let us do the work as we work toward this win of building up community and coalition and reminding everyone that we have so much more in common than what separates us. Let that be our goal. And let us remind everyone, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So one last time, Pittsburgh, I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. God bless you.
Decision Desk, which follows me, weirdly enough. I'm not gonna. This song is a banger. God damn, dude. Decision Desk, which weirdly follows me, I don't know why, puts Republicans having a 75% chance of winning the Senate according to our latest forecast. Obviously, West Virginia is gone. And beyond that, this is all red losing. Montana not looking good. All red not looking good. You guys really think I'm gonna let that happen? Don't let it happen. Don't let it happen, Mel Cattell. Carl Kalinske says Kamala Harris might win Florida. I cannot begin to explain to you how much I disagree with that analysis. I would be the most shocked man in the United States of America if that happened. I think out of like all the states where abortion is on the ballot, I'd go so far as to say that superstar Katy Perry, what the fuck? Okay, well, yeah, who cares? Out of all states where abortion is on the ballot, Florida is the one state that is the least likely. Trust me, bro, I got this. All right. Chatter's got it. She's more likely to get Arizona than Florida. Yeah, I don't think that's that unfair of an assessment to make. Arizona also has He didn't say that. That was his bullish Kamala prediction. That's like beyond bullish. It's because FEMA is taking away Florida Republicans' right to vote, or at least that's what my mom thinks. Yeah. My friend who works for New York State had to go home early from all the threats and doxing their home address due to the Peanut the Squirrel story. Yeah, that's the other side of this, incredibly slanted, incredibly busted American politics cycle is that, like, Republicans don't just disagree anymore. They just dox you and try to kill you. Like, there's no more disagreements. There's no more just like, hey, oh, I don't agree with you. It's now, I don't agree with you, which means I'm going to threaten your life. And it's gotten to such an insane degree that basically it's Republicans that are also trying to kill other Republicans, like the registered Republican that shot the fucking president. You know? It makes no sense. Speaking of bomb threats at 10 New York State DEC offices as outrage over death of Peanut the squirrel continues. There's also, not only has there been multiple bomb threats, at this point, like, we have to do something about, like, online harassment. And I know that our Congress is, like, too old to understand any of this shit, but it is pretty fucking wild. It is pretty wild that it's just, like, so commonplace. Wonderful that we've gotten here with, like, the most psychopathic losers and weirdos basically using Twitter as a platform where you can say whatever the fuck you want.
And they put her in, and she somehow, a woman, somehow she's doing better than he did.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine it can last because
That's pretty funny. Somehow, as a woman, she's doing better than he did. He's woke. He's saying that America is misogynistic. He's actually woke. Whoa. What was that? Anyway. The squirrel guy is super right wing. Yeah, he's also a sex worker, so I don't know how the fuck that works. I do find it funny though that, like, I do find it funny that they are running this they're running this fucking massive defense for I think a guy who used the peanut squirrel for, like, sex work. I think he might even be a gay porn star, actually. I don't know if I can show this. Oh, Christiane Amanpour is anti-Semitic now, according to Stop Anti-Semitism. Why is she anti-Semitic? 7-second clip. Disgusting. CNN reporter Christiane Amanpour refers to the IDF as occupational forces live on air. Will she be fired like Ryan Gerdusky was? Or is there a different set of rules?
I understand why you would want to film what's happening to your own villages from the settlers and the Israeli occupation forces. I understand why.
Yeah. Really fucked up. Really fucked up for correctly calling what Israel is doing an occupation. His OnlyFans is just gay baiting stuff. You sign up and to actually get anything, you got to pay more. He doesn't have any man on man stuff. You sound disappointed, Kev Dog. What do you mean he used the squirrel for sex work? I think it's pretty funny. I think it's pretty funny that this story has like caused a massive like media consumption rift, in the sense that like people who are at least somewhat tapped into like right-wing commentary are laser focused on the peanut story, and people who don't do that have no idea what this is about. And I like keeping people in the dark about this story. I really do. So I'm just not going to mention it. Also, it brings me extra no pleasure to give you this story. Malding predicts Donald Trump will win the U.S. election. The famous baby hippo was presented with separate cakes featuring both candidates' name, ultimately choosing to eat the Trump cake. Malding has been... Can it vote? No, that fat bitch. Doing payola hate against a Thai celebrity to distract from the fact that your country is one big joke. She only began eating solid food 2 weeks ago. What makes you think she even cares about U.S. elections? She simply picked the bigger fruit. Do not bring her into this. Never trusted that oversized rat. Never liked Malding in the first place. Okay, people are getting vicious. Election night meal. Let's watch the viral hippo video. She's so cute. Wait, maybe it's because Mamala went for Mamala. Like, my mom is a Malding truther. She thinks it's an animatronic. Wait, what? Your mom thinks Malding is an animatronic? Yeah, I like this tweet. Malding shot dead in Chicago. Malding predicts Donald Trump will win U.S. election. There's a subsect of people who think all animals are fake, especially zoo animals. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the percentage of people that think that and those who vote Republican is a Venn diagram that's just one circle. It's like this. Like I feel like if you think all animals are fake, especially zoo animals, like you're most likely a Republican Party voter. Like reliable, high propensity voter for the Republican Party. And yes, I did see Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump, which is, I think that's going to be more consequential for Joe Rogan than anybody else. I feel like there's definitely like still a subsect of dumb people in the Joe Rogan fan base that probably still think he's like an independent guy. You know what I mean? And they're going to see this and be like, oh, I don't know if I like that. Even if people themselves are pro-Trump, I could totally see like a pro-Trump Joe Rogan lover saying that they don't appreciate that Joe Rogan openly endorsed Donald Trump because he's like supposed to be like an enlightened guy and he's kind of sold out. He's kind of sold out basically by doing this. He's independent though. No, bitch. You can't be independent after fucking endorsing one of the two major parties like that. Are you crazy? Oh, here it is. Here's the guy I was talking about. Dude, what the fuck? I already voted for Kamala. I assumed you weren't endorsing anyone, so I took a guess. Is there any way for me to change my vote now? This sucks. Connor. Anyway. So, now that the election is around the corner, it's time for me to fill my ballot. And as always, as is the case every year, it's in front of me right now. We got a voter information pamphlet for the general municipal election. A lot of this shit has my name and address on it, so I'm gonna fucking not show you anything. Okay, obviously. But I'm opening up my official ballot right now. And in order to, and we're going to go through the ballot measures as well. I will, of course, be, as always, using the DSA LA voter guide. Okay. I'm going to be dropping off my ballot at a participating vote center tomorrow. But I will be filling it out right now as we go along. We got the return envelope, instructions. Instruction says, I got an I voted sticker in here too. Instruction says, number one, check that you have your ballot cards and a return envelope. Okay. Fuck, I need a pen. I have my ballot cards and a return envelope. Number two, vote. And it says here that if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, your vote will not be eligible. What? That's crazy. Can't believe that they're doing that. Can't believe that they're saying that and doing that. I guess that's California for you. Use only black or blue ink pen to mark your choices on your ballot. Fill in the circle to the left of your choice. Don't vote for more choices than indicated. This is going to be really hard because Kamala Harris has told me that she's a uniter of America, and therefore, judging by her unification strategy, I personally thought the smart thing to do would be to vote both for Donald Trump and also for Kamala Harris because, you know, she said she would be the great uniter and not the divider. Do not return this card with the ballot, it says. I got the official ballot in front of me. Okay? It's kind of crazy because I am an undocumented immigrant. And it's wild that they sent this to me, despite the fact that I am an undocumented immigrant. But such is the nature of California politics once again. As you guys know, it is illegal for me to vote, is what the Republicans want you to think. But the reality of the matter is, it's very legal and very cool for undocumented immigrants to vote. Undocumented immigrants such as myself. But I do feel like we need a little bit of fun while I'm filling out my ballot. Okay? Sure, we'll go over to the Democratic Socialists of America Los Angeles voter guide. But I feel like we need to spice it up a little bit. You know? Am I alone in this? Does anyone have the link that I'm looking for? I'm looking for something to just like set the mood. Really. And I can't seem to find, you know what? Maybe this song?
Oh my God, I will vote.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't believe in fake news.
No, I don't.
All I need is the truth.
Yeah.
Because we love our country.
We love it just like you. Economy por Trump. Okay. Anyway, let's get started, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls. Let's get started on Los Angeles. Okay, first up, we have on the official ballot for the general election, November 5th, 2024, County, Los Angeles. I'm using my KDSN, the Hive pen for this. Shouts out to the Hasanabi head who gave this to me. Love my local news reporters. Instructions to voters marking your ballot. It says do this, not a check, and not an X. Use only black or blue ink. That's fine. I got that shit locked down. Okay. Page 1 of 6. For city local, Los Angeles Community College District, member of the Board of Trustees, seat 1. Okay, where the fuck are the city local? This shit's so goddamn hard, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. DSA SF dropped the ball, to be honest. They don't have a voter guide. I was like, what the fuck? That is kind of crazy. But there's definitely something. There's definitely something out there. There's no way that there isn't a fucking voter guide at all. You know what I mean? I love finding new Schumer's that love Donald Trump as much as I do. Leftist people in San Francisco should use pissed off voter guide. Voter guide all in one image. That is Chris Rail's voter guide. Okay. Chris Rail has also another LA voter guide. Another one that you can use is Knock LA. You can make up your mind on some of these, but most of these are going to be in alignment with one another. But overall, this is fucking confusing, man. What the fuck? DSA LA posted you? I know. They're so silly for posting that photo instead. Anyway. Okay. I like that for, hold on. I don't want to reveal too much of my, like, I don't want to reveal all of the shit that I'm voting for, right? Like city specific shit. I guess people know like what area that I live in. But you know what? I'm going to keep my city local shit to myself, okay? I'm going to keep my city local shit to my damn self. How about that? How about that? Okay, this is on. All right, there it is. Community College Board of Trustees. These are some of the races where very little information is presented to you, dear voter, but it matters a lot. Like our LAUSD public schools, our community colleges are pinnacles of our neighborhood and provide vital services to our working class communities. LA Community College District is huge geographically and oversees a $10.4 billion budget. Other roles include hiring and firing the chancellor. In this case, this board is tasked with both right now, following a vote of no confidence in the most recent one. Making sure community needs are met by the schools and implementing programs and policies to help our students. Our community colleges have been faced with declining enrollment since the pandemic, as well as several lawsuits ranging from delayed and over budget construction projects, not complying with the ADA, and sexual harassment. Despite the board having discrete seats, you are not geographically bound, so we're all voting for seats 1, 3, 5, and 7. Historically, incumbents have run a slate, and this year is no different. The slate of incumbents includes Andrea Hoffman for seat 1, David Vela for seat 3, Nichelle Henderson for seat 5, and Kelsey Leno for seat 7. They all represent the better option in each race, each and every race. I only use TYT Anna's voting coloring book voting guide that shows the best ways to fill in your ballot in a way that creates a cute, nonpartisan image. Every picture ensures you never miss the transphobia and anti-homes. Okay. Okay. Andrea Hoffman for seat 1. This is interesting because it's not the same here. This person is saying LA Community College Trustees, Cheyenne Sims, Nancy Perlman. Very different than, am I looking at the right, like, what the fuck? So DSA LA and this person, Chris Rail, are directly at odds with one another. I'm going to go with the DSA LA one. An org's voter guide versus one person's guide. Check Chris Rail's guide, please. This slate is endorsed by the faculty and staff unions who work and teach at LA community colleges and also UTLA and LA Fed. In some of these races, the slate candidate is the only candidate who's not a right winger, like in the case of seat 5. In others, they are the most experienced candidates, ensuring our community colleges are responsive and to the needs of Black, Brown, and LGBTQ students, like in seats 1 and 3. And we'd like to highlight Kelsey Leno, an active leader in her union, is current president of El Camino College Federation of Teachers, currently bargaining for a fair contract. Chris is an unhoused mutual aid activist who worked for DSA until they stopped doing unhoused mutual aid in 2019. Do with that information what you will, chatters. She says Cheyenne Sims for LA College Community College Trustees for seat 1. DSA LA says Andrea Hoffman. For seat 3, DSA LA says David Vela. For seat 3, she says Nancy Perlman. For seat 5, DSA LA says Kelsey Leno. She says for seat 5, Nichelle Henderson. Wait, what? She says for seat 7, Kelsey Leno. Wait, is the DSA LA one wrong? What the fuck? Oh, no, they're running for all the seats. Okay. No, you misread. Nichelle Henderson for seat 5. Seat 7, Kelsey Leno. DSA LA says seat 7. Oh, Kelsey Leno for seat 7. Okay. I did misunderstand it. It was my fault. Anyway. All right. Okay. Okay. Economy for Trump. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Okay. DSA-LA on his last legs? No. Okay. Then you have members of the state assembly, which is a difficult one. Unfortunately, you can make a decision on that one depending on which district you're in. Let's just say that some districts are not great, regardless of regardless of your position, which happens quite a bit. Anyway, state representative, of course, for your district. Which, for me, California's 30th congressional district. This Los Angeles district covers a big swath of central Los Angeles, including Hollywood and Silver Lake, and then stretches up to include eastern San Fernando Valley, Glendale, and Burbank. Centrist and liberal Warhawk Senate candidate Adam Schiff has held a version of the seat since 2001. After an incredibly crowded primary, Democrat voters canceled each other out, leaving us with a Democrat versus a GOP race. Laura Friedman has been among the most progressive California State Assembly members, regularly sponsoring and authoring bills for a single state payer, as well as leading on public transportation, bike lanes, and other environmental issues in the LA area. She's considered more accessible than most sitting politicians to grassroots and non-money groups, though she still has her fair share of business interest supporters. Beyond the assembly, Friedman is endorsed by the LA Times, a handful of local unions, a bunch of Democratic women orgs like Emily's List, and overlapping DSA Los Angeles elected officials Constantine Anthony and Hugo Soto Martinez. She's up against a weird libertarian who brought a big billboard near Echo Park on the 101 and hasn't done much else. Laura Friedman has this in the bag. It's a deep blue district. Okay. Los Angeles City General Municipal Election Measure DD. Independent Redistricting Commission for the City of Los Angeles Charter Amendment DD. Shall the city charter be amended to establish an independent redistricting commission to redraw city council district lines every 10 years in the city of Los Angeles? Supporters: Councilmember Paul Krikorian, Councilmember Nithya Rahman, California Common Cause. Opponents: none submitted. Currently, redistricting Los Angeles is decided every 10 years by a 21-member commission. One of its biggest flaws in this process is that each city council member gets to appoint a member to the commission, which plays into America's long history of gerrymandering. Where voting districts are selectively drawn to favor a political base. By getting to appoint their own map drawing commission, the Los Angeles City Council members get to choose their voters, as opposed to voters getting to choose their representative. What time does the coverage of the election start? I mean, it's already started. It's never stopped. Okay. All right, I'm going to run through these. Yes on Measure DD. In the back, we have more city local shit. Measure HH, City Governance Appointments and Elections Charter Amendment HH, which is a City Governance Appointments and Elections Charter Amendment HH. Shall the city charter be amended to require that commission appointees file financial disclosures before they can be confirmed. Clarify the controller's auditing authority regarding city contractors, expand the city attorney's subpoena power. Obviously, there's no opponents to it, and obviously, it's a yes. For measure 2, which is city administration and operations charter amendments, shall the city charter be amended to clarify that the El Pueblo monument and the zoo are park property, clarify the departments may sell merchandise to support city operations, including gender identity and non-discrimination rules applicable to employment in the city, clarify the airport commission's rule to establish fees and regulations. Supporters are council member Paul Krikorian, opponents none submitted. And for measure 2, that's a yes as well. You get to participate and do your civic duty and make major impacts in your immediate life. That's why I always say I love voting, I love voting, and you should too. ER, Los Angeles General Election, Municipal Election Measure ER, City Ethics Commission Authority and Operational Independence, Charter Amendment ER. A lot of this stuff is like pretty basic, pretty, understandable, pretty easy to understand. Some of these are going to have like interesting. Some of these are association council members, Blumenfield. I know how I feel about this. Okay. This is refunds. I know how I feel about this. I wonder how DSA feels about this. And if I'm at odds with this, with DSA-LA on this matter. Let's see. Let's see if Cinemarxism is right and DSA-LA is totally compromised. We don't really want to be whimsical with Charter Amendment FF, so it doesn't get a fun alliterative name. And if it did, it would involve a curse word. Okay. Yeah, never mind. All right. They're also. Okay. All right. Well, everyone is in agreement. Voted no on that. Los Angeles City General Municipal Election Measure LL. Independent Redistricting Commission for the Los Angeles Unified School District Charter Amendment LL. Shall the city charter be amended to establish an independent redistricting commission to redraw Board of Education district lines every 10 years in the Los Angeles Unified School District? Supporters are Common Cause, Community Coalition, Catalyst California, board members Jackie Goldberg, board member Tanya Ortiz Franklin. Opponents, none submitted. For LL, we also say yes. Dude, I'm coloring inside of the lines so fucking hard. You don't even understand. I'm like this. I'm like, I got my tongue out and shit, making sure that I'm coloring inside of the lines perfectly. All right, moving on to page number 3. Let's go. City local, Unified School District, General Election Measure. Local Public School Safety and Upgrades Measure. To update the school facilities for the 21st century U.S. students' learning and career college preparedness. There are opponents of this, which is Howard Jarvis, the Taxpayers Association, Mike Antonovich, the L.A. County Supervisor, retired, Jack Humphreysville. The supporters of it is Yali Flores, Families in Schools, Gene Hale, LA AFAM Chamber, Dr. A. McCorders, Charmaine Morales, RN, Ernesto Medrano, Building Trades. This measure is supposed to update school facilities for the 21st century student learning and career college preparedness, improve school facilities for safety, earthquakes, and disability access. And there are motherfuckers who are like, honestly, we shouldn't do that. That's pretty cool, I think. This would be authorizing $9 billion in bonds at illegal rates, levying approximately 2.5 cents per $100 of assessed valuation, generating $456,123,000 annually until approximately 2059 with audits and citizens' oversight. By the way, let's see what the DSA-LA has to say about this. What am I doing? Unified School District. Am I? Okay, whatever. LA Unified School District. I can't even fucking find this shit. God damn it. Oh, bond measure. Here it is. We recommend voting yes. Motherfucker use a table of contents? No, it's hard to figure it out. On county district attorney, we obviously have, you know, not the best situation, but you have George Gascon, a writing candidate, or Nate Hockman. And I'll just tell you this much, okay? I'll tell you this much. Do you recommend not voting? No. I've never recommended not voting. I'm literally in the process of voting, and you're asking me if I recommend not voting. Yes, vote. I'm literally fucking voting. Right now, I'm voting my dick off, dude. Anyway, the current DA is George Gascon, who bit the incumbent Jackie Lacey back in 2020. That was only possible because of the historic efforts by BLM Los Angeles activists. Gascon has been an improvement over Lacey. The Los Angeles Times has found that under his tenure, prosecutions of police officers for excessive force have become more of a focus, and 7 people have been exonerated for crimes judges later ruled they did not commit. The contradiction of this race is a socialist looks at George Gascon and could go, a progressive DA might be an oxymoron, but hey, he's doing a hell of a lot better than other DAs all around the country. To the reactionary mind, however, Gascon is a devil from Black and White Fleischer Studios cartoon, dancing as he opens prison doors in hell. And for the record, everybody hates him. Everybody hates George Gascon. I mean, all the reactionaries hate him. I assume that there are some people that I even know personally that voted against him. I, however, will be voting for him. So, you know, because I love releasing criminals out into the wild, and that is why I am voting for George Gascon, and I urge you to do the same. Anyway, moving on from that, we have Superior Court office judges inside of the Superior Court. It's, you know, we got a bunch of people. Okay. Hold on. Let me look this up. I know who I'm voting for, but it's good to just go through it. Superior Court judges recommending voting for George Turner for 39, Erica Wiley for 48, and Lachey Henderson for Office 97 is another public defender who we recommend as judge. Okay? 2 public defenders are running together in a slate calling themselves Defenders of Justice, another progressive slate for judges after the mixed success of the 2022 election slate endorsed by DSALA. Elected Eunice Hernandez, their platform prioritizes care over punishment and opposes mass incarceration. Electing progressive judges won't fix our ultimately broken judicial system, but it sure would help a lot of people to have these candidates overseeing their cases. If you see a public defender, usually it's a good person to vote for a judge. But yes, George Turner for office number 39. He is a deputy public defender from the county of Los Angeles. And for office 48, Erica Wiley, who is also, again, a deputy public defender from the county of Los Angeles. And Lachey Henderson, who is also a deputy public defender for office number 97. And then for 135, you have the deputy district attorney and the going up against another deputy district attorney, Stephen Yemak versus Georgia Huerta. And when there's a situation like that, I feel like there's usually no recommendation from any guide. Like DSALA won't make a recommendation. Other places won't make a recommendation. I'll take a look at Knock LA. I doubt that they have one, but Stephen Yemak versus Georgia Huerta. Okay, Knock LA says Georgia Huerta, who has the most experience as a lawyer and who served as a district attorney in collaborative courts. Knock LA got bought out, I think. EMAC is endorsed by right wingers. Okay. And then for 137, there's also the recommendation is Luz E. Herrera. All right, County Measure G. Vote yes or no. Proposed county charter amendment. Los Angeles County Government Structure, Ethics, and Accountability Charter Amendment shall the measure amending the Los Angeles County Charter to create an elected county executive, create an independent ethics commission to increase restrictions on lobbying and investigative misconduct. What do we think, chat? I'm letting chat decide this one. Fuck it. Fuck. We're doing extra democracy. Do we like that there is a accountability ethics amendment? We're going to do meta democracy today. Okay? County measure. Why is that not showing up? Fucking Christ. Crime is cool. More laws, more crime. Okay, well, I'll tell you. Supporters are none. However, the opponents are LA County firefighters and sheriffs, the Community Coalition, LA County Supervisors Catherine Barger and Holly J. Mitchell. This would increase restrictions on lobbying and investigative misconduct, establish a nonpartisan legislative analyst to review proposed county policies, increase board of supervisors from 5 to 9 elected members, require county departments to present annual budgets in public meetings using existing funding sources with no additional taxes to implement as detailed in the charter amendment ordinance. Should this be adopted? Ballot Measure G. There have been attempts to expand the board. We'll start off by saying Measure G was difficult to get a read on. Literally, we had to hunt and find a copy of the actual ordinance text. The top line of the measure is that it will expand the size of the board of supervisors from 5 to 9, beginning with elections in 2032 following a redistricting process. It will also, what the fuck? An independent ethics commission at the county level to restrict lobbying and investigative ethics violations every 10 years and transmit recommendations to the county. But perhaps the most controversial is making the county executive an elected role and expanding its powers of authority. There are good aspects to this measure, to be sure. Expanding the board to 9 supervisors is a huge improvement over 5. Why are they saying no to that? I'm confused. Though increasing proportional representation is good, expansion does come with its drawbacks, such as potentially creating districts more favorable to conservatives and NIMBYs, and could make it harder for unions to bargain good contracts. Oh, that's interesting. As written, county executive would go from a board of supervisors appointed by position to elected position, and their powers would greatly expand. Essentially creating a county mayor. While on the surface we understand the idea of creating an elected position that would have executive power authority over the county, this seat does not subject to term limits, could leave LA County with an entrenched neoliberal leadership for who knows how long. Additionally, the county executive some proponents of Measure G mention that the county executive role replicates a system of checks and balances as seen in the federal and LA city government, but just because they're a precedent doesn't mean that they're equitable in favor the working class. We constantly see terrible budgets and oppressive politics come out of each of these systems. Ultimately, though Measure G appears to have good intentions, the changes to the county executive and the way that the measure has been pushed out with little visibility or coalitional organizing from supervisors Horvath or Hahn makes this vary of the outcome. We recommend a no vote. I'm going to say yes. Simply on the principle that the LA County firefighters and sheriff's office are opponents to it. Okay, but firefighters, bitch, that doesn't mean anything. That's just a way to fucking do PR for the sheriffs. Yeah, if they just simply put LA County sheriffs. Anyway, County Measure A, vote yes or no. Homelessness services and affordable housing ordinance to require accountability and results, create affordable housing, support home ownership, provide rental assistance, increase mental health. Yes, this was Measure G. Ballot Measure E, Ballot Measure A. Homelessness services and affordable housing ordinance, accountability results, create affordable housing, support home ownership. This is literally every fucking LA race, by the way. Every goddamn election cycle, there's like another ballot measure like this where they're like, would you like to give a house to every homeless person? And like it passes by like 75%. And then every day after it passes, we're just like, oops, don't know what we can do about it. Yeah, and then nothing happens. Literally every fucking ballot, every election, there is a ballot measure that's like, would you like to give every homeless person their own home and perhaps maybe even a puppy? Like for emotional support. And then they don't fucking do it. I do want to read the supporters: Women's and Children's Crisis Shelter, Habitat for Humanity of Greater Los Angeles, LA Family Housing. Opponents: Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, Mike Antonovich, and LA County Supervisor retired Jack Humphreeville. Yes, by the way, you vote yes for this. It's funding for homelessness initiatives. Kaya! Speaking of puppies, I'm going to bring my puppy in here while I play this.
The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. I vote for Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. Oh yeah, for Donald Trump. Oh my God.
What the fuck happened? The thing broke. All right. Anyway. Yes on Measure A. To give critical funds to homeless people. Homeless assistance. The Taxpayer Association, due to straight up evil and is a recurring villain on these measures. Yeah, I love that. But I actually respect that because like it gives you a easier way to interpret like what you're voting for when you can sometimes look at like who's voting for it and who's voting against it if you don't fully understand. Like, because some of this stuff is written in a way that is like deliberately obtuse. It's supposed to misguide you. And we'll get to that in a second. Like a lot of the big ballot initiatives, a lot of the big ballot measures will always be written in a way where it's like, oh, yeah, here it is. There you go. A tweet saying what you just told. I think it's cool. You could just vote opposite of whatever these guys want, and it saves you a ton of time researching your ballot. Exactly. Exactly. Like, that is straight up a smart way to go about it. If there's like something that's particularly confusing because it's written in this like very confusing way, you can look at like who opposes the ballot measures. So I do appreciate when it's like, you know, the Conservative Taxpayer Association of America. I'm like, okay, well, fuck you guys, you know? State Measure 2, authorizes bonds for public school and community college facilities. Legislative statute, $10 billion in general obligation bonds. Fuck. At the state level, State Measure 2. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for state measure 2. 10 billion in general obligations for repair, upgrade, construction. Easy fucking opponents. Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association. Okay. State measure 3. Proposition 3 amends California Constitution to recognize fundamental right to marry, regardless of sex or race. I don't know about this one. Opponents, Jonathan Keller, California Family Council. Reverend Tanner DeBella. I can't in good conscience allow... Naudiusun. Okay, wear that one. Here, that's a jacket. That one right there on the chair. Okay, I have a hoodie on the couch. Anyway. I don't know, man. I don't know. Amends California Constitution to recognize the fundamental right to marry regardless of sex or race. Removes language in the California Constitution stating that marriage is only between a man and a woman. The opponents are right-wing homophobic elected officials. Those guys seem like good guys. Anyway, all right. Enough fucking around. There's already too many goddamn fucking ballot measures and propositions and this fucking stupid shit. God, I hate democracy. Okay. Proposition number 4 authorizes $10 billion in general obligation bonds for water, wildfire prevention, and protection of communities and lands. Okay. I think I'm going to go for safe drinking water on this. I think I'm going to go yes on this. I love that Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, again, with a no on the measure for the record. Isn't that fucking awesome? Like, these guys literally openly were like, we don't want clean water. Okay? Do not open up any fucking general obligation bonds for water, wildfire prevention, and protection of communities of land, along with annual audits. It's like the guy is literally saying, I am not in favor of fighting wildfires. I'm fighting the fire with fire. I am pro fire. All right, state measure 5. Proposition 5 allows local infrastructure and housing bonds for low and middle income Californians with 55% vote, lowering the threshold from a supermajority. The amount of bonds would depend on decision by local governments and voters. Supporters are California Professional Firefighters, League of Women Voters of California, Habitat for Humanity. Opponents, California Taxpayers Association, California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, and the Women Veterans Alliance. Why the fuck would the Women Veterans Alliance oppose the motherfucking proposition that allows local infrastructure and housing bonds for low and middle income Americans, Californians with a 55% vote? Passing Prop 5 will make it easier for California cities and counties to invest in local housing and infrastructure. Why are you the Women's Veterans Alliance and you're like, nah, female veterans, they love being homeless? No, please. We do not want affordable housing. I'm voting yes on measure 5. State measure 6, proposition 6. They don't have internet. Yeah, don't hate on them. They don't got no internet. State measure 6 eliminates constitutional provision allowing involuntary servitude for incarcerated persons. Now, this is a very controversial one. It is, for those of you who don't know, this is literally a measure, I shit you not, to abolish slavery. This measure, which the Jarvis Johnson Taxpayer for a Worse America Foundation has not opposed, okay, surprisingly. This is the one measure that even they were like, man, I can't fucking put my name on this like pro-slavery, not Jarvis Johnson, whatever. What is it? Howard Jarvis. DSA got this one wrong. Vote no. Trust me. Yeah, I'm gonna... Guys, I think I'm gonna vote to abolish slavery instead of choosing to maintain slavery. Yes, this is not fake. This is real. Oh, you're just linking Louisiana State Penitentiary. Yeah. No, this is California. In the state of California, we have decided 2024 is the year where we're like, let's take a look at this slavery business, which is really funny to think about when you realize that the Constitution still has not abolished it. Okay? Just so you understand, it's still legal. Okay? And in every other state, it's still legal. It's just in our state, we at least get to put our name on it. And we're like, you know what? Let's abolish slavery. I feel brave. I feel like a real John Brown right now, voting yes on involuntary, on ending the inhumane and backwards practice of involuntary servitude. Wow. With the stroke of a pen, ladies and gentlemen, this is how democracy thrives, okay? This is how democracy thrives. Proposition 32 raises minimum wage. Yeah. And for the record, the Jarvis Johnson Tax Dodgers Association is not openly in opposition to this, but plenty of other associations have, including, but not limited to, California Chamber of Commerce, California Restaurant Association, and the California Grocers Association. They don't want this. Okay? They don't want this at all. They don't want Prop 32, which would raise the California minimum wage to $18 an hour. Okay? This measure extends the annual increases $1 per year until minimum wage currently $15 per hour for businesses with 26 or more employees and $14 per hour for smaller businesses reaches $18 per hour. Therefore, as existing law requires, the minimum wage will annually adjust for inflation. Not only am I in favor of abolishing slavery, I'm also in favor of, and this might come as a surprise to you, I'm in favor of abolishing the minimum wage. That's right. No more minimum wage, ladies and gentlemen. It should be $0. Some people need to pick themselves up by their fucking bootstraps. It's time. Pick yourself up by your fucking bootstraps. You goddamn pores. Fuck you. Just kidding. We're going to vote yes, even though, not the, it should be a little bit better than that, but what are you going to do? State measure Proposition 33. This is the Justice for Renters Act. Passing this act will allow, this is the controversial, we're getting to the controversial propositions, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. This is the type of stuff. This is where you put your fucking pedal to the goddamn metal, okay? This one right here, Proposition 33, is the Justice for Renters Act. Passing this act will allow local governments to protect residents by strengthening rent control. Now, of course, we obviously have people who are saying vote no, rent control bad. All of the fucking Redditors have been activated. I'll have you know, sir, McGird, rent control bad, rent control wrong. Yeah, guess what, dude? I don't feel that way. And you know what? You can't do anything about it. To those who say landlords are the backbone of society, to them I say, here's a bone. I got a bone to pick with you, sir. Anyway, Proposition 33 is bad. It's a way to fucking feed NIMBYism and all this shit. I know. Yeah. Supporters include Senator Bernie Sanders. It's the centerpiece of California DSA's. Oops. Fuck! God damn it, this fucking stupid ass voter guide is already hard to navigate. Okay. Centerpiece of California DSA's Arch campaign is chapters organized canvassing work with DSA-endorsed candidate campaigns, conduct tabling, and digital communications. Supporters include Senator Bernie Sanders, yuck. California Democratic Party, California Nurses Association, ACLU of Southern California, Americans for Democratic Action. The opposition is led by the California Apartment Association, the landlord lobby, which is spending tens of millions of dollars in mailers, digital, and TV ads, lying about the impact of Prop 33. Other opponents include Assemblymember Buffy Wicks, California Republican Party, California YIMBY, the California Chamber of Commerce, and the California Business Round Table. Okay. This initiative is a fight. This initiative fight is a clear class struggle campaign between renters and landlords, between workers and capitalists. In that, we enthusiastically endorse a yes vote on Proposition 33. All right. There you go. I'm disappointed. You need to be YIMBY pilled. Nothing to do with landlords. Every orange-pilled armchair urbanist in the chat is losing their fucking minds, okay? Now we get to the real juicy stuff. In retaliation for Prop 33 and other efforts to expand rent control by the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, the California Apartment Association Landlords has spent $30 million to prevent the foundation from being able to spend money in the future on initiative campaigns. Opponents include the AIDS Healthcare Foundation and Housing is a Human Right and League of Women Voters of California. Even some media editorials have opposed this revenge effort. Okay? Prop 34 is restricting spending of prescription drug revenues by certain healthcare providers. It requires providers to spend 98% of revenues from federal discount prescription drug program on direct patient care, authorized statewide negotiation of Medi-Cal drug prices. Now, you might be wondering, like, well, this sounds good. Let's take a look at this initiative from Cal Matters.
Ballot that has something to do with spending restrictions on healthcare providers and Medi-Cal negotiations and something called the 340B drug pricing program, but really, it's all about this guy. Let me explain. I'm Ben Christopher, housing reporter with Cal Matters, and this is Prop 34 in a minute. The AIDS Healthcare Foundation is one of the biggest users of a federal discount drug program that gives cheaper medicine to health providers that serve low-income patients. Its CEO is a guy named Michael Weinstein. Weinstein is kind of famous in California political circles, and not because of healthcare. His foundation has bankrolled 3 statewide campaigns to remove limits on rent control, along with a bunch of other controversial issues.
I just need you to understand how funny this is, because it is deliberately a proposition that was positioned specifically to rat fuck the group behind the group that is pushing for rent control. We are talking about the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, which is advocating for rent control measures. Okay. And this proposition specifically is written to try and rat fuck them.
All of this has made Weinstein
And of course, this is the reason why I was trying to explain stuff to you. This is the reason why it's good to look at a voter guide and not just fucking freeball it. Okay? Not just freestyle it personally. The reason why it's good not to freestyle this shit personally is because if you just read it raw, okay, and you go into it, you are going to come across very confused. Anyway, the LA Times investigation later found that many of AHF's, the AIDS Healthcare Foundation's 1,300 residents live in squalid conditions. Sorry. The initiative for Proposition 34 is going after the AIDS Healthcare Foundation because they also are in operation of, they are a landlord as well. So it's a landlord versus landlord fight. I accidentally filled yes on 34 and read it raw, and then did research and revoted no on it. So the AIDS Foundation itself is also a landlord. The AIDS Foundation itself also operates housing. The AIDS Healthcare Foundation also operates housing. And while they are pushing for rent control, this is a ballot measure specifically pushing to combat that. The AIDS Foundation are slumlords and make billions on pharma sales, but the people pushing for this also suck. No good vote, to be honest. Chris writes a lot of good stuff on the nuance, and people want to read more. We can do more. I mean, I can cover it more extensively, but the AIDS Healthcare Foundation is the reason for why they're pushing like this. Proposition 33 is good. Proposition 34 is specifically created to ratfuck Proposition 33, which is good. But even though the AIDS Healthcare Foundation is also in and of itself operating slums, basically. Here, there's more information.
The state's landlord lobby, and now they're funding Prop 34. The initiative says that if you're a health provider using this federal discount drug program, and you spend a lot of money on non-medical things, and you own a lot of apartment buildings, and you have a bunch of code enforcement violations, then you have to spend almost all of your money providing health care. As far as anyone can tell, this would only apply to Weinstein's organization. Supporters say discounts meant to fund healthcare for poor people should be used for that, and not for, say, unrelated political campaigns. Opponents say this is just a political vendetta. So vote yes if you want the AIDS Healthcare Foundation and any similar health providers to spend virtually all of their money on direct patient care. Vote no if you want to leave things the way they are.
I want health providers that use federal drug discount. This one is, this video in and of itself is in favor of Proposition 34. I voted no on this one just by looking at the supporters versus the opposition. Yes. The opponents for it are, the supporters for Proposition 34 are the ALS Association, California Chronic Care Coalition, Latino Heritage Los Angeles. The opponents are National Organization for Women, Consumer Watchdog, Coalition for Economic Survival, AIDS Healthcare Foundation, and Dolores Huerta. It's specifically designed to target one singular foundation. Okay. State ballot measure 35. Proposition 35. Proposition 35 makes permanent the existing tax on managed healthcare insurance plans currently set to expire in 2026. Wait, so how are you voting? I voted no. Proposition 35 makes permanent the existing tax on managed healthcare insurance plans set to expire in 2026, which the state uses to pay for healthcare services for low-income families with children. Seniors, people with disabilities, and other groups. Covered by the Medi-Cal program, and requires revenues to be used only for specified Medi-Cal services, including primary and specialty care. The SALA has no opinion on it. Chris, on the other hand, votes no. California's version of Medicaid is Medi-Cal. It's a government program that provides health insurance for low-income people and families. The state covers about 40% of the cost, and the federal government covers the rest with matching funds. Most state funding for Medi-Cal comes from the general fund, California's primary budget account, which is used to pay for most public services. Much of the remaining cost is covered by a 2009 special tax on health insurers that provide coverage for both Medi-Cal and commercially insured patients based on the number of people they enroll. The tax generates an estimated $7 to $8 billion annually. Okay? Revenue from the tax goes to two things: existing cost of Medi-Cal, which insures 15 million low-income Californians; rate increases for health providers that serve Medi-Cal patients, totaling $4 billion in recent cost increases added to Medi-Cal annually. Proposition 35 wouldn't generate more funding, but it would make this health plan tax and the revenue it generates permanent, along with some concerning changes. In an attempt to cover their bases after abandoning support for repeatedly sabotaging CalCare, Governor Gavin Newsom and top Democratic legislators tried to spin expanded eligibility for Medi-Cal as universal health care. Newsom and co. changed income criteria and removed immigration status requirements, which increased medical enrollment to record highs. But these changes failed to meet the World Health Organization's criteria for universal health coverage and still leaves hundreds of thousands uninsured. Because Medi-Cal reimburses doctors with lower rates than private insurer companies, the increased number of patients enrolled in Medi-Cal has impacted bottom lines. The state budget included some increases in Medi-Cal rates for providers, but some of them want more. Alas, Proposition 35. Medi-Cal rate increases aren't a bad thing. Despite California's high cost of living, Medi-Cal reimbursement rates rank number 32 nationwide, which has led to many providers refusing Medi-Cal patients. Some smaller practices and providers in underserved areas depend on Medi-Cal rates to continue operating, but they won't necessarily be the ones receiving rate increases if Prop 35 passes. Many individual doctors donated to support Prop 35, but many of the measure's largest backers are massive corporate providers, including some owned by private equity firms. Kaiser is the top financial contributor to the largest PAC supporting Prop 35. Supporters of this measure are California Dental Association, California Hospital Association, California Medical Association, California Primary Care Association, and Planned Parenthood affiliates of California. Opponents, on the other hand, are Retired Americans, Healthy California Now, California Pan-Ethnic Health Network, League of Women Voters of California. Supporters are mostly representatives of the healthcare industry in California and benefit from how spending would be mandated under Proposition 35. This is not only both a confusing proposition, it's obviously always going to be written as a positive, but opponents argue that Proposition 35 would lock in funding locations that favor doctors and hospitals over children, seniors, and community health workers. It would also tie the hands of lawmakers who must already contend with balancing budget priorities each year. The SALA, for that reason, has not issued a decision on this, but overall, Planned Parenthood and its own influence over the state of California is relatively high. The greater problem is that corporate interests will be overrepresented in the advisory committee, which excludes any representation for patients by community health workers. Anyway, while those unrepresented voices don't have millions in political spending that hospital chains or health insurers can throw up ballot initiatives, they've spoken up about the devastating impacts Prop 35 would have. Prop 35 would provide funding increases for some providers and programs. It would eliminate funding increases for others. Here is the Proposition 35 changes which services get funding increases. With Prop 35, specified hospital services, outpatient facilities, safety net clinics, behavioral health facilities, but non-emergency medical transportation, private duty nursing, certain long-term supports, community health workers, continuous Medi-Cal coverage for children up to 5 years old, and they don't get that. Critics worry that Prop 35's changes in spending will derail other funding this year's health budget bill. Prop 35 restricts the legislator's budget flexibility, requiring a 75% vote to amend how the revenue from this tax is dispensed, which the Western Center on Law and Poverty warns could result in cuts to safety net programs. If you really want to get in the weeds, this Cal Matters article covers how Prop 35 could more broadly jeopardize Medi-Cal funding. The federal government under both Biden and Trump administration has warned California that its tax on health plans to fund Medi-Cal services takes unfair advantage of a loophole in federal regulations. I'm going to vote no on it. And now we get to State Measure 36, Proposition 36. Now this is an interesting one. But before I say my piece on Proposition 36, I'll let someone else do the talking for me.
36 sucks. Vote no. Californians, listen up. Prop 36 is a lie. It's not going to keep us any safer. There are mental health and drug treatment programs that work to reduce crime, and Prop 36 takes over $100 million away from them. Vote no on Prop 36. I'm not endorsed by anybody. Keep black and brown people out of this private prison system that's modern day fucking slavery. I'm only speaking to Californians. If you're not from California, this ain't about you. Vote no. Prop 36 sucks.
There it is. So, Prop 36, State Measure 36, allows felony charges and increases sentences for certain drug and theft crimes. That's the initiative statute. It allows felony charges for possessing certain drugs and for thefts under $950 if defendants have 2 prior drug or theft convictions. The fiscal impact of this is that state criminal justice costs likely ranging from several tens of millions of dollars to the low hundreds of millions of dollars annually. Local criminal justice costs likely in the tens of millions of dollars annually. The supporters of said bill are the Crime Victims of United of California, Crime Victims United of California, the California District Attorneys Association, the Family Business Association of California. The opponents are Diana Becton, the District Attorney, Contra Costa County, the Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice. Now, you guys know there's not really much to say about this. I'm a major favorite of crime. I'm a criminal. I love crime. I'm a big fan of crime. Every time I think about crime, I go, yum, 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 crime for me. Okay? Big fan of that sort of thing. I'm always thinking about how much I love crime. There's never a moment that goes by when I think about ways in which we shouldn't punish criminals. Of course, I'm going to vote no on a tough on crime legislation. California is already the mass incarceration capital of the world. Anna Kasparian is going to be very upset with me for voting no on Prop 36. But fuck it. Let's do some background on this. Thank you. Shouts out to Chris for this wonderful write-out, by the way. 3 strikes law, sentencing enhancements, mandatory minimums, and a war on drugs. These are the policies that decimated black and brown communities in the 80s and 90s. Research shows these policies are harmful and ineffective in reducing crime. You might have been shocked to find out. Some background. Oh, by the way, it's definitely going to win. This ballot measure is definitely going to win because Californians are fucking Adolf Hitler, okay? They love being gay. They love being gay. They love putting up signs in front of their fucking houses talking about, in this household, we care about Black Lives Matter. And then if there is a moment where they even have the opportunity to quietly assassinate a homeless person, they will take it. Okay? They will take it and they will love it. Polls are showing 75% support, something like that. Not surprising to me. They love being vegan. They love Peanut the squirrel being assassinated by the police unjustifiably. They love talking about that. And then when it comes down to it, they're also, number one assassinators of the incarcerated. Anyway, like I said, vote no on Proposition 36. It is really as simple as appealing to people's vengeful tendencies. This is personally not even written in a way that is confusing. It's very deliberately written as we're here to punish motherfuckers, okay? And people are still nah, that's good. In 2011, the California prison system incarcerated 156,000 people, nearly twice as many as it was designed to hold. In Brown v. Plata, the U.S. Supreme Court decided this violated incarcerated people's 8th Amendment right, which protects against cruel and unusual punishment. Determining this overcrowding was a primary cause of inadequate medical and mental health care. SCOTUS ordered California to reduce its prison population by 46,000 people. Now, understand something. California is such a fucking serial incarcerated that the United States Supreme Court was like, come on, dude, you got to fucking release some of these guys. This is really fucked up. It's more complex than revenge. People want solutions, and violence in prison is all our society offers. Why are you all of a sudden going from, fuck the police, fry him up like bacon to being like, well, the suburban Californian is not a Hitlerite. It's actually just simply because there's no other option here other than incarceration and pain. How the fuck did this happen? Who is this guy? Who is this fucking guy? When did this happen? Anyway. Born and raised in California. What are you talking about? I'm not aware of this. Dude, California is a prison state in and of itself. People always think California is super fucking kind and that every aspect of California is super super nice and we actually let prisoners roam free. We actually let fucking criminals do crimes and then we say, sorry, sir, I'm going to do a land acknowledgement and apologize 8 times for you. Okay? That is not the case at all. We have some of the worst housing markets in the entire planet, not just the country, but the entire fucking planet. Which obviously creates a shit ton of homelessness. And then we mistreat those people instead of actually fucking fixing the housing crisis, which created this problem to begin with. Also, on top of that, we're unimaginably draconian in the way that we deal with crime. So, I'm shocked that he's saying that, punishment is seen as the only mechanism of crime and of deterrence in the United States of America. And he's not wrong, but I'm just shocked at his sin of Marxism saying that. Anyway. So since you don't support institutionalization nor incarceration, how do you want to decrease crime? Just vibes? Yes. I think we should vibe out the prisoners. I'm not defending it. Abolitionism is actually about solving the problems that cause crime. There are problems, people want solutions. All they can answer is crime and prisons. Anyway. Yeah. How do we solve crime? Definitely not by the things that I immediately, even in the conversation that I was having about homelessness in California, I literally gave you a fucking solution in terms of housing, in terms of offering adequate housing, affordable housing, public housing. And you literally just did not hear that at all. What is wrong with some of you motherfuckers? I tell you something, I tell you a problem, I tell you a solution, and then you go, bitch, you don't have a solution for that, jackass. What kind of argument is this? This is not an argument. This is not an argument. You cannot imagine a shittier position than the one I gave you and be like, I fucking owned you with this imaginary argument that I'm having with you. I'm right here. I'm a human being. I'm using my voice. Listen to the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth. Anyway, thank you for the 50 gifted subs, Acid Burns 3. All right, now we're down to the national election, and boy, oh boy, do we got some good fucking options here. We got Donald J. Trump for president, J.D. Vance for vice president, Republican. We have Claudia de la Cruz for president with Karina Garcia for vice president, peace and freedom. We have Kamala D. Harris. I didn't even know her middle name had a D in it. She got the will of D. For president, Tim Walz for vice president, Democratic ticket. We have Robert F. Kennedy for president because he was not able to get off the fucking rolls here. And Nicole Shananan for vice president of the American Independent ticket. Chase Oliver for president. Mike Termott for vice president on the Libertarian ticket. We have Jill Stein for president and Rudy Rudolph Ware for vice president. And we have an option for write-in candidate. If you think I'm going to tell you who I'm voting for, how I'm voting on this one, you are out of your fucking dang mind. But I do want to see what other people are saying in terms of who they are voting for in this guide. What is the DSA? Who did the DSA endorse? Let's see. Did the DSA endorse anybody for president? Wait, fuck. Where is it? Where is it? Do they have it? Texas DSA endorsed no one law. That's not even remotely surprising, nor is it shocking. It's perfectly understandable. Also, I don't think you need these voter guides are there for things that you have a hard time like figuring out. Okay? They're not there for you to fucking like everyone is making their own minds about goddamn bottom of the index. Senate. No, it doesn't. It just ends with Senate. No, they don't have a president. Okay. Anyway, United States Senate contest is on this ballot. One for the regular 6-year term ending January 3rd, 2031. One for the remainder of the current term ending, and then January 3rd, 2025. You may vote for both contests. United States Senator, full term, voted for one, Steve Garvey or Adam Schiff. United States Senator for the short term, unexpired term ending January 3rd, 2025, Steve Garvey or Adam Schiff. Now, this is obviously a very difficult choice, unfortunately, because Adam Schiff sucks. He sucks dick and ass. But also, Steve Garvey sucks even harder and is a Republican. I can't wait to vote for Adam Schiff so he can fucking arrest me for criticizing the state of Israel later down the line. That's what's really cool about this. And no, you can't do a write-in candidate for Senate. It's literally like, what? Okay, would be metal as fuck though. I can already imagine the photo. Yeah. Once again, the person that I'm fucking voting for is probably going to inevitably cause my demise, but it is what it is, you know. Not like my vote has a say on this matter, but vote for Steve short term and leave the full term box blank. What? No. The fuck would I do that? First of all, no, I will never vote for a Republican. Number two, are you out of your fucking mind? No, there is no, like, it doesn't even matter because it's California. Adam Schiff is winning. Don't be fucking ridiculous. Anyway, that's it. That's all of it. We did it all, folks. Just invite him on the broadcast and become best friends. Yeah. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Economia por Trump. Did I forget the president? No, I did not forget the fucking president. I voted for the president. I'm just not telling you who I voted for. I am not going to influence your opinion in any direction unless it is to vote por Trump, in which case I will tell you not to do it. Anyway. What? I'm shaking and crying right now. It's disgusting that you're calling him by that last name. You should be banned on this platform forever. Hashtag justice for Adam. Will you tell us after the election is over? Maybe. Anyway, where is it? Take a photo of it. You know what? I'm going to take a photo of it. And one day I'll release it to the world. I think I'll pick up my ballot. I use a DSALA guy, but I appreciate the help on the ones they didn't have a recommendation for. Thank you. Hasan Ballot Gate. Did you see Rogan's endorsement of Donald Trump with Elon Musk? Yeah, I did. Let's just say this influenced my vote greatly. I like that this says your ballot must be returned or postmarked by election day and received no later than 7 days after election day. No postage is required. Warning, voting twice in the same state election is a crime. Did you sign and date this return envelope? Did you put your ballot in this envelope? Did you make a mistake on your ballot? Yeah, it doesn't say anything about voting 3 times, so that's cool. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Voter's declaration. I am a resident of and a voter in the precinct, and I am the person whose name appears on this envelope. I have not voted nor intend to vote a ballot from any other jurisdiction in the same election. I declare under penalty of perjury that this is true to the best of my knowledge and belief. Amen. Voter sign here. Do not print. You must sign in your own handwriting for the ballot to count. Signature must match your voter registration record. They're doing signature matching, woke ass California. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. All right, that's it. We did it. They go off the DMV license, I think. I know. I already voted with your signature twice, so don't bother turning in that ballot. No. No. If you don't write in Biden, we're going to be very disappointed. No, I'm not going to fucking write in Biden. What is this? Did this influence your decision? Can't believe I just watched this on vote for 9 hours. Yeah, it took 9 hours to fucking do it. You still have time? Okay, I'm not gonna do that right now. We did it, folks. We fucking did it. Does it feel good for you? It certainly doesn't feel that good for me, but it is what it is. I mean, actually, certain aspects of voting does feel good for sure. I do nut. I do nut every time I vote. All right. Let's get back to Tim Walz in a room with undecided voters. Can he win them over?
There you go. Hey, hey.
Hi, guys. I want to introduce you to some voters right here.
Hi, Tim Walz.
I'm here in Erie, Pennsylvania, where we've organized a sit-down with Governor Tim Walz.
That's great. Hi, everybody. Good to see you all.
And undecided working-class voters.
Appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time out. Grab a seat.
I am a registered Republican, and I did vote for Trump the last election.
I'm pretty mixed on it, to be completely honest.
And I did vote for Donald Trump in 2020.
We want to find out, what will a Harris administration actually do to get wages up, prices down, and save American jobs? And how will they take on the corporate greed that's rigged our economy? And most importantly, will Governor Walz change any of these voters' minds?
I wear with a badge of honor being maybe the poorest person to ever run for vice president in the history that they said. I'm a middle-class guy. I got a pension. I don't own any stocks. I recognize we've lost some of the working class folks. We got to get folks back.
I'm Gordon Rohde. I'm third-generation farmer on our farm. I'm also I'm a retired AFL-CIO, skilled union laborer. So I haven't really totally made up my mind, but I'm leaning more for Trump, I think, because of the situation with the economy.
So how'd you get back on the farm, if I can?
I worked construction full-time and farmed with my father. So my sister and I own it now together, and we're still operating.
What do you raise?
We have beef cattle.
What should we do to make it easier? What would be the big thing?
I think the biggest problem now is the price of the equipment has become so expensive. when fertilizer went from $4.50 to $9.50 a ton.
You should be like, Tim Walz should be playing to these guys.
That was devastating, and then our chemicals tripled at that time also,
My farmers are getting about $4.10 a bushel for corn. That's what they were getting when grocery prices were 30% lower. They were still getting $4.10 then. The farmer's not getting any more money on this. Now, input costs went up for that farmer just as much as they went up for the middleman who's in there. Corporate profits have seen a bigger rise at any time in our history. So it's as simple as this. Somebody in the middle's taking more money, they're asking for a tax cut in the middle, farmers aren't getting the money, and they're passing on the cost. So she's talking about stopping the price gouging on these things, making sure the prices are fair, making sure wages are keeping pace with that. And then
It's no secret that Democrats have lost working class voters, especially rural Americans. What stood out about Walz's approach to winning them back was his knowledge of their lives.
I'll give 4% interest loans to black farmers in poor inner city neighborhoods every third Thursday. Why is Tim Walz not talking to him about how much he loves small business? Hasan, did you seriously vote for Donald Trump just for the content? Are you fucking insane, dude? Are you on crack cocaine? Are you out of your damn mind? What the fuck is wrong with you people, dude? Of course I did not vote for Donald Trump, you fucking idiot. Shut up. It's not even funny. Okay? Yeah. I like spending all of my time advocating against Donald Trump while secretly being invested in Donald Trump. Like, my life would be infinitely easier and better if I was for Donald Trump openly. You understand that, right? So many of these fucking dipshits that hound me every goddamn day would be like, oh, he's the best. If I was a grifter, I would, 1, be pro Donald Trump, and 2, pro Israel. Like, literally, it's the easiest route.
And specific struggles. He got into the weeds of farming with Gordon.
Farm bill, what do you guys do on crop insurance? What equipment do you need with potatoes? Like, how do you bring them in? Is it like sugar beets? You used to be able to make a living off 50 head.
Yeah, correct.
2000.
Yeah.
And the details of trade policy with Dan.
So my name is Dan Hand. I work at Mack Trucks in Macungie, Pennsylvania. I am a registered Republican. I'm going to support who's going to support labor. Volvo just announced that they are building a plant in Mexico.
Yeah.
And it's going to be building both Mack trucks and Volvo trucks. And everybody's really concerned about potentially losing our work.
Yeah.
And we're wondering as far as what the administration would do to help strengthen our plant domestically as opposed to with what's coming out of Mexico.
Yeah, no, this was a big deal. And this is a double punch to you. In many of these cases, these folks were given a tax break, your tax dollars, tax breaks, to then offshore your job. And look, this started in the 80s and the 90s when we were saying that we would start shipping these jobs overseas, and then all of a sudden we started seeing the decline.
Thousands of auto workers in swing states are worried about whether their jobs will be shipped to low-wage countries like Mexico. And who they vote for will depend on who they trust to renegotiate flawed trade deals like the US-Mexico-Canada agreement or USMCA.
The other concern is as far as like NAFTA 2.0, the USMCA.
Yeah.
I mean, look what happened with John Deere. They wound up losing a lot of work.
A lot of rhetoric. And look, Donald Trump picked up on this. He picked up on that there was frustration. We were frustrated because the jobs left and all that. They told us that they were going to fix this, and it didn't get any better. We lost 6 auto manufacturing plants under President Trump's presidency. We've gained back 20. So I think being very clear that we end the policies that incentivize them to do that. We re-incentivize those that are willing to invest here. And things like the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, and things like that, they are working. They are starting to come back.
Those 2 laws, passed by the Biden-Harris administration, invest trillions of dollars in bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. after decades of offshoring. People like Jamie Sychek are on the front lines of those global economic shifts.
Jamie Sychek, I am a skilled trades card holder of the UAW. It's coming up on my 30th year. I work in a steel mill in Butler, Pennsylvania, and we make a unique product that's electrical steel for transformers.
We're kind of tied to you guys with our taconite in northern Minnesota.
Yes. I gotta be totally honest, I'm still up in the air. I did not vote for Donald Trump in 2016, and I did vote for Donald Trump in 2020.
Over the last 50 years, American steel jobs have been decimated by cheap foreign steel. The mill Jamie works at has been in limbo for years.
Last year with the Department of Energy, we had a rule regulation proposed that was nearly going to wipe us off the map. Everything was going to come from overseas.
What was the resolution on that?
The resolution ultimately was this past April. The rule accommodates the products that we make for this. But this is the heartburn I have. It was a very long, hard fought.
It felt like a fight.
To get that conversation to happen.
All right.
I think American workers like me and people in labor and just middle-class workers need to know that an administration that's in charge has a voice at that and will be a consideration from day one. If we're looking at
not after
proposing,
the fact, not when you're fighting it, before
proposing
anybody proposed
policies and regulations, that those have impacts on jobs and real people, and we need somebody that's going to consider that from the ground up.
Well, you certainly got my assurance, and I know the Vice President has lived that way, and Joe Biden certainly did, is that we need to have you at the table, and we need to avoid these things. We need to make sure that your voices of labor are heard. We talk about this being the most pro-labor. Certainly not perfect. We've been through some of these, but I think you've got the assurance that things work better. We know this, if you guys are at the table on the front end. And I'm really bullish because we're going to have to put steel in the ground on all of these, clean energy projects. And then there's golden opportunity there for jobs, American jobs on green steel.
How can you look at a guy like this talking to these fucking people with like real, honest, and earnest solutions, and then imagine Donald Trump having a similar conversation? Like, it is beyond the pale. Like, it is unimaginable that these fucking guys will still end up going out and voting for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote.
Oh my God, for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more.
Like, that's what they say. That's what they say. What is happening? What is happening in this fucking country, dude? Like, for me, especially if like Israel, Gaza, Lebanon, if this is not even a point of contention, not a point of consideration for you, that you don't have any sort of like moral issue with that, like, it's not even a question. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. If you don't give a fuck about immigrants, for example, because both parties are pretty fucking right-wing on that, and it's like one is marginally right, the other is like perma-right concentration camps. Like, there is no question. It does not make any dang sense. Okay? It literally doesn't make any sense to me. I look at my fellow Americans, and I know for a fact that they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, a single shred of a fuck about Gaza. And they still are like, I don't know, maybe I like Donald Trump. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump.
Is it because of the song? Is it honestly because of the song? Is that what it is? They hear the song and they go, oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. It doesn't make sense. I'm not a raging conservative. I don't get it. I don't get it. Even if you're a fucking raging conservative, like, you have the capability of looking at a situation where one guy is quite literally a fucking billionaire fail son who has bankrupted his businesses 6 times. And the other party is like, hey, you want all the racist shit? Like, we'll do some of it. Please vote for us. And you're still like, I don't know. I think I'm going to go with the billionaire racist fail son who very clearly does not give a fuck about me. It's so stupid. It makes me mad.
Clean energy, American energy production.
Sustainable
and
jobs for
sustainable.
generations. I'm third generation in my plant. My dad, my grandfather worked there. There should be jobs there for 3 or 4 generations to
And
come.
I think you're right. You're thinking about your kids. What jobs are they going to do? And then couple it with how they're going to buy a house. I don't want them coming out of school with debt. I want them having a skill and something to do. We're really pushing it. I know the Vice President's pushing it, this idea of skills, more apprenticeship programs, more opportunities to get in, build a stronger economy. They'd be thriving.
Vice President mentioned addressing the price gouging. A lot of people are struggling buying just basic everyday needs. I mean, I know she was saying that she's going to attack the price gouging, but how exactly?
When we're talking price gouging, it's a fairness in the market. And I just give a couple examples of this. The one is we saw the hurricane coming and all of a sudden airline tickets went up in Florida or whatever. That's not free market. That's unethical. Look, I'm not against anybody being successful. I want them to be successful. But they shouldn't be making insane amounts while they're jamming the price on that, especially on things you need to get. I talk about the last one I give you the example of is insulin. In Minnesota, they were charging for that little vial of insulin a month's worth, they were charging $800. We capped it at $35. Now people are saying, well, how's the company gonna make money? It costs $5 to make it. So 37 states already have these policies in, but we don't have a federal ban on doing this that can stop some of that. That's the initial hit on that. But the biggest thing is making sure wages are keeping pace with it, making sure that your taxes are going lower, making sure that healthcare prices aren't going up.
Okay.
So Steelers gonna win it? Is that the word? I'm just curious. Look, I will admit this. I thought I was smart. I thought I was smarter than Mike Tomlin. I said, what's he doing putting Russell Wilson in? And that's why Mike Tomlin's getting paid money to be a Steelers coach, and I'm not. So thank you all.
Okay, thank
really
you.
grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Do you have your wallet?
What do you want? Something? No, I have Apple Pay though.
Oh, that works. We got it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I feel like I don't usually do this till November, but since it snowed back home, hot chocolate. So I know I'm breaking down.
My name is Jewel. I work at Giant Eagle, and I am part of the UFCW Union 1776.
This will be Jewel's first time voting in a presidential election. She's currently undecided.
I work as a personal shopper, so every day I go around picking out groceries for one or more people.
Girl, what the fuck? What do you mean? What? How is that? What? Okay, maybe she's undecided because of Gaza or something. I don't know. I do. Like, that doesn't make no sense. Otherwise, what is it?
And I see people are restricted just based on what they can buy at Giant Eagle because of how prices are at our store.
We talk about this a lot, the cost, and especially after the COVID pandemic, a lot of things like groceries, the prices went up. How do you hear people talk to you about it?
I get a lot of negative feedback from our customers about the prices, and I wish I could do something to change them. It just is unfortunate that we are in a place right now where the prices aren't like they should be.
We're hearing this from folks, and the Vice President talked about, making sure price gouging stops, but just as importantly, making...
It's a real job. No, that's not what I'm saying. What the fuck, to? I know that it's a real job. That's not what I'm confused by. I'm confused by someone who's like Gen Z, super young, first election that they're voting for, a young woman. Like, she's bucking the trend. Like union, a part of a union, young, female. It's just like, it doesn't make sense that she would be undecided at this point.
Making sure that taxes are fair for you, rather than...
Unless she's like, I'm a Maoist and I really don't know who will uphold the revolutionary tenets of Marxist-Leninist Maoism. Like, I'm a Maoist third worldist, and I'm kind of undecided on which of the two candidates is going to step aside and let the revolutionary potential of the third world manifest in ways that are beneficial for the demise, in ways that will accelerate the demise of America.
I would like to know.
All Gen Z isn't leftist, bro. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? That's not my expectation at all. Hello? I know. I live in the fucking real world, okay? Many people don't agree with me. Trust me. If we're talking Gen Z, actually, I know, okay? Andrew Tate, Aiden Ross have more Gen Z fans than I do, okay?
No, how does your administration plan to implement less taxes on wages and overtime?
Yeah, and making sure the vice president put out a proposal that 100 million Americans will receive a tax cut. If you're making less than $400,000 a year, which is pretty much everybody I know, your taxes won't go up. And I think we've been very clear on this. We're targeting our tax cuts and our tax relief by asking the folks that are at the top to pay their fair share. Folks that are making, tens of millions, many times they pay a much smaller percentage, if anything, on federal tax because they have ways. And I think what we're saying is it should just be fair. They should pay their fair share, and we should make sure the burden doesn't fall on this.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. If you were sick on a day, can you get off work?
Yes.
You get paid for it?
I do not believe so, no.
Yeah, so those are the types of things, like in Minnesota we did it, the vice president's talking about this, because it's hard. Like, you think right now if you got sick for a week, how do you pay the bills then?
Yeah.
If you can't get paid. So we're talking about, for workers, making sure those proposals are out there. Are those types of things that make a difference, like when you hear on voting?
Yes.
Yes.
I would definitely say so.
Healthcare or women's reproductive rights and things. How
80% chance of being a Harris voter? Yeah, dude. She's fucking Gen Z woman. She's a Gen Z woman in a union. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Statistically speaking, her being an undecided voter at this stage is so wild to me.
I can ask, and feel free to answer however you're comfortable with on there. How do you?
Of course, Libophonics has his link handy. Yes, Libophonics has this fucking link handy specifically so that he can analyze all of the people that he encounters throughout the day. He's like, let me see what the statistical likelihood that this person is a Kamala Harris voter. That's why he has it handy. White non-Latino, male, 35, what the fuck? 25 to 34. Let's say Muslim. California. City. Straight. College graduate. My chances of voting for a candidate is 80% Harris, 20% Trump. Okay. You're not white. I'm okay. Other ethnicity, 86%. Change to Miami, Florida. Damn. Dude, it's this. That's what changes it. Education being high school dramatically changes it. Agnostic. Damn. 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 Let's see, gay, lesbian. Boom. Changed again. Damn. Bisexuals for Trump. Damn. Still bisexual white Latinos for Trump. I have 84 Harris to 16 Trump as a Hispanic in the Sun Belt. No reason to go buy but rural. Truth bomb. Trump is the bi representation we need. That is, I've been saying that.
You see that as that discussion's happening.
Like, whereas abortions happen, I feel like they are justified as long as it's not being taken advantage of. And I just believe that should be there for medically necessary needs.
No, and I thank you for trusting me with the answer, because I said this is one that, and I would just say how I feel and how the Vice President feels. We feel very strongly that that's your decision, that you should have the freedom to do that with your doctor.
Yes.
What? No trans option? Yes, because like if they're looking at only Trump or Harris voters, it's 99.9% voting for Harris. And then like it's 8 total trans people. Every single one of them has like a conservative contract to be a talking person for the conservative movement in America that is not voting for Kamala Harris. Actually, fuck it. Even Blair White probably is secretly voting for Kamala Harris. It's just one person. Caitlyn Jenner is the only trans woman in the United States of America that's like actually voting for Donald Trump.
Well, the first vote, are you excited about it?
I am very excited about it.
It matters, right?
Yes.
And so, well, I hope that the Vice President and I can earn your vote.
After our swing voters talked to Walz, we wanted to know, did he change their minds?
What's that growing season look like?
You know, I didn't think he would be so down to earth and have the ag background and have the knowledge of the union trades and everything. So
Does it change the way you're thinking about things?
yeah,
Oh my God, put Tim Walz in front of every man like this in the United States of America. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm so angry. I'm so upset. I'm getting more and more upset every moment. This is making me mad. Like, Donald Trump would never be able to have this conversation. He just would not. He would not be able to do so.
I think it does. I think I've definitely got to sit down and do some thinking.
I have a lot more faith in this Harris and Walz administration's outlook for us.
I'm mad that they picked him as VP. No, I'm mad that they didn't fucking utilize him more. I'm mad that they didn't utilize him more. I'm also mad that he can't be president. That's what I'm mad about.
So it's given me a lot more to think about. I'll be totally honest.
Jewel had to take off for her shift at work, so we called her later to get her take on the conversation.
Are there any moments that stuck out for you?
Well, I liked that he asked me about my opinion on abortion. It just really helped me decide kind of who I maybe want to vote for. It just kind of helped my opinion in that way.
And so I know you went in undecided. What's your feeling coming out of the conversation?
I definitely feel like he was just so genuine, and he was definitely that administration.
Having more so labor-friendly people in the NLRB is a huge thing. Yeah. And I've seen some things swinging in a positive way. We just want to keep it going that way.
And you feel like the Walz-Harris administration will do that?
I'm hoping so.
And so when you go to cast your vote, how are you going to vote?
I'm going to vote for Harris and Walz.
Gordon, Dan, Jamie, and Jewel are the types of people Tim Walz and Kamala Harris.
Yeah, imagine JD Vance having this conversation. They would be like, I want, like, JD Vance sit down with like 3 fucking union guys or like agriculture, like farm workers and shit, would cause every single one of them to like become the next Trump shooter. Okay. They would be like, I will never vote for the Republican Party ever again. And it is now my life's mission to like basically stop the Republican Party in its tracks. They would become Fedayeen for the fucking Democrats, dude. He did. He went to a picket line and they were like, you suck. What is this? Did this play into your vote, Hasan? It did. Dude, remember what they had. Like, this is something that you guys have to remember. You have to remember the love they felt for one another. Remember the feelings that they had for one another. The enemies to lovers arc that unfolded in front of our eyes. It's like, it was incredible. And then we took it away from them. I feel like Donald Vance just get their blood moving and it's the most they've felt in a while. Yeah. Donald Trump misses our boy Joe Biden like China misses Waltz.
About the election. Are you fired up?
No, not honestly, no, because it's either gonna be Trump or Kamala.
So for me, definitely Jill Stein. I'm definitely not Harris. I'm not gonna vote for Trump, but there's no way I'm gonna vote for the Democrats after.
Like, how the fuck did Jill Stein get this level of clout? Like low key, I feel kind of mad about PSL not doing enough promo. Like, that shit kind of pisses me off. Like, why is Jill Stein the alternative? Why not PSL? I can't believe I'm fucking Tuesdaying all over the fucking place, but it's like, it's annoying. It's annoying that like everyone was like, oh man, I guess Jill Stein. It's like, why? PSL not on the ballot in Michigan? Oh. Claudia de la Cruz! DSA is offering that up. Their last Instagram post was hyping up Jill Stein and independent party candidates a lot. The one chatter you banned is fuming right now. I mean, 100%. I would rather you fucking vote PSL than vote fucking Jill Stein. Straight up. Like, I've never been a Jill Steiner. I've never been a Jill Stein fan. Jill Stein rightfully got scared shitless in 2016 when she realized that her vote share in Michigan and Wisconsin exceeded Trump's margin of victory over Clinton, and subsequently led a fundraising effort to fund a recount. And yet she's back in 2024 with identical stakes. Why? It's very, very annoying. The progressive independent parties are now urging each other to vote for each other in certain states. And by us, I mean Palestinian, because we organized around the only candidate who actually made a huge push for us. It ain't about you and your feelings. It's about Gaza and sending the loudest message. Man, listen to my fucking words, okay? Listen to my words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm saying, why fucking Jill Stein and not PSL, dumbass? Okay? You think fucking PSL is not at the forefront of pro-Palestinian movements? Literally fucking advocated for harder for the Palestinian cause than fucking Jill Stein ever has, okay? Ask Jill Stein what she's doing on the off season when there isn't a fucking election coming up. Like, at least PSLs are the forefront of activism in the United States of America. They're everywhere, okay? Like, yeah, their electoral ambitions are bunk, but overall, please don't tell me how to vote as a 2-time displacement champion. Man, you think I give a fuck? Oh my God, dude. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, you're right. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Like, oh, okay, so I guess you're right. I guess go ahead, go off. I'm literally not even saying vote for the Democratic Party, dumbass. You're not listening to the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth. So annoying. Like, there is no like, oh, I'm Palestinian card in this situation. I listen every day. Okay, well then hear my words. Which is like, if you're going to go for a third party, what the fuck would you go for Jill Stein? It's so annoying. Anyway. Like, I guess, ironically enough, the fact that Jill Stein only fucking runs every 4 years, like you only hear about her every 4 years, is the reason why she has name recognition. That's what's so frustrating about it. Whereas, like, that's literally it, because she's such a She just effectively only operates as a spoiler. There's no other fucking, there's nothing else in it for her, it seems. Jill has a chance for 5%. PSL doesn't. No, she doesn't either. She's the only one who tried. Plus, she has a real shot at 5%. Okay, good luck. Why is this on so anti-progressive grassroots movement? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, bring back Ralph Nader, please. What the fuck?
Palestine.
Yeah, I agree.
Probably going to vote for Harris.
What, I mean, a lot of people around here, they're very angry about the role of the Democratic presidency in arming Israel. What, given what's happening, what do you say to that?
No, it's definitely a valid concern, and I think it definitely, the anger is definitely justified, especially because, we expect more out of the Democrats. They're supposed to have morality. They're supposed to be against these kinds of pointless wars.
Hello from Michigan. We are on the verge of the US presidential election, and this state will help determine who the hell wins. Now, last time, Joe Biden only just scraped it, about 150,000 votes. Both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are throwing everything at Michigan.
Did you watch the Matthew Hassan Jill Stein interview? No, I also don't care. Like, I don't care enough to fucking pay that close attention to whatever the fuck Jill Stein is up to. It's just that, like, my metric for candidates, yes, I still grade on a curve, but it's like, it's just like, if I don't see you out there shooting in the gym, okay, I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna see you as a serious person. Like, sure, yes, the pro-Palestinian movement you put your advocacy towards, and that's fine, but it's like, it's crazy. PSL is fake politicized activism, in my opinion. Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, I like the DSA. I like the Working Families Party. I understand entryism. I agree with all of that. But in terms of like someone who completely wants to be outside of the duopoly, it's like, it just doesn't track. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I like that you said politicized activism, in my opinion. Like, what do you mean? PSL is, again, at the forefront of most movements in general. I'm been a Democrat my entire life until today. Trump's America over Biden's America, and it's not really close. No, FaZe Banks, we lost him. We lost FaZe Banks, dude. We lost him. We were tricked into believing if we voted for Trump last election, we were bad people. Not again. At least not me. Sorry. I'm looking strictly at the facts. Fact is, inflation is at an all-time high. The U.S. dollar has lost nearly 20% of its buying power in the last 4 years. I cannot express how alarming and scary this is. And for the first time in U.S. history, the next generation of Americans will most likely be worse off than we were. First of all, no. That's not the first time in the next generation of Americans will be most likely worse off than we were. What? Brother, you're in the generation that is worse off. Like, you individually are not worse off than your parents, but like our generation is already worse off than our parents in terms of, not being able to retire, not being able to buy a house, that kind of thing. Illegal immigration has gotten so bad that even people furthest on the left have conceded it to being a major issue. You have Kamala Harris in 2024 before GTA 6 talking about building a fucking wall at the southern border. I rest my case on the Kamala Harris border initiative, by the way, right there. Yeah, I told you. Dudes who spell border with an A are gonna see Kamala Harris be like, oh, I'm the border candidate. And they're gonna go, okay, well, I guess I'll just go with the border guy instead. Listen, man, I understand the average dude, okay? I, in many respects, am an average dude. I hang out with average mindset dudes all the time. Okay? Please understand when I tell you, when Kamala Harris goes out and is like, I am the border czar, I am the border police, people are going to be like, oh shit, like even she's agreeing that the border is a problem. I remember vividly this being one of the left's biggest talking points, pushing Trump's racist narrative before narrative before he was even elected. Now all of a sudden, 8 years, 10 million people crossing the border. Oh my God, he wrote border with an A again. Everyone is also on the same page. Now it's a problem. It's just one of many examples demonstrating the Democratic Party's glaring hypocrisy. Trump's the first president of recent history where there were no new wars started during his term. Between Russia and Ukraine and everything else that's happening in the Middle East is looking like World War III is right around the corner. Democrats have become the party of censorship. Ano ka pika pa tayo masakas na kaya, place. Okay, kapan mo sa shimna. So, Democrat has become the party of censorship, twisting words and winning at all costs. Several attempts have been made against Donald Trump's life in an effort to silence them. JFK and Abraham Lincoln were murdered because they were atypical politicians. Wait, what? JFK and Abraham Lincoln were murdered because they were atypical politicians that challenged the powers that be. America first, food for thought. Okay, Ronald Reagan survived an assassination attempt. This doesn't mean anything. What is going on? Typically, I wouldn't care one way or another, but this seems to be the most important by far election of my lifetime. Dude, they're so libbed up, dude. Yo, Republicans are so fucking libbed up. This is why I still don't think Trump is going to win, by the way. Because, like, this message is so fucking... This is the most important election of our lifetime. If you phase the fuck up, you got to vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God. No, this is not satire. Also, I don't think he's going to end up voting. Watch the most recent Joe Rogan podcast featuring Elon Musk, both historically Democrat, for more information as to why. Notice Trump/Vance's willingness to answer questions in the total silence on the side of Harris/Waltz. Again, food for thought. Okay, can I just say, FaZe Banks' entire summarization is everything I've told you about a specific type of guy. A guy... I wasn't referencing him when I was talking about like my apolitical voters who are like low propensity voter friends. Like, but he is exactly, he fits that bill so perfectly. Okay. Kaya, you know it's place time, baby. What the hell is this? I will kiss you right now, you know? Come here. Come here. Oh my God! I will vote! I will vote for Donald Trump! Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. I don't care, still face the fuck up. Oh, me too, brother. Please, whatever decision you make, ultimately, just please make the decision to vote. Oh my God, he's so fucking libbed up. He's saying, like, no matter who you vote for, just vote. I'm done with this country, bro. This better hit Lamau. The odds were so good I had to. Don't get it twisted. P.S. Don't get mad. I can't even vote. I'm Canadian. I mean, I think he's gonna win. He's gonna fucking make a lot of money off this shit. Don't sing that right now. I'm at the In-N-Out drive-thru. Chuck Diesel, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Fuck what? Elon Musk, Beyonce, or Taylor Swift have to say. At the end of the day, we're all rich and we'll be fine. Wait, what do you mean we're all rich, bro? Is he just talking to other members of FaZe? Like, fuck you mean? Can you survive in America where milk is $20 a gallon? That's the question to ask yourself. Oh, he's saying the people listed are rich. All right, let's look at after I just showed you brilliant words of FaZe Banks. Let's take a look at what Kamala has to say against this, because I hope that she addresses this in her final rally. This is her closing remarks.
Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back and to be with so many incredible leaders, including Bob Casey. Let's send him back to the United States Senate. I want to thank all the outstanding artists and performers who are here tonight and sharing the gift that they have with all of us. I thank you all so very much. And to everyone here, thank you for taking time out of your busy lives to be here, for us to all be here together, showing who America is, that we are all in this together. We are all in this together. So Philadelphia, you ready to do this?
Man, please address FaZe Banks.
Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win?
Ma'am, please address the FaZe Banks issue, ma'am.
Brotherly love, where the foundation of our democracy was forged. And here at these famous steps, a tribute to those who start as the underdog and climb to victory. So America, it comes down to this. One more day, just one more day in the most consequential election of our lifetime, and the momentum is on our side.
I just wish Kamala Harris was more defensible, like in what she advocated for during the campaign, regardless of whether she was committed to it or not.
Into the ambitions and the
Like, so many people invited me on the panels to defend Kamala Harris, and it's just like I couldn't. Like, I just, it's not.
And we are
It's just so hard for me to do.
What we can
Like, the only thing I can do in that situation is just like attack Trump.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
And that's it. It's a tough gig.
And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next president of the United States of America. However, the race ain't over yet. And we must finish strong. And this could be one of the closest races in history. Every single vote matters.
No,
so
you
let me
can't
ask
eat your own
you,
hair,
who here has a
stupid.
plan to vote? All right, well, help spread the word. Here in Pennsylvania, polls are open tomorrow morning from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and no matter what state you live in, if you are watching this, please go to iwillvote.com for all the information you need, including when and where to vote and where to drop off your mail-in ballot. And I also ask you to please talk with your friends and your family and your neighbors. Share your perspective on why you took the time to be here this evening and why this election is important to you. Encourage folks to make their voices heard, because we need everyone to vote in Pennsylvania, and you will decide the outcome of this election, Pennsylvania. So with only a few hours left, we still have work to do. And as you've heard me say before, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win. We will win. And we will win. We will win.
Why are you saying dono over and over again? What? I didn't see it. What the fuck's the dono? What did the dono say?
Because,
What do you want?
and we will win because.
Why do you keep
when
saying
you
dono?
know-
Just fucking say what you said in the dono. What is the fucking dono? What do you want from me?
Forward, where we see our fellow Americans.
I don't know why it didn't pop up.
Not as an enemy.
I want to
but as a
die.
neighbor.
Just fucking say what you
And
said
we
in
are
the donation,
ready
dumbass.
For a president who knows that the true measure of a leader is not based on who you beat down.
The fuck is wrong with
but
you?
based
Just
on
say
who
it
you
so I
lift
read
up.
it.
And Pennsylvania, you know me. I'm not afraid of tough fights. For decades, as a prosecutor and the top law enforcement officer of the biggest state in this country, I won fights. I won fights against the big banks when they ripped off homeowners. I won fights against for-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students, against predators who abused women, children, and seniors, against cartels that trafficked in
How do I
guns and
revote?
drugs
Lol, I
and
already
human
voted for
beings.
Kamala. Phase up.
Entire career has been driven by a singular purpose: to fight on behalf of the people. On behalf
I don't know why it
of
didn't
the
pop up. Cash, I said it shaking my head. Wait,
and
that's
it? Is
it?
my pledge to you.
Brother, I thought
that
you
if
wanted me to
give
read
me
out
a
something
chance
from the
to
donation.
fight on your behalf
I don't know why it didn't pop up
as
either.
president,
Thank you for the
there is
dono.
nothing in the world that will stand in my way.
What the fuck?
And instead of stewing over an enemies list, I will spend every day on your behalf working on my to-do list. Full of priorities to improve your lives. Together, we will build an economy where we bring down the cost of living. We will ban corporate price gouging on groceries. We will make housing and childcare more affordable. We will cut taxes for workers, for middle-class families and small businesses. We will lower health care costs, including the cost of home care for seniors. Because on the issue of health care, I absolutely believe access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And to anyone out there watching this while we're here, who still is trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act and take us
That's me.
back to the days when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions, well, Philly, you know what I'm about to say.
What is she about to say?
We are not going back.
No!
We are not going back. We're not going back. And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future and ours is a fight
For the past.
freedom.
Fuck.
Including the most fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. Proudly.
What do you want?
So, America, I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common
Prosecute
ground
transnational gangs.
and common sense solutions to the challenges you face.
Is she going
I
to
am not
prosecute
looking to
transnational
score
gangs?
Political points. I am looking to make progress.
I need to know.
And I pledge to listen to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make. I pledge to listen to experts. I pledge to listen to people who disagree.
Does she pledge allegiance to the United States of America? I think not.
I don't believe that people who disagree with me
That's right.
are the enemy. I'll give them a seat at the table. That's what real leaders do. That's what strong leaders do.
Boo. Boo. I don't want Republicans at the table. Boo.
Always put country above party and self, and to be a president for all Americans. So Philadelphia, we are here together for many reasons, but probably one of the most important, because we love our country. We love our country. And when you love something, you fight for it.
No, you let it go. And if they come back, then you know.
It is one of the highest forms of patriotism, of our expression, of our love for our country, to then fight for its ideals, and to fight to realize the promise of America. I have always believed in our nation's promise because I have lived it. I grew up as a child of the Civil Rights Movement. My parents would take me to the marches when I was in a stroller. And we all know, and we've read about it, at those marches, there were people from every walk of life who came together to fight for freedom and for opportunity. You know, growing up, I saw how hard my mother worked to give her daughters the same chances our country gave her. And I was blessed growing up to have family by blood and to have family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, of compassion, and faith. I've spent my life fighting for people who have been hurt and counted out, but who never stop believing that in our country, anything is possible. I have lived the promise of America. And today, I see the promise of America in everyone who is here, in all of you. We are the promise of America. We are the promise of America. I see its promise in the fathers and the mothers and the grandparents across our nation who work so hard every day for our children's future. I see it in the women who refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom, and in the men who support them. I see it in people of all ages who have knocked on doors, made calls, sent texts, and who will spend tomorrow driving their fellow Americans to the polls. I see it in Republicans who have never voted for a Democrat before, but who put the Constitution of the United States above party. And I see the promise of America in all the young leaders who are voting for the very first time. Where are you? I know you're here. I know you're here. And you who are determined to live free from gun violence, who are determined to tackle the climate
Since you are a Kamala supporter, tell me, how do I tell my family in Lebanon it's actually good to vote for sending bombs to their city? I can't do the harm reduction shit, man. What is happening here? Like, when have I ever told you to go and fucking vote for Kamala Harris? The fuck are you talking about? Why are chatters just fantasizing things right now? It's one day out from the fucking election. if you were to go back to your family and be like, I'm voting for Donald Trump because that's the better option, then yeah, I tell you you're wrong. It's got to be bait. It is bait.
A fight for a future with freedom, with opportunity, and with dignity for all Americans. Our campaign has brought together people from all corners of this nation and from all walks of life.
So you didn't tell people to vote for Kamala and they use it for later?
By our love
Oh, that's why. They're trying to bait me into being like, oh, Hasan didn't advocate sufficiently for Kamala Harris.
stronger and more hopeful
So they can clip it for later and be like,
build together. And tonight, then we finish as we started, with optimism, with energy, with joy, knowing that we, the people, have the power.
do you know anyone personally who voted for Trump?
our
Yes,
future.
many people, including but not limited to FaZe Banks as of today.
Challenge we face when we do it together. Generations of Americans before us.
And I was expecting her to respond to FaZe Banks' endorsement or Joe Rogan's endorsement, and I'm shocked that she hasn't.
Baton is in our hands. And to everyone who continues to pour so much of yourselves into this campaign as an extension of your love for our country, I thank you for your time, your effort, and the heart you are putting into this. And together I know that together we are also intentional about, in this process, building community and building coalitions. And because of you, each of you, and collectively, our people-powered movement reflects a simple and undeniable truth.
It's coming.
That we are all in this together. We are all in this together. So we have one day to get this done, which means now we need to get to work and get out the vote. So let's reach out once again to our family members, friends, classmates, neighbors, coworkers, knowing and reminding them that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And let us please remind everyone that your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So tonight I ask you one last time, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity?
So
Do
let's
we
go out
believe in
and
the
fight
promise
for
of
it.
America?
That's what she's gonna say.
And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight,
We win.
God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
How is she so relaxed the night before the election? Bars. Damn. Doug getting a little kissy poo right there. Oh shit. It's Doug time. Oh, he's Doug the fuck up, dude. The answer is beta blockers or potentially bars. Possibly bars. It's Doug time. Yeah. On the 10th hour, Hasan just goes wild. Listen, it doesn't matter what hour I start at. When I see Doug, I'm fucking Dugged up, okay? I'm Doug the fuck up. Yeah, Proud Boys Telegram getting riled up in this New York Times piece. Folks, it's happening. It's in approximately 24 hours, maybe like 26, 27 hours, we might have an answer for the question, who is the next president of the United States of America? Now, we don't know. It's entirely dependent on how close the races are in key states. But I will be having guests on tomorrow. Be safe out there. Go out and vote. I will, of course, be voting myself. I already voted on stream, but I'm going to be dropping my ballot off. Are you worried about the outcome? I am worried about the outcome regardless of who wins. That's the problem. I'm more worried if Trump wins. I'm less worried if Kamala Harris wins, but I'm still worried. I am worried about the future of this country regardless of who wins tomorrow. I mean, maybe I'll enjoy if Kamala Harris does win. I'll probably enjoy the conservative tears a little bit. But overall, I think that it's terrifying. Oh wait, FaZe Banks wants to talk to me about voting for Donald Trump. He just texted me. Oh, come on, you lib up. I'll lib up a little bit, you know. As I've talked about already, I predict Kamala Harris winning by a marginal victory. I assume that there is a slight chance that Kamala Harris is winning. The blue wall stays, I think, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But what are we going to do if Trump actually wins? I don't fucking know. Are you going to start late tomorrow or go later into the night? I will not be starting late tomorrow. I'll be starting at the same time as I always do, and I will go late into the night. What about non-AIPAC funded candidates? Okay, well, I guess you must be voting in a different election then. Conceded a bank so you can finally get a chain? Yes. Lady Gaga. Chatter said, what about non-AIPAC endorsed candidates? Like, dog, what? Are you voting in a different country? Like, what country are you voting in? Because, you know, there is no non-AIPAC endorsed candidate in either of the major parties. You know what I'm saying? Chatter's like, I'm in the tank for Thomas Massey as my writing candidate. Trump is going to be mega late for his rally. Late deciders are real. That's incredible, dude. Dude, this is literally me when homework is due tomorrow. Like, what the fuck? I think FaZe Banks also did this research, and that's how he arrived at his political conclusions today. He's not responding to me. Who's running for president in 2024? Stop. Stop. Stop, dude. Fuck, man. Bro, if you're Googling who's running for president, in 2024 on November 3rd, You don't got to worry about a big dog. That shit's not going to impact you at all, okay? You're not registered to vote. You're not voting. It's just not fucking happening for you, okay? Don't worry about a big dog. Fuck it. YOLO, you know? Anyway. At least a good thing. Boeing strike has ended. Boeing machinists approved the new contract, ending the strike. So that's good news. Oh, by the way, look at that. Oh my God. On the last fucking day, all of a sudden, who's favored to win the election? Harris wins 50 times out of 100. Where are all the Hasan, your coping heads now? Austin vindicated. Hasanabi also kind of vindicated. Okay. Everyone kept telling me I was fucking... I mean, this is a coin flip still, but it's weird that 538 on election day for the first time ever is saying that Kamala Harris has marginally better chances than fucking Donald Trump. Now, I shouldn't be talking a big game like this because every single thing that I heard in the last 12 hours has kind of terrified me because all my fucking low propensity voters that I check in on that were in the tank for Trump have gone out and voted. Okay. And you have people like FaZe Banks, Brother Banks, openly saying that, he's endorsing Donald Trump and using some of the language that actually is like, using some of the language that I warned against specifically. Observation bias is probably what is definitely at play here for sure. Like it's my own personal, it's a handful, it's a hand selected group of people that I ask. I'm with FaZe Banks right now. He's talking to me to go vote before the voting store closes. Yeah. The voting store is opening tomorrow. S-Fan, don't you worry about it. Yeah, not only is it the border hypocrisy of the Democrats, but he also talked about how Donald Trump is literally not as dangerous as the way people present him. And that's only a message you can arrive at if you concede on a lot of his positions. So in many respects, like, sure, I'm joking and I'm laughing about him writing border with an A or all this other shit. But like the other side of it is that this is an astute analysis of like the information that has been presented to him technically. And by that, I mean, this is, not exactly incorrect in terms of looking at the situation and being like, well, you guys said this was racist and now you're fucking pushing for it. That, and also the no new wars narrative, which once again is not correct, but it doesn't matter. It's harder to discredit when you have, when the Democratic Party is not actively pushing against this kind of thing. And then the rest of it is just like Democratic Party has become the party essentially. That stuff is silly, but there is a lot of stuff here that he's saying. Hold on, I'm gonna add him. Okay, he does want to talk. I'm gonna talk to him directly. Hold on. I'm on the air. Oh, Gloria. Austin is freaking out about the FaZe Banks endorsement right now. Dude, oh my God. The FaZe Banks endorsement is pivotal. It's shocking the world. I mean, it's not very shocking, but it still has a tendency to shock the world. All right, I'm calling him right now. convert our brother? No. No, I will not be. I mean, I'm going to talk to him about it. I'm going to pick his brain, but I don't think I can convert him. He's not picking up. Oh, he said 2 seconds. FaZe Bank stuns in new endorsement. What? Dixieville Notch is voting live? What the fuck is Dixieville Notch? Hello? Can you hear me? I can't really hear you.
I'm on my laptop.
Oh my God, your audio is so low, dude. And do you not have a microphone?
No, I do. Hold on.
What happened? Did the fucking Democratic Party take away your microphone? What's going on?
Oh, well, it's probably my phone.
Oh, okay.
Is this better? Is this
yeah, it's better. It's better.
Because the call answered on my phone and my laptop at the same time. What's good? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. We have the. Oh wait, I can hear myself. I don't know why. Okay, now I don't hear myself. Okay. I'm good. I was literally about to fucking be done with the stream, but then I got your text message, and as someone who has been phasing up for as long as I've known myself, I was shocked. I wouldn't say I was shocked necessarily about your endorsement, but I was a little distraught personally. Connor Eats Pants wanted you to know that there are people out there who are still pro FaZe and pro Kamala Harris.
Well, that's amazing. I'm happy that we live in that version of America.
Yeah, he said, please remind him I love FaZe Clan and Kamala. We exist. That's what he said.
I'm obsessed with Connor. I love you. Unironically got you an American flag for your birthday. Don't know if you remember that Rick Owens flag.
I do remember. It used to be behind me, but we moved it away. But I got to bring it back now. Now it's even worth more because it's been given to me by a real American patriot.
FaZe Banks.
Yeah, there's some people in the chat that are saying they lowered their FaZe symbol for a second when they saw you endorse Donald Trump.
Listen, that's okay. Listen, let me preface all jokes aside. Let me just preface all this by saying never in a million years did I think I'd be on a Hasan live stream talking about politics. I'm not a political guy. The entire time we've known each other for how long now?
It's been years. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, years. And I don't think we've ever touched base on anything in the world of politics. I'm not one to even like get out and go vote or endorse one side or the other either way. Typically don't give a fuck. And when it comes to like dabbling in like coming to like my own conclusions and consuming like political content, it's typically via, and I know this is gonna kill you, but Destiny, yourself. Typically like I find it more interesting to watch like the more like left leaning.
So it seems like neither of us were able to convince you.
I'll like dabble in like Charlie Kirk and stuff too, but again, preface like the fact that I think his views and like his take on like abortion and stuff like that are fucking insane. I think he's like a little too like God Christianity heavy. That's just like my like general like normie fucking.
No wrong answers. No wrong answers in this situation. I'm just
my biggest thing for you and how I came to this conclusion is really this. It's just like, again, like I said in the tweet, it's just there are some like glaring like hypocrisies on the left that I've noticed over I guess the biggest thing, like the biggest takeaway from that tweet, I would say, and like how I feel is just duped and like tricked. Obviously the left played heavily into like identity politics and fucking, took a more like emotional like stance and angle, all things considered, I would say.
What do you mean by that?
Like just like you know what I mean? Like the narratives, like I said, the narrative of Trump being a racist because
you don't think Trump is a racist?
Before he was even elected, I don't think that Trump's a racist for the reasons that are typically like pushed via the left. No, I don't.
Like what do you like as in
I don't think Trump's any more racist than Joe Biden is.
Okay, I don't well, to be fair, I don't fully disagree with you. I think that Donald Trump is individually a racist and was just as racist at the time when Joe Biden was like writing racist legislation in the early 90s and the 80s. I mean, he took an ad calling for the execution of the Central Park Five in the New York Times. His real estate properties that him and his father owned have been routinely investigated by federal authorities like far before he ever became a television personality,
listen,
for
all
like
these-
not
all these
housing
bullet
black
points-
people.
All these bullet points and specific examples you give me, there'd be always somebody on the right who would give me an equal number of bullet points and examples as to why Joe Biden's more of a racist.
No,
At
but
the
I'm
end of the
not.
day,
But I'm not
it's-
telling you
yeah,
Joe Biden's not racist. I think Joe
it's-
Biden.
that's what I'm saying though. It's as far as like the racist narrative, I would say it's a zero sum game where that narrative is pushed heavily by the left.
Also, Biden is not running for president right now. It's Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris is, and Kamala Harris just sat in office as the vice president for 4 years.
But that's just what vice presidents do. Really, it's not really. It's more so a symbolic position.
That must be what Joe Biden did too, because Joe Biden can't even stand up straight.
I don't even disagree
I don't
with
even
that.
think Joe Biden knows who's running for president right now. So in that case, who the fuck is the president? Who's running shit?
So in many instances, I think and Trump is a little bit unique on this, but in many instances, I think like people don't just simply vote for the person; they vote for the administration. And oftentimes, it's not like George W. Bush is a great example of this. Like George W. Bush was a Republican, right? And he was a overall dumb guy, and he was basically like the shadow president under his administration was Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney was basically running the entire show. But the president can sometimes be basically just a figurehead that is the placeholder for the administration, the entirety of the administration, the people that he hires. I think that.
So then, in that case, what does any of it matter, right? I guess I would say it's kind of the same.
Well,
as far as, like,
when you advocate for a president, I think
kind of a zero sum game at that point.
No, I think when you advocate for a president, you're definitely advocating for not just the individual themselves, but you're advocating for the legislation that the president is going to advocate for, and also the agencies.
Again, that's why in my tweet I highlighted inflation and border security as border with an A security as heavily as I do.
So
again, it's crazy to me because Hasan, I know you were obviously there. This is your whole livelihood and your whole career is rooted and based in politics. So obviously you were there through it and you consumed a lot more of it than somebody like I would.
Yeah, and I was very critical of Kamala Harris's decisions and also the Biden administration's decisions, especially when it comes to right-wing border, all the right-wing border stuff that they were talking about. As a matter of fact, something that you pointed out in your tweet. The perceived hypocrisy of the Democratic Party saying that Trump is racist for a border wall and then continuing to try and fund a border wall themselves and then claim Trump is the hypocrite for not pushing for the border wall because it's the Democrats advocating for it. That is actually double hypocrisy. Like Trump is being hypocritical for saying, I don't want that border bill to pass through because I don't want to give the Democrats a W on this. But you're right. The Democrats are being hypocritical when they say that.
Listen, again, don't get me wrong. I'm not like a huge pro-Trump guy, and in terms of like dividing the country in half and just like being pretty bad in terms of like how just general morale and the way that people interact with each other, conversations like this happening. I think Trump is probably the worst president in history. But
so you're saying he's more divisive. Like Trump has created more divisiveness in the country.
I don't think necessarily by his own fault. Or that's his own intention, but again, he's been demonized from the left in the like the traditional media since before he was elected. Like you just said, the general response to his "build the wall." Remember that mantra, "Build the wall, build the wall." Before, I'm pretty sure that was his slogan before even MAGA was a thing, right? This is very, very early, and these were like the earliest conversations where the opposing side claimed that was a racist thing to say, was to build a wall. You want to build a wall? You don't like Mexicans?
Yeah, Kamala Harris personally said it was racist and stupid, and then she advocated to build
Kamala Harris in an interview a week ago was talking about how we need to build more wall. 8 years later,
I know. I agree with you. I think it's unimaginably hypocritical. If you ask me what my
this guy had to endure 8 years of being labeled, bastardized, demonized, called a racist, and it's a snowball, right? It starts with that, and then one thing leads to another, and it becomes his entire brand that's pushed by traditional media and by the left, right? For 8 fucking years. And then the left, it becomes such an issue. 20 million people crossing the border later. Now it's undeniably
so
an issue.
that's also not true. Those numbers aren't
How much
correct.
is it? What was it last year?
I don't know what the
2.5
exact number of like border apprehensions or border crossings are, but the border apprehension number is not necessary in this
A
conversation.
lot more than Trump. A lot more than Trump.
Yeah, a lot of that is immigration overflow from COVID, but like once post COVID, once the post COVID border shutdown was put aside, a lot of people that were waiting.
I'm sure there's like a fluffy, nice way to frame, like a left way to frame it.
No,
Like,
I'm not giving you a left wing framing. I'm just telling you exactly what happened. I am not in favor of Kamala Harris's border policies at all. I just want to be clear. I'm certainly not in favor of Donald Trump's border policies. I think they're racist, and I think that they are silly. And the reason why I think they're racist and silly, if you don't mind me explaining, is because the idea that undocumented migrants constitute a threat to America is the underlying premise for why we need a wall, right? We need to secure our nation, right? That's the idea, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that premise is false. Undocumented migrants are directly contributing to the American economy in incredibly meaningful ways. Undocumented migrants actually put more into our tax revenue than they take out. They are not able to take advantage of our social safety nets. They pay into Social Security. They can't take out of Social Security. They are not a burden They're not a burden on the economy. They're actually greatly beneficial to the American economy. And not only that, but also Donald Trump takes it one step further, and he lies all the time. And I'm very upset with the Democratic Party for allowing Donald Trump to lie on this issue and even concede to this lie. The idea that immigrants constitute a national security threat, that immigrants are bad and scary and they're rapists and they're murderers. These are the types of things that Donald Trump says regularly. If you've ever listened to his rhetoric on the matter, he'll often say this thing that is just completely false. He'll say, undocumented migrants kill hundreds of thousands of Americans a year. I'm sure you've heard this before from him. Have you?
I do think that the right wildly exaggerates like the impact that undocumented immigrants have on the U.S.
It's not even a wild. It's not even a wild exaggeration.
That's not to say I don't think it's an issue though. I think again, like your framing of it, for every bullet point you can. I'm not going to pretend to be like an expert on the economy and all the moving parts of the economy and how immigrants.
No, I have debated this issue with right wingers, including I've debated this issue with the right wingers. They're just wrong.
There's going to be points on the right side.
No, right wingers do try to put counterclaims against what I'm saying, but my information is not coming from my information isn't like cherry pick data. It's just coming from the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol data. So it's not like there's a lot of studies conducted on this.
Speaking of actual government data, and speaking of immigrants, another point that I saw highlighted on the Joe Rogan, Elon Musk interview that was just had was the relocation of immigrants, undocumented immigrants, specifically to swing states. And Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, who have historically been Democrats throughout the majority of their lives, are now
people's attitude changes throughout time.
For
That's
sure.
normal.
I'm just making it a point because it's an interesting point to make. They seem to think that this could be like the last real election that we have, just because of all the all of the undocumented immigrants being located, like flown in via airplanes to swing states.
So what they're talking about is actually really funny for a couple different reasons. One, because Elon Musk was an undocumented migrant originally, and he lied on his immigration forms. So technically, he is directly the actual party that is doing the crime that he's accusing others of. But beyond that, the idea that undocumented migrants are being purposely flown to swing states is completely incorrect. But even if it was correct, it still wouldn't matter. And the reason why it wouldn't matter is because undocumented migrants cannot vote. Undocumented migrants cannot vote. It's illegal for undocumented migrants to vote. They would be risking deportation by giving the government their name and address.
Illegal for undocumented migrants to cross the border in the first place. So
what's up?
A state like California, where you and I both live, it's illegal for them to ID people at voting, right?
you still would need to have a residence, and you would need to have a name associated with your residence that you're giving to the federal government.
You don't need any hard proof or any hard identification with you at voting, correct?
No,
in
you
California?
you still need a established residence and a name associated with your residence, and also they even do signature checks. So technically, you would still need to have like a signature in the DMV that they can. I mean, I have my voter ballot in front of me right now.
Come on.
So
the
they
whole
still
thing
do signature matching.
Yeah, but the whole thing with California is making it easier for people to vote, making it easier for people in lower classes to vote, and that's the whole argument, right? Is asking people to present an ID.
Banks, I'm asking you, do you think that someone who has come in here into the country illegally to work, right? Not for some like nefarious purpose of like wanting to vote for fucking Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or whatever. Do you think that they're going to, one, illegally register to vote and offer their place of residence voluntarily to the federal government and the local state government specifically for the purpose of voting?
No, I don't. Not necessarily, right? I'm not going to pretend like I do know one way or the other. But
would you be shocked to find out if I were to tell you?
It poses the question to me: why relocate them to those states specifically in such? Large
There
numbers?
is no mass relocation happening. I don't know where this is coming from. The only type of relocation that has ever occurred was under the Biden administration, where Republican governor of the state of Texas, Greg Abbott, and the Republican governor of the state of Florida, Ron DeSantis, actually started, in an effort to make this a political problem for other states, they actually started a mass relocation process where people that were seeking asylum legally, which means that they have to be illegally inside of the U.S. boundaries to be able to start the process of seeking asylum, would be forcibly relocated to New York, Chicago, and a couple different areas. They were flown out. They were first bused, and then they were flown out. This technically is illegal. It would constitute for human trafficking. I was very upset with the Biden administration for not prosecuting the Republican state governors because he did not want to appear too partisan on the issue. The sole purpose of this process, and these people were, they had their court dates. They were supposed to go to, they were supposed to start the fast tracking of their processing so that they could potentially get TPS, temporary protected status, or maybe have their asylum claims denied. But instead, they were falsely told that they could have their asylum claims, processed in places like Chicago and New York, specifically because they wanted to create a political problem within blue states, within blue cities. Now, the real issue in this circumstance was that there was, I believe, around 85,000 to 100,000 undocumented migrants that were shipped to these other places without prior knowledge from the other places. Like, we have enough money. We're the wealthiest nation on earth. We have enough money to take care of these claims. We have enough money to even house all of these people if we wanted to. We don't do so, but regardless, it doesn't matter. We have all of the initiative. We have all the money to do so. But Greg Abbott was, in an effort to win a political argument, sending these people over to fuck up that process deliberately, and it was pretty successful in disrupting, at least to a certain degree, normal process on the immigration front, and it became this like big political football, big political back and forth with hundreds of thousands of real human beings, basically in legal limbo as a direct consequence of this. So
Yeah,
there was no initiative from like the Democrats of like shipping migrants in the swing states or whatever. That's not real.
Well, it was highlighted on that show, and
I know, but people just say stuff. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean it's real.
How that information is readily available on a government official website. Again, I'm sure there's somebody on the fucking right who would.
No, but no, we can look it up together if you want. I can. Hey, mods, can you take it off of emote mode? I want to see if someone can send me a link on it. Maybe there's something that I might have missed. But overall, the question that I have remains, which is that there is no purpose of sending these undocumented migrants over to other states for like any nefarious reason beyond the fact that there is probably more need for labor in these states. Like Springfield, Ohio was a big point of contention for a lot of people. If you remember when, Donald Trump was falsely saying that Haitians are eating cats and dogs. You remember that?
I do remember that. Yeah.
So that was obviously very racist and bullshit, right? So
I think both sides are fucking are insane sometimes, for sure.
yeah.
That's why
So
typically
the Republicans were just like making that shit up completely.
I would say socially, I'm left leaning, and for everything else, I'm typically like in the center. I don't really not really passionate one way or the other. Obviously, you're super hyper passionate on one side, and that's why I wanted to talk to you specifically. Again, like we're going really, really deep into this immigration stuff. I'm not, again, super passionate. I'm not going to pretend like I know a ton about that. Again, the glaring part that like swayed me more to the right, more for Donald Trump in this specific conversation, this specific topic, was the fact that, you know, the left had a lot to say about Trump.
Yeah, the left is wrong. The left can be wrong. I mean, they're not even the left. Liberals, the Democratic Party is wrong.
And it would have been a little bit different if their response initially was a little bit more relaxed and like less aggressive and less like you're a fucking racist because this is what you believe, and to walk that back all the way to the point where now you're on the same side of the
I think it's I think they were correct in their initial assessment of saying that lying about immigrants and saying that undocumented migrants constitute a national security threat, that they're doing like these crimes.
That's how you feel about their opinion 8 years ago, but now that's not what it is. So you could see how somebody like me would be.
I do, which is why I've criticized the Kamala Harris campaign quite a bit and the Democratic Party quite a bit since October 5th, 2023, I believe, when Joe Biden actually unveiled the right-wing border bill as a bill that they wanted to pass.
That's another big bullet point of why I just publicly endorse Trump and why I'd like to see Trump win tomorrow, the next day. Is just Kamala Harris in general. I'm not like super hyped. I don't think that she's necessarily qualified to be the president. She didn't.
You don't think she's qualified to be a president?
I don't.
I don't even like Kamala Harris, by the way, but I do think that she's definitely qualified to be president, especially in terms of who she's running up against. I don't think Donald Trump was qualified to be president. I think that someone who was the Attorney General of California.
Donald Trump at least won the Republican primary, right?
Yeah, but Kamala Harris had more bona fides than Donald Trump ever did in terms of like her track record. She was the Attorney General of California. California is literally a mess. Yeah, California is basically
California's a dumpster fire. It's trash.
California is not a dumpster fire and trash. California is the 5th largest economy on the planet. It is literally individually a state. It is actually not just a state. It is one of the largest states.
I'm talking about aesthetically, physically trash. You traveled.
Okay.
Right? You've been around the U.S. You've been all around the U.S.
I have been all around the United States and I've been all around the world. California, by size, by GDP, is literally a country, and not just any country, but like I believe one of the largest economies on the planet. So California Attorney General is a pretty solid position, but beyond that, she was also a senator. I believe now it's the 4th largest economy in the world, simply California alone. But I think that being the Attorney General of California, being a senator from the state of California, is pretty good qualifications in terms of like having enough experience to run for the highest office. Donald Trump, on the other hand, was a reality TV star and had 6 bankruptcies under his belt when he ran for president. And I didn't hear people, I mean, I'm sure plenty of people said he wasn't qualified to be president, but, I don't think that Donald Trump is more qualified to be president than Kamala Harris is, for sure.
Well, he served for 4 years as president.
No, I know. And we can talk about that as well, but I'm simply stating that in 2016, when Donald Trump first ran, he had no qualifications to be president, and he still, became president. And if you think that he ran the country positively in those 4 years, then I think that someone with even more experience still has the capabilities of running for president.
Inflation was at an all-time low. People crossing the border illegally was
inflation. So inflation is actually a really good point. You're absolutely right. Inflation is at an all-time high now. This is a global phenomenon due to COVID impacting our supply chains, and America's recovery post-inflation. America's post-COVID recovery has been comparably better than many of our other European counterparts.
This is again my general issue. Again, Kamala Harris's whole entire campaign has been, and every interview I've watched from her has been Trump's bad. Trump's bad. Question: well, Trump would do it worse. Trump's awful. Trump's bad. COVID. It's COVID's fault. It's COVID and Trump's fault. That's all I've heard from the left the whole last 6 months.
What?
And again, I'm not cherry picking anything. I don't care one way or the other. I just want America to be as well off as possible, right? Like I don't have a fucking dog in the fight. I'm not a big political guy. I'm not a big Trump guy. I typically don't care one way or the other.
I do think
It's just
Trump is
again-
bad. I think Kamala is bad too. Trump is just worse than Kamala Harris. That's my
why?
that's my point.
But why, besides the fact that you champion the left and the left kind of has to have that opinion?
No, I'm not. I don't think the left has to have that opinion. There's plenty of people who yell at me on the liberal side of the political spectrum for not being sufficiently in the tank for Kamala Harris.
I watch. I see it.
But here's the thing, okay? In terms of Donald Trump's like COVID initiatives, I think he did spectacularly fail. We had some of the worst COVID deaths in the entire in comparison to other OECD nations. We had some of the worst death, like COVID fatality numbers overall. But that's not even what I'm going to talk about right now. What I want to go back to is the thing that you were saying about illegal immigrants, because I think it's important. As far as the undocumented migrants being like purposely transported, I think you and I agree that like people can just have the capacity to be misguided or maybe even say some shit that might not be real, right? Like that's Elon Musk is also certainly susceptible to this sort of misinformation and spreading it.
Yeah,
right?
But again, for why? For what? The motherfucker like overpaid for Twitter by like 4 or 5x, got railed on that deal.
Yeah, I mean that was his stupidity.
Yeah, no, but it was at an attempt to protect the freedom to have a conversation.
No, he actually wanted to buy Twitter. He put forth such a large number that it would be illegal for the executives at Twitter to refuse a sale to him, and then he wanted to pull out of that deal. And the Chamber of Commerce or the courts in Delaware actually forced him to purchase this deal, despite his best efforts to not purchase it at the last second. So he definitely was forced into buying Twitter. Part of the reason why I think he's still maintaining Twitter, even though he's ran it to the fucking ground, and the bots are out of control. There's more OnlyFans models per capita in the form of bots promoting their OnlyFans under every fucking tweet, no matter what you're talking about. It could be Israel, Palestine, or not. And there's more like death and destruction on the timeline and more like overt Nazi sentiment being expressed on Twitter than ever before. But ultimately he was forced to buy Twitter, and now he's trying to make the most of it by, trying to change an entire platform to his own desires. It's no different than like Jeff Bezos purchasing Washington Post, right? Like billionaires buy newspapers. Elon Musk is a billionaire. He bought an entire social media platform. But there was never a real, like he never was actually interested in free speech in terms of like why he purchased Twitter. He is actually not abided by the principles of free speech that he claims he believes, even in his purchase of Twitter, regardless.
Do you have an example as to why you've come to that conclusion?
Yeah, there's plenty of examples that I can give you. I think he made saying cisgender into a hate crime on Twitter. So when you say cisgender, your speech is greatly diminished on Twitter, which is like just a normal designation. He considers it to be a slur. He doesn't have that same designation for the N-word or any of the other slurs. Also, he banned one of my friends who's a journalist. His name is Ken Klippenstein. Recently, he banned him because Ken Klippenstein had actually posted a news article that was the opposition research that the Trump administration had conducted on J.D. Vance. Because when campaigns are picking a candidate, like a vice president, they usually will be like, what are the avenues of attack? And this documentation was leaked. Ken Klippenstein posted this document, and he banned him. which is ironic because he also always claimed that Twitter was suppressing information in the last election cycle, including Hunter Biden's laptop.
I can't
He's
comment
also
on that.
banned
I don't-
numerous. He's banned numerous accounts over and over again. He banned a flight tracker account for posting publicly available FAA information. He's a petty billionaire who uses he uses platform as his own plaything.
For why, Hassan? Why do you think? What do you think Elon Musk's agenda is, if not for protecting free speech and having an open dialogue?
Oh, I think he's a right wing billionaire who wants to win favors. I think there's a couple different reasons. One, I think he has a fragile ego and he wants to be liked. Yeah, I can hear you. What'd you say?
I asked why switch now. He's historically been Democrat his whole life.
Oh,
why switch now? Buy Twitter, ruffle the feathers. Why?
Okay, I think I can't speak to what's in a person's brain, right? Like I can't speak to their personal motivations. Like I will never know 100% what these reasons might be. But I do think
reasonable conclusions based on like people's like agendas, what they do for career.
Yeah. I have an assumption. If you want to hear that, if you want to entertain it, my speculation, my suspicion is that he genuinely had his brain broken a little bit from his last like divorce situation plus COVID. I think during COVID he saw the shutdowns that were happening. He saw that like the California government wasn't playing ball, and he was very upset. He didn't get his way, and I think the litany of lawsuits were piling up, and he got very frustrated. His daughter is trans. One of his 11 children happens to be a trans woman, and he has talked about how she's dead to him now. Like he literally disowned his own daughter. I think that he believes that wokeness caused her to be trans. I think that's probably one of the reasons why that like all of these reasons most likely, all of these reasons likely compiled into him finding himself in the comforts of right-wing attitude. He's also not really a good guy. I think he's always been like kind of a racist guy.
Can I ask you a question just as it pertains to like the left and wokeness and all that stuff? During COVID, during the height of COVID and the height of like the woke, like the whole woke movement, do you think things got out of control and the left got a little bit out of control?
What do you mean the woke movement during COVID?
Just in terms of like how the left would respond to certain ideas or conversations being had in terms of like targeting people and where they work and
I think it's
political opinions they have, conversations.
I think that there is a universality of what you're talking about in terms of cancel culture. I think the right does it all the time as well, but it is very annoying when the left does it too. I'm someone who regularly fucking yells about this shit, and I'm someone who also gets yelled at quite a bit by the left and the right for not having the appropriate standing in whatever issue they're talking about. But ultimately, I think it's a universal principle. Americans love doing cancel culture shit. It's just that the right has better marketing on this issue, so they've just like kind of made it seem like only the left does it, if that's what you're talking about. Because after October 7, when Israel started pummeling Gaza, a bunch of student protesters basically came out with like detailed statements, like student groups. And immediately right after that, you had on college campuses doxing trucks. Like organizations such as like the Canary Mission literally were posterizing students with their photos and their addresses and their names, saying that they were Hamas-loving terrorists for criticizing the state of Israel. Like that kind of stuff, when it's conducted by the right wing, is never seen as like cancel culture or inappropriate. It's only when like woke campus liberals yell at some teacher or woke campus liberals yell at someone when everybody goes, wait, hold on, like the woke leftists have gone out of hand. Republicans do cancel culture initiatives all the time. They cancel fucking Bud Light because Bud Light had like one singular can of beer that was sent to a trans influencer, Dylan Mulvaney, and they fucking lost their minds. They literally were like blowing up Bud Light beer.
not a big fan of any of that shit. Either way it goes.
Yeah, no, I think
guess
it's annoying. I agree. I'm just saying that
I have
there's
another
like
general question. I have another general question for you, like an opinion, like looking for your opinion on America and the trajectory of America and the general like sentiment, morale, the economy, however you'd want to base an answer to this question. Do you think over the last 20 years, America has been at an incline or a decline?
I think America has been at a decline, a genuine decline in the last 20 years, and even longer than that.
Hold on. A noticeable, like massive decline, you'd say.
Yes, absolutely. And yes,
Yeah,
Democrats
I
were
would agree.
Democrats
Hold on,
were
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Democrats
hold on,
were in charge for the 16 of the past 20 years, if that's what you're going to say. Yes,
That is what I was going to say.
No, I know that that's what you were going to say. I don't know if you know this or not, but I am incredibly critical of the Democratic Party as well for these reasons.
So what do you suggest?
But that decline precedes or not the 16. Sorry, but that decline.
12 and 16. 12 and 16. Let me just ask. So if not, Kamala's mantra over the last several months has been change. Obama, who I voted for twice, change. We need change. So this is the change, right? Like 12 of the last 16 years have been, Democrats have been in office, and we've been in a fucking massive decline, as you would agree. So what do you suggest? If not re-electing Trump.
So you voted for Obama twice, you said, right? 2008 was the first time Obama came in office. I don't know if you know this, but something incredibly consequential happened that actually led to America voting for a black man as president. Do you know what happened?
The collapse of the
housing market? Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. That was done with.
Yeah, it was a terrible time. I remember it vividly.
I know, but these are massively consequential. These are massively consequential things that Republicans had implemented. But it's not even a Republican-Democrat dynamic here. This is like these kinds of broad systemic changes and massive shifts and America's decline predates Barack Obama, predates George W. Bush. I would say
so. What do we do then?
I would say that America has not just been on the decline for the past 20 years. I think America's been on the decline for even longer than that, for much longer than that. And I think that is, there is an answer for it. I can explain it to you. It's called neoliberalism. It's deregulation. It is both parties in the United States being completely captive to corporate interests and only taking initiative at the behest of corporations and not necessarily doing things to help the American working class, to help the American economy in general. These are broadly some of the major issues that I see in this country, which is why I'm very critical of the Democratic Party as well as the Republican Party. But I would say that if there's like a singular force that really kickstarted this process, I'd definitely say it's Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan's deregulation that destroyed unions. Bill Clinton with NAFTA also facilitated the demise of American manufacturing, and these are really large issues that both parties have contributed to. It's not like a Democrat versus Republican Party situation. But if we're going to talk about like the differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, I'd still say that the Republican Party is almost always the facilitator of America's demise. Like the way I look at it is like the Democrats try to slow the process of destruction a little bit whenever they're in power. They still lean into it, certainly, but the Republicans, when in office, will immediately fucking tank it. They'll spike the football.
Hasan, I only have a couple more minutes, and I really do appreciate you having this conversation with me. Again, never in a million years did I think I'd ever be on your stream under this context. It's kind of funny considering how long we've known each other. I really do appreciate with the cadence that you spoke to me with. You weren't trying to fucking like dunk on me or anything. I don't know, 1% of this world that you exist in. And I'm not jealous of you by any means. This is fucking craziness. What I will say again, as like a general political normie who kind of sits more center than anywhere else, typically doesn't care enough to even get up and vote. Again, the hypocrisy between the border policies and the opinions and stance on like this, like how to protect the southern border, between the way that Kamala Harris has come to even be in the position where she could be elected president, that between, you know, the inflation numbers, the border numbers, and just the fact that, like, I don't know, it's just, again, I don't think things were as bad as you or anyone on the far left would claim that they were during Trump's presidency. I think in our lifetime, it was the only president that sat in office and there were no new wars that were started during his term, right? That's a fact. That's like a
Yeah.
checkable,
So
like,
the thing about Donald Trump and the no new wars attitude is that Donald Trump oversaw the wars that were inherited from the previous administration, just like Barack Obama oversaw the wars that were inherited from the previous administration.
and I know, listen, Hassan, I know,
Which
again,
still-
you're talking like just a normie, your homie who doesn't really.
No, I know.
Like,
I'm explaining to you what was going on. Donald Trump did
I know, but this is my biggest thing with that. Can you honestly say, in terms of like a generality, over the last 4 years, have things been better or worse than the previous 4 years in terms of wars globally?
I think
Obviously,
that,
they've been way worse. Obviously, right?
Yes.
Objectively.
No.
Russia, Ukraine,
They have.
Palestine,
The problem is we look to increments of 4 years and we don't think about the broader historical context. We can't place it within the framework of 4 years. Like, for example, I'll give you directly an example of Israel, right? Donald Trump greatly accelerated the conflict in the Middle East, in the region, with a lot of the actions that he took. I'll give you an example of what Donald Trump did that was good, and then I'll give you an example of what Donald Trump did that was really bad in terms of like his foreign policy. Donald Trump's foreign policy on Korea was significantly more to the left, I guess, of the Democratic Party. He said, North Korea and South Korea, you guys are going to get together, you're going to dish it out, right? You're going to talk it out amongst yourselves. I am going to stay out of this. That was objectively a good way to deal with that issue. Having said that, however, in terms of his Middle Eastern policy, because he was getting a shit ton of money from Sheldon Adelson and many other donors, Donald Trump was very, very bad on Israel. One of the things that he did was institute the Abraham Accords, which completely sidestepped the Palestinians and the Palestinian emancipation from the conversation. He moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. This is occupied. East Jerusalem is occupied territory in direct contravention of international law. Donald Trump basically recognized the permanent occupation of Jerusalem, greatly accelerating the conflict in the region. Donald Trump took Obama's Iran denuclearization agreement, which was supposed to stop the Iran nuclear program, which it did successfully, and he cast it aside. He basically said, fuck it, right? He threw it out. And then he added additional crippling sanctions to Iran. This escalated tensions in the region greatly. Donald Trump then also looked at another area that was occupied by the state of Israel, Golan Heights. This is technically Syrian territory. Israel was illegally occupying it. Donald Trump recognized Golan Heights as Israeli territory, basically not really restraining Israel as we have in the past, even though Israel is our most valuable ally in the Middle East. Every single administration prior to Donald Trump had always demonstrated some level of restraint on Israel. Donald Trump didn't do that. He basically said, go off, kings and queens. All of this led to the tensions heightening in the region, which subsequently led to October 7 happening. So it's not necessarily just Joe Biden who was responsible for this. Joe Biden's responsibility on the matter was to not reverse the decisions of the Trump administration.
I personally don't think Joe Biden's responsible for putting his sneakers on in the morning, to be honest. I don't think he's responsible for really
his
anything,
administration, his cabinet, the people around him, right? Like I said, I don't think Donald Trump is making like all of the decisions either. He fucking is barely literate, right? Like I think he's, he makes some decisions, but overall, a lot of these decisions are handled by some of the professionals that he has in his orbit. And it's the same principle for Joe Biden. Joe Biden is not individually making these decisions. He has people around him that are telling him what the best practices are, and he's just basically putting a signature on everything. That's it. On that front, I think that
in that case,
well, go ahead.
was gonna say I only have a couple more minutes. Again, thank you for having me and thank you for talking through this with me. I guess my last question to you would just be, what do you think Trump's agenda is, if not to help make America great, help protect America, help
I think Trump is narcissistic. I think he's just self-interested. He's a rich guy who wanted to utilize the highest office to.
Hasan, how can
you ask
someone like me? I know, but how can you ask someone like me or the average voter to believe that when I think he's quite literally the only president in U.S. history who left the office poorer than when he entered.
Yeah, he's really fucking bad at business. Like it's not even funny. I mean, his net worth. His net worth has always been called into question by all of these institutions that normally look at this sort of thing. But like Trump is a real estate guy. It's the lowest of the low in terms of like a money-making operation.
If he was so self-interested in such a narcissist, why the fuck would he sacrifice and slash his net worth in half? And he's facing hundreds of charges and life imprisonment and fucking.
Well, he's facing life in prison. Well, not life imprisonment, but he's facing all those charges because he's also incompetent in his corruption.
Trump has been made out by the left to be literally the worst human being that's ever existed, right next to fucking Adolf Hitler. And
I think there's worse American presidents than Donald Trump. I think George W. Bush is worse than Donald Trump. I think Dick Cheney is worse than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is pretty fucking bad, but I don't think he's the absolute worst.
Would you say Donald Trump has been painted to be worse than George Bush was by the media?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. They're wrong. I don't care. That's why I'm an independent. That's why I'm an independent broadcaster. I'm not at CNN. I'm not a part of like liberal media. I don't like when they whitewash the war crimes of former administrations. So I don't really care about like the liberal media narrative overall on this issue because like Donald Trump has done a lot of awful shit when he was in office, and he's advocating for even worse shit now.
When the general traditional media and the general left goes so far to extend like how bad this person is or how bad they paint him, to which you just agreed, I think
the uniqueness of Donald Trump. You want to know something crazy? I think the uniqueness of the Donald Trump situation is that it was one of the only instances where liberal media, quote unquote, was actually doing adversarial reporting, and that's why a lot of people despised him. If they set the standard for Donald Trump and criticized every single administration with the same severity, I think that you would have the same kind of hatred that I have for most American presidents and most American leadership. That's the only difference. Donald Trump was a unique moment for American media where they actually did normal reporting, where they were like, this is fucked up, this is wrong, when a president did wrong shit, instead of simply hiding it, instead of simply refusing to cover it. Like, for example, Joe Biden's mental faculties, right? You and I both understand that Joe Biden is a decrepit old man. I said this all the way back in 2019 when he wanted to run for office. I said that he was going to be a one-term president if he even won. Okay? I could see it, and many other people could see it as well. But the media rarely ever covered it like that. They actually, as a matter of fact, only covered it in the beginning when he was in a crowded primary. But once it was established that he was the president or he was the Democratic candidate, they stopped talking about his mental faculties. So there is some truth to the way that I would say liberal media certainly omits key details and maybe presents more favorable coverage to Democratic administrations, but they go above and beyond in criticizing them when the Democratic leadership also doesn't follow through on certain right-wing agendas. Like they fucking destroyed him when he pulled out of Afghanistan. That was the right thing to do. That was the correct thing to do. That was the morally correct thing to do. And they fucking yelled at him nonstop for doing the right thing because it went against corporate interests. So overall, the other side of this conversation, of course, is Fox News, which is the most successful news broadcast in this country. It's the most popular news network in this country. And that is unimaginably pro-right. They don't even like try to act like they're objective in their coverage. They're openly right wing. They're openly pro Trump. So, you know, there is once again liberal media that tries to do their very best in quote unquote objective reporting, but oftentimes they'll omit certain things when, you know, Democratic administrations are doing it under the auspices of being fair and balanced. And then you have Fox News that is super slanted to the right, and they are the most popular news network in the country. And they're openly pro-Trump.
Listen, I hear you. Again, appreciate you for having me in here and talking me through it. I'm definitely not equipped to have a full-blown debate. I definitely know you.
No, I mean, I wasn't trying to have a debate. I was just trying to give you.
No, I know, and I really do appreciate that. Like I said, the cadence and just the type of conversation we had, I really appreciate that, because you could have probably took it upon yourself to try to make me look dumb and fucking. I probably sounded dumb regardless in half the shit I said. But at the end of the day, I'm a firm believer in the fact that the average person is the average person, and the average person doesn't spend this much time collecting information and coming to a conclusion. And the average person is probably going to focus on things like no new wars and how many people are crossing the border and how much gas is and what inflation is looking like and the buying power of the dollar.
I don't disagree with you on that. I don't disagree with you on that at all, which is why I've been, that's my job.
When these things are brought up in a question and they're asked directly to Kamala Harris, and every single one of her responses is, it's all Trump's fault, it's all COVID's fault. It's really hard. Like, it's just hard for someone like me who, you know, was sitting on the fence prior to not like at least take the shot and the leap of faith with the right and with Donald Trump, because we experienced 4 pretty good years, all things considered, with him when it comes to all these things in my opinion, like the more important
I want to leave you with one note. In terms of Donald Trump's border policies, he wants to do mass deportations. He claims that there's 20 million undocumented migrants. I think the correct number, according to the federal government, is around 13 to 15 million undocumented citizens, undocumented migrants living on U.S. borders. The overwhelming majority, if not damn near the entirety of this these group of people are living all around the country. They're our neighbors. They are not committing any crimes whatsoever, as a matter of fact. They are less likely to do crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens. There's plenty of data available for this, by the way. You'll never hear this from the Republicans, and you won't, unfortunately, hear from the Democrats either. But I wanted to leave you with this one note. Remember what I told you? Donald Trump claims that undocumented migrants are killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. Do you want to know what the actual number is in the fiscal year of 2024?
You tell me.
25. Homicides and manslaughter, which means, like, you know, car crashes and whatnot included.
Yeah, I personally have never heard Donald Trump say that, and I if you remember,
Or it might be 29 now. Sorry.
I think that the narrative of like the
I listen to him every day.
Yeah, I think that shit's all been wildly blown out of proportion by the right as well. Like I said that earlier in the conversation. It's less about that specifically and more about, again, like the left coming down so hard on the sentiment of building a wall and protecting the border and labeling that as
It's not even necessarily the left, because, like I said, the Democratic Party, I think, is a little bit different than like the people who even vote for it.
Generally, the entire left. You're really one of the first people I've heard talk about immigration, illegal immigration, not being a problem and it being under control and it being like, just chill, it's fine.
Well,
like,
there's a reason. Well, I'm not on CNN.
On the left that like mass illegal immigration's become such a major issue.
Yeah, because my perspective is completely shut off in most circumstances from mainstream media. That's the difference. That's why I'm an independent content creator. That's why I'm on Twitch. I'm not like the positions that I hold, that I develop out of looking at data, right, is unfortunately not reflected in mainstream media all that much. There are instances here and there where there's objective news coverage on the matter, but it's relegated to the sidelines usually. It's not something that people run on. And I think part of that problem is because the Democratic Party is not running on these issues. They're not actively communicating.
Like I said in my tweet, and I just read someone in chat say Banks is a rich white dude, say less, and it's an unfortunate label to slap on someone like me, because again, historically, I've especially socially, I've always like leaned Democrat. And I was born in Lowell, Massachusetts. Massachusetts being historically, you know, super blue state. I think it was the first state to pass like gay marriage laws, right? One of the first states to decriminalize weed. I grew up really, really poor, really, really broke for the first 22 years of my life, and definitely wasn't considered rich until I was closer to 30 years old. So, again, I'm not sure.
No, I think.
label's
Well,
clapped
most
on
people
me.
don't know what your background is, and I think that they're just like saying that they're just speaking to what you are right now, but it doesn't really matter. Pay no attention to what people say online. People say an unimaginable metric ton of bullshit about me on a regular basis. Some people
No, trust, I know.
Some people
It's just-
lie specifically. Some people lie specifically. Others, you know, others are just duped by other people who are lying. It doesn't really matter. You just gotta, you know, you gotta stay true to your own personal beliefs. So, having said that, it's not like the broader left or anything like that. There are a lot of different opinions in the left, and there's certainly a major difference in opinion amongst, I would say, those who are on the left versus those who are liberals. The Democratic Party being a organization that I routinely criticize, puts me at odds with them as well, and sometimes at odds with mainstream media too. So, but I don't really care about having disagreements with any of those people as long as I know that where I'm coming from is still based on facts.
Yeah, and listen, I think conversations like this are cool. It's definitely more interesting. I've definitely gotten, you know, more drawn to the whole conversation this election. I feel like everybody's kind of under the, like, has come to the conclusion that this one's a little bit more important and a little bit heavier than the average one.
Yeah, you think
Again,
it's the most important election of our lifetime?
it feels that way, right? It feels that way.
Maybe.
In my
I laugh because that's what they say. That's what Democrats say to their base all the time. Every single election, they say this is the most important election of our lifetime, and I guess it is. It always
like
is.
a recency bias thing, right? Obviously, it makes sense. It's like this Super Bowl is the biggest Super Bowl ever. This is the fucking best album ever. This is the fucking, you know what I mean? It's always the biggest and the best and the worst.
Yeah.
And
But like I said, there's a lot of misinformation out there, and I don't even necessarily fault you for you know, hearing someone that you trust and respect like Elon Musk say something and then you don't even think about it. But I would urge
listen,
you.
I will say this.
I would urge you in the future to fact check it.
To give credit where it's due. You obviously know this. You're labeled as like very far left and oftentimes irrational, unreasonable, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like even in the last election, you know, during the height of COVID, I feel like conversations like this, like I wouldn't even I wouldn't care to even step fucking.
I would have
anywhere
had
near-
conversations like this. This is the
I'm saying-
attitude
saying,
that I always. I
typically
match the
would not-
energy. I match the energy of the person that comes to me. If they are genuinely
That's what I'm saying.
curious and want to learn or want to have a normal conversation, that's entirely different. If someone
kinda
like
my
Charlie
point,
Kirk
right?
comes
It's like
up,
both sides-
it's going to be different.
Both sides tend to like demonize and kind of inflate like the other side and stuff. And this conversation's been totally reasonable and just chill. And I've definitely gotten some crazy tweets and definitely seen some crazy comments in the chat. But for the most part, people are just interested in the conversation and having a conversation, which I think is healthy. It's definitely a much healthier spot than I feel like we've been in recent time, which is cool.
Yeah. Well, if you have any questions in the future, you can hit me up, and I'll
definitely will.
help you out.
Definitely will. All right. Thank you, Hasan. Thanks, guys,
All right.
for hearing me.
No problem. All right. Bye.
All right. Take care.
I'm still phasing the fuck up, and I better get a goddamn face chain out of this. Anyway, Nate Silver's final forecast is also showing Kamala Harris's chances of winning over Donald Trump at plus 0.4. We're going to have a long day tomorrow, so I have to go right now because it's 10. And I have to get some rest and get ready. But once again, phase the fuck up, never phase down, everybody. And I will see you tomorrow for a massive day, for a massive, massive day. Okay? Love you all. Get ready for tomorrow. There's going to be a lot going on. I'm going to have my best suit. Okay? Peace, everybody.
Starlight to the starlight to the dark bit just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.